Fellow Falcoholics, what is up? Welcome to the Falcoholic Lives Falcons NFL Draft Party 2024, Day 3. We are back, folks, with another full day of coverage. I am in the full sun because it's actually noon. So it'll be a little bit sunnier here at first. It probably actually won't get dark considering the time of year it is here. But welcome in, everyone. Thanks for joining us for our third day of coverage. I'm Kevin Knight at Falcoholic Kevin. I'm joined, of course, by my co-host Adnan Ikic at Say Which Way. Adnan, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. Good morning to everyone not on the East Coast, everyone who's on Central Mountain Pacific time, because it's technically noon right now on the East Coast. Shout big hello to any of our European and international viewers who normally cannot make the shows which are at night here Eastern time because it's very late over there and it's not very late over there now. So, big hello to all 87 of you sickos in who are watching us right now because today's the day for all the real diehards of the
Yeah,
show. It's day
all the sickos.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, folks, going to go ahead and bring you a quick word from our sponsor, betonline.ag. Folks, BetOnline is your number one source for all your summer sports this season, including MLB, golf, NBA, and NHL playoff stats. I think the Braves seem to be like the one, Atlanta team that, it's not that they won't hurt you, but they're they do.
I love
They
the Braves.
typically, yeah, they typically don't disappoint, I guess, as much. They can still
They'll
hurt you. Yeah.
They disappoint in October. They disappoint
Yeah,
when it's
yeah.
playoff.
It's
Other
like
than that
way
one
down
year,
the road.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
But
So you
during the
should be
regular
safe.
season,
Yeah, you should be
man, we're,
safe
we're
for
gonna
a
have
few
some
months.
fun time over the summer and like during the regular season.
Yeah,
Playoff.
yeah. They're an Atlanta team. They're gonna break our hearts no matter what. But at least the Braves have won some championships recently, so there is that. But guys, no matter who you're following, you can get all the latest stats, news, and scores available as you follow your teams to the playoffs, to the championships. You can get the latest odds and lines, including the latest team matchups, player props, and odds on just about every sport out there. So what are you waiting for, folks? Head to that website today, betonline.ag, or use your mobile device to get in on the action. BetOnline, where the game starts. And, of course, welcome to Ian McCluskey joining the YouTube channel members. Appreciate you, Ian. Welcome. Thank you for your support. Appreciate you, man. Adnan, we are back. Welcome to all 110 of you sickos who are joining us for day 3 of the NFL draft, which is true sicko hours. This is
Sickos is a very endearing term.
Yes,
We appreciate
it's a
it.
term of love. Exactly. We mean it in the best way. We appreciate everyone who loves the draft as much as we do, sticking it out at this stage. So, Nan, what do you love most about day 3 of the NFL draft? I just like the wackiness. I like hearing about seeing players drafted that I literally haven't seen their names before. And I like the volume of picks. I like to talk about a lot of draft picks. Usually the Falcons have had a lot of draft picks on day 3, unfortunately for us, under this regime. So what do you like about the third day of the draft?
I just like how casual it becomes because night one is of course night one. That's all business. It is incredibly important, and a team can sort of make or break what we've been looking for over the past few months. Night two is also very important. You want to get some impact guys in here. But then when we get into day 3, when we get into round 5, round 6, it's like it just becomes just this casual, just like, all right, just a casual conversation because it's like, all right, how mad can you I mean, people can get really mad about 6th-round picks as we've seen in the past, but how mad should you really get
Right.
at a dude who was a 6th-rounder? So yeah, like this show today will just eventually devolve into just complete casual, like random talking about whatever, and maybe not even the Falcons, maybe even other NFL shit, maybe even other shit in general. So we'll see where the day takes us.
Yes, and the first pick of the day is in. The Panthers taking tight end Jatavian Sanders from Texas, which I actually like that pick a lot. They desperately need a receiving threat at tight end, and I'm pretty shocked that he fell this far, honestly. So it's a good pick for them, sadly, for the Falcons. They've definitely been trying to surround Bryce Young with some help, which they failed to do last year. So Yeah.
tight end in this draft hasn't been very like this hasn't been a very strong tight end draft,
Other than
other than
Bowers. Yeah.
Bowers, of course. But it's like after Bowers, it's like, yeah, that's a good pick. Fourth round to get one of the best tight ends in the draft. Um, yeah, I mean they're giving Bryce Young some help. They got a wide receiver. They traded up for a wide receiver into day one. Now they got what was it Leggett who they got
Yeah. Yeah. Hmm.
Xavier Leggett, and then now they get him in tight end. So they're trying to fill the hole that DJ Moore has left behind.
Yes, and for me, it's like I don't know why they take Xavier Leggett when they have Jonathan Mingo at home, but those guys seem very similar to me. Two kind of
Hey,
unrefined
shout out to our,
receivers.
shout out to our guy Big Low Country who I see
Oh
in the
yeah,
chat.
what's up, Bigelow? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Thanks for hanging out with us, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, they obviously the Panthers need to get as much help as they can. So, and I like Leggett, so I'm not hating on the pick. I just think it's funny that they went that direction, considering like the one receiver they do have in Mingo is kind of similar, like a big athlete that need a lot of refinement. But both have super high upside. I mean, I was high on Mingo too, so can't really hate on that aspect of it. But the Broncos have traded up to pick 102. Quite a jump, it seems like. We'll see who they're going after. I imagine. Yeah, I imagine. I was gonna say. I think people have already leaked it, but I'm pretty sure they're coming up for Troy Franklin. I can't believe he's still here. So
There's gonna be a lot of guys over the next few picks where we're like, oh, I can't believe he's still here.
hopefully one of them will go to the Falcons. That's what happened last year. We're like, man, Clark Phillips is still here. What's going on? And the Falcons actually did take him. So
With the Broncos, speaking of it, did you see that like dumbass press conference with Sean Payton yesterday, where he was bragging about how he baited the Vikings to trade up a spot and to like grab McCarthy, and it's like, all right, sure, I guess if you want to brag about that, but then you took Bo Nix at 12, so look, who's the
Big
real
brain.
loser?
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I guess this makes sense because they're getting this guy, Troy Franklin, reuniting with Bo Nix. That actually makes a lot of sense. So
It's a good pick, yeah.
It's a good pick for them.
Baker's still there to fill the UCF quota. If
That's
we're
true.
talking about
Yep.
wide receivers, we do need to get the UGA quota. So maybe Rosemary Jackson, not in the fourth, but maybe a little later on today. Well, we have some quotas we need to fill. That's
Yeah, for sure.
if this team wants to be a champion, they need to draft some champions. From right down the street in Athens.
Yeah, there you go. I mean that's the secret, really, is we just don't have enough dogs in here. As you know, the real problem is the lack of dogs on this roster.
Yeah, literally and figuratively.
I don't know. I mean, I thought Marlon Davidson was a dog. He definitely said that he was, but that didn't work out. But that was probably more due to injuries than lack of dog in him.
Marlon Davidson was a tiger.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. No, I mean like not like a Georgia dog, but like he said. I think one of his quotes, he was like I am a dog. Not like a bulldog, but like he's got that dog in him. The other type of dog. So.
Well, we need those bulldogs. With those
specifically
dogs.
bulldogs. No other breeds. Yeah. Maybe huskies now. No.
We're not working around this quota. We're not getting off on a technicality on this quota. I demand my Georgia bulldog.
Yeah, there's no other way. But so yeah, the Falcons will be on the clock here pretty soon, folks. As we get going, at 109 is the Falcons' next pick. Then they've also got a 5th rounder at 143. And they've got 3 6th rounders, so we'll see if they maneuver around at all with any of those 6 rounders as the day gets going. But yeah, no, I'm excited for this day 3. I think, especially in this early section, a lot of good players. Like I was saying last night, I think there's still like 15 players in PFF's top 100, like still available, maybe more. And we're at pick 103. So, this always happens. Guys fall for whatever reason. But yeah, I mean, before we get into talking about the Falcons' potential picks here, after like sort of sleeping on last night, what do you think about what they were able to come away with yesterday? I know, I'm still not happy about the trade for Rook, but I'm a big fan of Rook, so I don't really care. It doesn't bother me as much as I think some folks, but I love Braylon Trice at 74. That I think is very good value. Definitely the best value of the draft for the Falcons so far, which when you're doing that in the third round, I guess that's not great. But what do you think about their day 2 picks?
Um, Trice, I really like Trice. I'm still not sold on Rook. Uh, and I'm sorry, like I'm using his first name, but Horo, like
A row.
row, like
Yeah, you got to read it like the RHOs are like pronounced together. It's
well,
I had to have someone tell me how to do it. Yeah.
I mean, we can just call him row. Yeah, we can refer
Rook
him
a
to
row. Yeah.
Um, I mean, I'm rooting for him. I think he's a good player. I've seen some Clemson fans really talk him up, talk about how he has was just playing out of position with the Tigers and how he's going to be much better at the NFL level. And the RAS score, I think he's 15th among all defensive tackles ever when it comes to RAS, which that plays that's the Terry Fontenot method right there. Uh, Getting guys with high right now, is it a successful method? I don't know. We've seen it over the past few drafts. Sometimes it might be, sometimes it's not. So it's not a foolproof plan. The only thing I don't like is I don't think Rook is going to make as much of an impact in year one. Because obviously if Grady, Jared, and Onyemata are there, but of course you want to grab him for life after those two guys. It's just I'm just seeing. It seems like they want to have their cake and eat it too, right? Like it's a clash of philosophies. You get Kirk Cousins, you spend a lot in free agency over this year and last year to make this sort of win now team, and then in the draft you're sort of punting on the season because yeah, Rook is going to be there on those run defense plays, but you don't grab a run defender early in day 2, or you don't grab someone just to be a run defender. Rook is I think really going to be um his value will really hopefully shine in year 2 and year 3 somewhere down the line when they can really develop him a bit more. But after punting on the first round pick in 2024 with Penix, who's not going to make an impact this year, I don't understand getting a guy early in the second round, especially trading up for a guy early in the second round, because Rook was not just a second rounder, he was a second and third rounder, if we're looking at it that
Yeah.
way. For a guy who's not going to make as much of an impact in year one, but none of it will matter if he ends up a Pro Bowler down the line, which hopefully he will. I just wasn't a big fan of the pick, just given the circumstances, and I felt like there were much better players on the board the Falcons could and should have looked at, particularly in the secondary.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like trading away 79. There were so many good players there. Giving up that extra day 2 pick, I think, was not wise. I think you needed to have the patience to see if he fell to 43 and not just get too in love with one single player. Now, obviously, if Aurora becomes this great player, then it's like, okay, you were right. But, you know,
And
I like
hopefully he does.
Aurora, so I don't
Hopefully
like.
he
I
does.
mean, I like his upside. I think he would have been well worth 43. So maybe the quibbling with 35 is not necessary. It's I just don't like giving up 30. I don't like giving up 79 to do it. I think they needed that pick. I think they needed a contributor there, considering they punted on their top 10 pick. So, and I think this is like one thing that I want to get to, and we'll talk about it today probably with multiple of our guests, which is that I think we're it's time to understand that this is not a win now team. It's not. They never like they've of course are always going to say they are, because that's just what you do in the NFL. It's PR. The way they've built this roster, the way they've structured their contracts, and done basically all of their team building, it was kind of like straddling the line. Obviously, Kirk Cousins screams win now, so that's what everyone assumed. I think that was incorrect. I think Kirk Cousins is a bridge quarterback, which he's the most expensive bridge quarterback of all time. They signed Kirk Cousins to win for the next 2 years because they knew Falcons fans would not tolerate losing anymore. And like, great. Like, yes, I don't want to lose anymore. Like, period. So like, I'm not upset about getting Kirk Cousins in here to get this team hopefully to the playoffs. But I think they looked at this roster and realized this is not a Super Bowl team. Like, we're not contending for a Super Bowl with this roster no matter what we do this year. And it's I think that the truth is that they view 2026 with Penix as the start of their next like window. They want to have him ready to go. They believe he's going to be their franchise future and quarterback, and they're willing to wait, and they're willing to build this team over the next 2 years and not max out with Kirk Cousins. And I think that is not what anyone assumed when they signed Kirk, because why would you? Why would you go sign the most expensive quarterback in free agency if you're not really seriously trying to compete with him? And like, of course they're trying to compete. Like, don't mistake me. Like, they're not like not trying to win, but they're not going all in. And maybe they shouldn't. For 2 years with Kirk, maybe going all in really isn't wise. I think you could certainly make that argument. So I think that the reason this was so jarring is because the public perception of what the Falcons were doing was so different than what they actually are doing, which is they are starting another rebuild, essentially. Now, it's not like a tear down, and like they would call it like a retooling probably, right? Which I think is more like what it is. I think they're still, oh man, my son Dadrian Taylor Demerson goes off the board here. Big rip to that dream. But they're starting another small rebuild with the goal of seriously contending with Penix in the future. But the ball buster is going to be, what if we do actually strike gold with some of these picks and we are contending with Cousins, but like they're just not quite good enough to get it done? And then it's like, well, what if we had actually invested in winning now? Like, could we have won a Super Bowl with Kirk and we just decided not to do it because we didn't think we could? Like, so that's the danger there, obviously. But if Penix becomes a franchise quarterback, no one's going to give a shit about any of this. So, I guess that's always an option.
My only thing, and I mean, we've rehashed it and we've talked this to death, and we will continue to talk this to death because it was such a jarring pick, and it just in general, you're going to talk about whoever your team grabs with their first round pick, especially with the top 10 pick, no matter what. That's just the nature of it. The thing that is so jarring is, if you really knew you were going to go with the quarterback, if you were really in love with Penix, and I don't believe that they thought that Penix wouldn't be there at 8. I'm sorry, I don't. Like, I'm not buying that. I don't think that they thought that there would be. Yeah, I mean, you never know, but why sign Kirk Cousins then?
Right.
Like, because now if this was, for example, if they took Drake May at 8, I'd be like, okay, I get it. May is someone who's a little bit more raw than Penix. He's someone who he is younger, and he is someone that, he's not as much in the win now mold as Michael Penix. I'm not just talking about because he's younger because of the age. I do think Penix is someone who, probably doesn't need 2 years of development. Whereas, there are some guys that, they really benefit from that. So that's my thing. That's going back to that having your cake and trying to eat it too. And it's just jarring seeing just, who Kirk Cousins is, who Michael Penix is at this stage in Penix's development. So that's why I just don't get it. If you were going to go with Penix, you knew you were going to go with Penix. Why allocate all of that money to Cousins? Why not reallocate it to other positions of need? Because if they don't sign Cousins and if they take Penix at 8, I still wouldn't have been a fan of it. I don't. That's just my personal opinion. I don't think Penix was a top 10 pick in this draft, but I would get it. I don't think it would be as much blowback as they've gotten. But yeah, that's the nature of it. But like you said, if Penix ends up being a franchise quarterback, a Pro Bowl, or an All-Pro, then it doesn't matter, and hopefully that will be the case. Because if that's the case, then I'll be happy to look back on the night and be like, yeah, I was completely wrong about it. And because if I am completely wrong about it, then that means that the team is thriving. And I just don't, sometimes I just hate being right.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you didn't think Penix was a top quarterback prospect, then you're never going to agree with the pick because it's not something that you thought was really reasonable in this range, and that's that's the draft is just so subjective. So yes, I mean, like, I get most people didn't even think I think on the consensus board he was like in the 30s. So like he was clearly not viewed this way by media. It seems like the NFL viewed him differently. Which again, not shocking considering his traits and that quarterbacks just fly up boards. I mean, that's just how this works, right? Let me find out where Penix was on the consensus board. Yeah, I mean, 34 was where he was ranked. So, but quarterbacks always get pushed up, right? And Penix was the consensus quarterback 5 of the class. He went quarterback 4. So it's, it is what it is. Like, the Falcons disagreed with the media perception. That is totally normal. Like, the NFL teams don't care what the media thinks, right? They don't. They have their own board, and according to their board, he was worth a top 10 pick. They felt he was a franchise quarterback, so that's why they drafted him at 8. It's in some ways it's not really any different than if they viewed someone as like a franchise pass rusher or anything else. It's just like it's just a weird pick, and it's jarring. And I believe their plan is we're gonna have 2 quarterbacks in here, one for the future and one for right now, and we're gonna win with Cousins for 2 years, and if we're lucky, we'll win big. But we know Cousins is on a short clock, and and because we believe we're going to win with Cousins, we need to get our future quarterback right now and not have to trade 3 first-round picks to move up from 28 to 11 to get a quarterback next year or the year after or whatever. And like, yes, the specter of the tampering is kind of, hanging over everything as well. So the big risk is that you're not going to do either one. And that's why people think they have no plan. It's because it's like, well, you didn't really invest in helping Cousins, and like, you're not really going to be taking advantage of Penix's rookie contract either, because by the time he's on the field, it'll be the 3rd year of his rookie deal, and you're still going to have to pay down, dead cap on Cousins' deal. So you're not really getting as much. I mean, maybe in the 4th year of the deal, you get some financial help, but like, that's just a damn shame when you could have had cheap quarterback play for 4 years and you get 1 cheap year out of it. So we'll have to see how it plays out, but I don't think it's that there's no plan. I think the plan is to have their cake and eat it too. But it's like, what if they just don't get the cake and they don't get to eat it? Like, that's the other side of the coin. But I mean, you could say that about any draft pick. This has never happened before, ever in the history of the NFL, that a team has signed the most expensive quarterback in free agency and drafted a quarterback in the first round, like in the top 10. This has never happened in NFL history. So anyone saying like, oh, this is normal, like teams do this. No, it's not normal. Teams don't do this. Like, sure, they draft quarterback. Like in the old days, they used to draft quarterbacks and let them sit. Like that is a newer trend that quarterbacks are expected to start immediately. And Penix needs to sit. I know some people are like, oh yeah, he's like one of the most pro-ready guys. He should. No, I don't think so. He's more pro-ready than some, but like, he has serious flaws in his game. That's why he's in the 30s on the consensus board. He doesn't throw the middle of the field, and he doesn't handle pressure. And those are kind of deal breakers in the NFL if you can't do those things. Now, the other side of the coin is that he actually is a good athlete if he could stay healthy. He's rumored to run maybe even in the 4.4s, 4.5s, which would be extremely fast. I mean, if you've seen him on, scrambles and stuff, he looks good. I don't know if he runs that anymore. That's what he had run at some point. So he can potentially have that dual threat ability. He throws the best pass of any quarterback in this class. That is not up for debate. I think he does throw a beautiful pass. So, whatever. But the Falcons are on the clock now, so we should probably start talking about them. It's going to be a minute before they announce the pick, but I guess the Falcons actually are on the clock. So, but yeah, I believe so. Yeah, they're like 3 picks behind. They are, but yeah, the clock in the back of the draft shot shows the Falcons on the clock, even though pick 106 has just been announced. But seeing who's here, Cedric Gray just goes off the board to the Titans, the linebacker, and we had Layden Robinson, the guard from Texas A&M, going to the Patriots at 103, and Justin Aboybe going to the Chargers, the defensive tackle from Alabama, at 105. So, what do you think of Adnan at this point? I mean, there's a lot of great players left on the board, but no one's taking them. So I guess I don't know why, but
I mean, yeah, there's always stuff that happens. We can only go based off of what we know of. but we don't know how these guys interviewed. We don't know everyone's medicals unless Rappaport leaks them. Um, we just sort of can only yeah we can only go based off of what the public knows. Um, I mean, TJ Tampa's there. I would love TJ Tampa. Um, Jaden Hicks is there as a safety. Cam Hart is there. Like, I was begging the team to address secondary yesterday. They didn't, but if they sort of get one of these guys right now in the fourth round, I can just pretend like they use a third rounder on them. And then I'll be, I'll be much more satisfied with how this draft is playing out. But yeah, we've talked about it before. Knowing the Falcons, they're going to grab someone that we just have, just someone out of left field, just
Yeah, probably.
going back based off the history. But even if you're not, even if secondary isn't the play, you have some nice wide receivers. You have Javon Baker on there, who we were talking about a lot yesterday. Malik Washington is there. I know. I think George was mentioning the possibility of Cedric Van Pran Granger, or what was it, SVP George? I don't know. Yeah. He's not a secondary player or a wide receiver, but he would be a center. The Falcons do still need to maybe address the interior of the offensive line at the very least when it comes to depth, depending on what you think of Ryan Newsel.
Yep.
But yeah, there's a lot of really good options right now, and I think there's a number of different picks where the Falcons can take someone here, and we'll be like, all right, that's a hell of a pick.
You're gonna like the pick, Adnan, I think.
I'm gonna like the pick. Oh,
yeah, it's none of the people we've talked about, but it is a good value.
But so. That's thank God we have that for a change. I haven't seen the pick.
I like the pick. I like the pick a lot. Yeah, I think this is great value. But
there's that for a change where it's like, all right, yeah, the pick leaked, but we're actually gonna like it this time.
The pick leaked, but it's a good thing. Yeah. No, it is nice. It's one
for the record.
I
was telling Kevin, this is just addressing the chat. I will have to dip out for a little bit.
Yeah, to actually write up the picks. Yeah.
And Dave has me pulling double duty, so I actually have to write it up on the Falcaholic website. So I will go off camera and off mic for just a few minutes here while the pick gets made, just so I can write it up. So I'm not just leaving for no reason. I'm leaving because you have to do Falcaholic duties.
Yeah, you can't. Dave, he's just absolutely, he doesn't let us have any rest. No rest for the wicked, right, Adnan? So
yeah, no rest for the weary right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Trust me, guys, we are very weary at the moment. So,
we're quite weary.
We're not running on fumes quite yet.
Yeah,
but we're definitely gonna be on fumes very soon.
Yeah, no, I still have coffee. When I transition to the second beer, that's usually when we get to the really fun part of the evening. So we'll see how long that takes. But yeah, we got the Oregon cornerback Kyrie Jackson going to the Vikings. That was definitely someone that the Falcons were interested in, I believe. That's a good pick for Minnesota. And then we'll see who. Well, I've already seen, but we will publicly announce the Falcons pick here in just a minute when they get to it.
Yeah, there's still, yeah, we really have gotten to the point where it just doesn't matter, what the leaks don't matter at this point.
Yeah, nobody cares.
But, just for the sake of the sanctity of the group chat, we're not gonna,
we're not gonna spoil it. I know you guys want to see the picks announced. It's totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, some people have seen them, but it's like, yeah, let's just have that respect for people who are, people who want to just watch the draft the way they used to in the old days.
Yeah. So we'll get this announcement here soon and get to talking about it. I guess it'll be just me talking about it, because Adnan's going to abandon me to have to go pull double duty. So not really abandoning, more this Dave. We're blaming Dave. Yeah, that's Dave's not here.
Blame Dave for that.
Yeah. Dave's not here, man. So
very convenient. very convenient that Dave's not here right. But maybe Dave should be coming in and replacing me right now as I'm doing the write up.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just what we all love Dave. All right, all
All
right.
right.
I will. All right, no, I will dip out for a little bit because they are announcing the pick. So I will be back in a
So
few.
give me your instant reaction first, and then dip out. You like give me like a 10-second clip of your instant reaction, and then you can go. I think the algorithm can handle 10 seconds.
You're not.
I will explain it to Dave. Okay, why it's 10 seconds late, but.
I mean, you're not going to get the same reaction as on night one of the draft.
Yeah,
if
yeah.
that's what you're
No,
going.
don't worry. It's not going to be like that, unfortunately. But that was a great. We had like 10 people tag it, like, oh, this is the timestamp you want, right here.
I'm sure there's some people that just like clicked on the thing just to see that and just like exited
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. This guy announcing yes. So there it is. It's been announced officially. This is the fan that everyone thought was Jim Harbaugh. It kind of does look like him. Yeah. Have you seen it yet?
Yeah, Brandon Dorlus from Oregon. I
Yep.
mean, very very versatile player. I he is here on day 3. He could have easily gone on day 2. I'm watching them talk about them just as we speak. 6'3", 283 pounds. Very physical player, very versatile. Can play either the 4-3 or the 3-4. Not a super fast guy, but that doesn't really matter for this position. But yeah, it's a good pick. Like,
yeah,
has some experience on the interior. You can move him around, which is I think very important given the fact that you don't have that like big time pass rusher, but you have invested a lot of day 2 picks in pass rushers. I think you have at the very least with Trice yesterday, 3 day 2 pass rushers over the 4 day 2 pass rushers if you count Harrison over the past 3 years. So, this is one of those picks where if someone doesn't really work out, you hope that it's that safety net a little bit where Dorless will work out. But yeah, it's a solid pick. It's really good value. Very very powerful player. Great in the 3 technique. If you want to put him there, you can move him around. I know that's going to be very important for this scheme as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's I like it. I am still a little worried about the secondary, but I like the pick.
They're clearly not. Yeah. So,
yeah, they're not. Yeah, Kevin King, what can you do for me?
Mm-hmm. Oh man, Javon Baker, very next pick. RIP the UCF dream, but they're investing in premium positions. Isn't this what we wanted? We wanted the defensive line to be addressed, and they finally are. So, but yeah, okay. I release you, Adnan. You can go write your article now. Thank you. Yeah.
I will be back soon. I'm not leaving to go for a walk or anything healthy.
He's gonna go that's after Michael Penix had to go take a long walk and
dealing with the NFL draft. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, guys. I like Dorless. He was someone I toyed with mocking multiple times. I didn't end up doing it because I wasn't sure where he would play, and also because he was one of those guys I would have liked to take in the 3rd round, but often went in the 60s, so it didn't really work out pretty much ever. But I know that he's physical. Honestly, in some ways, he and Rook are somewhat similar. I think that they're both Rook is much bigger. Rook is definitely that more prototypical interior guy. Dorless is kind of that in between, right? In between edge, in between interior defensive line. Most people seem to project him more on the interior, but I do like his potential to move around. But kind of a 3-4 defensive end type. We'll see. Very physical. The red flag for most people has been the lack of production with Dorless, honestly. Which that's part of it. I think he's gonna obviously have to develop, but athletic and decent length too, especially for the interior. But yeah, Aaron, welcome in. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I got a little bit more sleep last night.
Good.
I
was done with my stuff at 1 instead of 2, so that was helpful.
Yeah, that definitely helped. And the fact that I wasn't sitting there late at 3 o'clock in the morning being like, why did they take Michael Penix? It was just like, okay.
That was helpful.
Yeah.
It's lying awake, just
Trying to wrap
on.
my head around that.
Yep,
Uh,
yep,
it made a lot more sense to go D line on day two, and they continue the trend with Dorless here. He was a player I didn't watch a ton of this
yeah. Me
past
neither.
year. Obviously, we got to see him a little bit at the Senior Bowl
Mhm.
this past year. He was a player I remember watching a little bit more of a year ago when I think he was getting touted more
Yeah,
as a potential high upside guy. And like I think I caught the tail end of what you were talking about. Yeah, sort of that inside outside versatility, probably a little bit better of a fit on the interior than probably the outside, just because he doesn't necessarily have the elite speed and bend that you typically look for in one of those outside linebackers. But clearly the Falcons have a type, right? With
yeah,
their D line picks, they like guys that are big, physical, have length. We've seen this with Taquan Graham. We've seen it with Zach Harrison. Now with Ruka Rororo. I mean, Braylon Trice kind of fits that bill a little bit more as an edge rusher, and now Brandon Dorless. So, as many butt kickers as they can get on the interior of the D line, I'm happy for, especially given you don't. We talk about Michael Penix, life after Kirk Cousins. You don't know what life after Grady Jarrett and David Onyemata is going to be, and as many bodies as you can put in that room, that at least one of these guys should at least merge as someone who you can count on to be an every down difference maker.
yeah. No, I agree. I like the emphasis on the D line. I do like to see that. I think it was necessary for all the reasons you mentioned. This defensive line is going to look a lot different in 2 years. And like, I'm not saying, Grady Jarrett's on the way out or anything like that, but they do have decisions to make in that room. They have a lot of money tied up in that position, and it's good to have options. And I think taking multiple shots on guys is important. And, honestly, Dorless, I think, was ranked ahead of Ororo on like a lot of boards.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of funny that, that where we have him now. Let me pull it up. I know Aurora was like 68 on the consensus board, and
Yeah.
Dorless was 80. So the consensus board was correct about where Dorless was going to be. But yeah, I wonder. I mean, I think they announced him as a defensive tackle, so clearly he's going to play more on the interior. I do wonder if they are just going to try to bulk him up a bit more, and just have him be more of that interior presence. Maybe like Aurora. I think Aurora was better suited to like playing some 5 tech or whatever, or that sort of big edge type stuff. But Dorless could do it too. I mean, I think that Oregon had him doing that sometimes. But the main thing with Dorless is just the production never really came. It just never really materialized, and I think part of that's he's moving around all the time. He's playing so many positions. Again with Aurora, same thing. Like when a guy is got a young player moving all over the defensive line, you don't really have a chance to get comfortable rushing from a particular spot, and that matters. I mean, for learning the finer points of the technique, depending on your alignment and stuff like that. Like you got to learn, what your assignment is from 5 tech, from 4i, from 3, like all this. Like you have to focus so much on learning all those different techniques that you don't get to work as much on your hand placement or the little finer points of how to manipulate gaps or that sort of stuff. So it's not surprising that he's a little bit technically unrefined, I think, when you consider how much he's had to move around and how much apparently his weight has fluctuated too. Like I think he has said that he thinks he's an edge rusher, probably because he assumed that he might be able to get paid more for that. But honestly, the interior defensive line guys are starting to get paid too, so I think he might end up being okay with being on the interior. But we got another Duck going at 111. It's three straight, or 3 out of 4 picks being Ducks here. Evan Williams going to the Packers, who traded up to 111. So interesting stuff there too. But yeah, I like it. I like it for sure.
Yeah. I know a lot of people are concerned about all this emphasis on the D line and not enough emphasis on other positions. As we kind of briefly discussed a little bit yesterday, I'm not as worried about the secondary as maybe other people are. But obviously you want to get at least a couple bodies at some point, in that room to sort of enhance your depth there, especially at corner and safety. So we'll see if the Falcons, dip into that well, in round 5, or maybe make a move up. But, secretly wanted the Falcons to, or not so secretly, I guess, because I talked about it multiple times on the podcast. So sometimes it feels like I'm talking to myself on the podcast, but I wanted the Falcons to walk away from this draft with like 3 or 4, D linemen and edge rushers, and so the fact that they've gotten three guys that I think are good, that again, are there Pro Bowls in these guys' future? Probably not, but I think they all have the capacity to be quality starters for this football team. So I'm more than content at this point in time.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it makes a lot of sense for their timeline. I think they know that it's a position that they have to address, right? It for the future and for now, and it definitely seems like the competition on that interior defensive line is going to be kind of ridiculous right now because, I think they brought back a lot of the guys that played, well from last year. I mean, honestly, saying this now, it's Quan Graham on the outside looking in of this roster. Obviously, LaKale London, I think, seemed like he'd earned his spot last year, but you got Onyemata and Jarrett, who are making it. Eddie Goldman, I don't know, Aaron. I don't know what to say about Eddie Goldman. Okay, this man just keeps coming back. I don't know. It's like they're just like, no, I didn't hear no bell. He keeps coming back. Yeah, but it's just that room is like stuffed with players now. Like, Kentavious Street's still there. Tommy Togiai, like LaKale London, Taquan Graham. Like, if you add these 2 rookies to the mix, like, then if you've got Onyemata and Jarrett and these 2 rookies, there's maybe like 1 more spot on the roster for like Jarrett, Goldman, Street, London, like all these guys. I mean, maybe that's a good problem to have, but and maybe they just carry a bunch of defensive linemen if they're going to rotate too. But I don't know. I mean, they're going to carry 10, 11, 12. I mean, who knows at this point? But it's interesting to see like how much emphasis there has been on that particular position group.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. Yeah, I'm looking over my sort of depth chart, and typically, like, they usually have like 6 D. If I'm projecting sort of what the active roster is going to look like, you'll probably have 6 D linemen and 4 edge rushers. Right. I think we kind of know right now who the top 4 edge rushers are: AK, Carter, Trice, and then you decide between D'Angelo Malone and James Smith Williams for that 4th spot. And then up front, Grady Jarrett are 2 of the 6. You got to imagine, they're not going to have a 2nd round pick inactive on game day. So Ruka Roro is probably the 3rd guy. Zach Harrison maybe 4, and then the last 2 spots, like, yeah, I think you're right. Like Graham, Street, now Dorless, Eddie Goldman,
Right.
all those guys, LaKale London, sort of in the competition. And this is the conversation we had last summer, right? Where we were like, hey, we actually have good depth on the D line, and we're gonna wind up for the first time ever actually cutting, guys at the end of training camp that are, NFL caliber players like that. Who's ever said that about Atlanta Falcons D line? And the other thing that, again, part of this triple dipping now on the front, because like if you look at the roster right now and you compare it in terms of the front to what we had at the end of 2022 when we had one of the worst pass rushes in the NFL, it's not that different. It's basically all the same players with David Onyemata and Kentavious Street pretty much, and Zach Harrison, I guess. But like, it's not as if like you're looking at it and like, oh, this going into the draft, like this D line is so much light years better than where it was 2 years ago. That was why the investments in Bud Dupree and Calais Campbell were so important for this team last year. And to basically like seemingly you're not going to bring those guys back at this point in time, adding some young pieces that, can sort of probably not give you the same exact production that those guys gave you last year, but at least will raise the floor for this unit. And we won't be sitting here going, a year from now being like, yeah, this is the same D line that we had, 2-3 years ago when we were a bad defense. So again, I think that's an important factor. But yeah, I think you're right. The competition this summer for probably, a couple of spots on the active roster, and then, there's a decent, there's a halfway decent chance that Brandon Dorlus doesn't hit the ground running in training camp, and we watch him sort of be inactive for a chunk of this season.
Right.
But obviously, some people will feel mixed about that. Like, hey, we used a 4th round pick on a guy that's not playing, but at the same time, like, I see the positive in that. That means we actually have a good D line, I guess you could say.
Yeah, exactly. It could be a good problem to have where you're like, okay, we're going to let somebody develop or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, between Rook and Dorlus, it's like, man, like Brandon Dorlus, like who's more pro ready in your opinion? Because I feel like Rook is actually pretty good against the run, but as a pass rusher, he's just like hair on fire. Like, I'm going, like, good because you're going, like it just goes forward, but like Dorlus is like, I feel like slightly more refined, but I don't know that he's as big of an impact guy right now against the run as Rook. But I don't know, what do you think about that? Because I know you didn't necessarily watch like a ton of them. I didn't really either, especially Dorlus. But what do you think about that?
Yeah, I tend to kind of agree. I think Dorlus maybe brings a little bit more as a pass rusher at this point in time, but may not be the run defender. And again, assuming you get healthy years from Grady Jarrett and David Onyemata, I don't know if those guys are coming off the field in 3rd downs, right? Like I think the goal of the Falcons is, and this was a problem last year because until they made, and that was a big reason why they made the Kentavious Street trade, is just like you had Grady and David Onyemata taking all the rundown snaps too. It was like, because you just didn't trust in the depth. You had Graham coming back from his injury, and Albert Huggins and those guys, and it was just like, so I do feel like Rook is probably the guy that you would assume would play earlier, just because of the run defense, as you say, just to give Grady and Onyemata rest on those early downs so that they can be saved for pass rushing situations where they can do the most damage. So yeah, I tend to think that the run defense is going to matter a little bit more, at least this year, than necessarily the pass rush. But down the road, I think the pass rush will play out, and you'll see what develops with these two guys.
Yeah, with Dorlus, I feel like also if they do want him to play the interior, he may have to like spend some time bulking up. 283 is what he was at the combine. I'm hoping that they can be like, all right, it's time for the peanut butter sandwich and quinoa diet, Brandon. Get in there and I've heard that he's played closer to 300 at some time, so it might not. It's not like, oh, he's always been 270 and now you're asking him to be 300. It's like, no, he's someone who has adjusted his weight, and a lot of guys slim down for the combine too. But I do wonder, if it might take some time for him to get back to 300, and then like, what are they going to be, asking him to do in terms of the conditioning, and it's hard like to gain good weight. Like, it takes time, it takes practice. So it doesn't just fall right off when you get to practice. So it's really interesting because that is going to be a fierce interior competition. And then on the edge, like you said, it's like we're probably cutting D'Angelo Malone, or like, I don't know, Ade Ogundeji, I think there's way too much savings there, obviously, for him. But with Braylon Trice coming in there, it's like, yeah, I mean, how many edge rushers are they keeping? 4 or 5? You have to think with, they keep 5, maybe there's a better chance that Malone is able to stick. But and maybe they just
value, I think so.
Yeah,
that helps. I think
helps. I think he fits better in this like more 3-4 focused stand up scheme too. Like, I just don't think D'Angelo Malone was ever going to be a hand in the dirt rusher. Like, that's just never really his thing. But as a 3-4 stand up guy, he was like, the snaps he played as a rookie were like fine. I mean, it wasn't like, oh wow, look at this, but it was like, oh yeah, he's fine. So I hope that he gets an opportunity. And like you said, he does have that special teams experience now too, that should help him fight for that job. But yeah, I mean, again, good problem to have. It's nice to see all these defensive linemen at it. I thought maybe we'd get like 2 defensive linemen. We'd get like an edge rusher and a defensive tackle. And I was like, okay, that's probably going to be it though. That because like we got so many other needs. But we got lots of defensive linemen coming in here. And yeah, how are you feeling today about the day 2 picks? Are you feeling any differently about those guys? I liked Rook a lot, so I guess I'm just like not. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna get over the trade thing. I don't like the trade, but whatever. I can't stay mad at him. I can't stay mad at Terry. He just has that smile is infectious, But
yeah. I mean, look, I don't like trading up on principle, for all the reasons that we talked about yesterday, where it's just like, good drafting usually is just getting as many at bats as you can and giving up, assets to go up. And again, we'll see what AK does and we'll see what Bergeron does this year. So far, none of these trade ups have been home runs for the Falcons. Like, when you think of the history, I'm probably blanking on a couple, but like when I think of the last 20 years of Falcons trade ups that really worked out for them, it was like Julio Jones and maybe Michael Vick, right? And that's about it. So in general, I'm not usually a huge fan of trading up. But like I kind of went into the day expecting them to trade up because they always do it. So,
right.
As I say, pessimism has never steered me wrong with the Falcons. And so I could sit there and go like, well, they could have done a lot worse. They could have given up 4 picks to move up to the top of a round 2 or something like that. So
that's true. That's true.
I'm fine with it. Like, it's fine. I think Rook's a good player. Was he the best player on the board? No. I mean, when have the Falcons ever drafted the best player on the board? Like once,
maybe Clark Phillips. Yeah.
Maybe, like once a generation, maybe. Like, so like I at a certain point, like my anger and frustration for the falconing when it comes to stuff like that, I'm just like, I'm over it, so
yeah.
It doesn't, I'm so used to it at this point in time. Like, it's like, now it's like, it just feels like nitpicking at a certain point. It's like, this is what they do. So it's like, like, why am I going to get mad for, a dog for barking? Because it's just,
that's just in its nature. That's just in its nature, And apparently they love drafting dogs. Like, I think I listened to like the like snippets, from these guys, like press conferences. Each one of them's like, oh yeah, I'm a dog. I'm a dog.
Did
it's like,
someone say drafting dogs?
Someone said, that's Adnan's music. Yeah.
You just hear the Stone Cold Steve Austin glass shadow. Just walk right
the second we start saying the word dog, Adnan appears. Yeah. How's the article going? You got all good?
It's getting pubbed. So yeah.
Okay, great job.
Yeah, double duty. Over here. We're not getting paid double duty, but we're pulling double duty because
someone's got to do it. Yeah.
So.
Yep. Yeah, I know you gave us a quick thought on Brandon Dorless, Adnan, but what do you think about his sort of fit with the team here and taking 2 interior defensive linemen? That was kind of surprising to me.
I mean, I'll be a hypocrite right now if I say anything against it, because I've said it in the past that I'm never against addressing the trenches, and the team is really addressing the trenches, at least on the defensive side of the ball. 3 straight defensive line, like triple dipping on the defensive line. When has that happened last?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really good value. It's tremendous value. Dorless led all defensive tackles. I'm going to call him a defensive tackle. I don't think they put him on the edge.
Right.
Even though he does have the versatility, he has played on the edge. You can put him there in a pinch. But led all defensive tackles and quarterback pressure since 2021. It seems like they're valuing that stat a little bit, right? Because Brandon Trice, he led the nation in pressures over the past 2 years, even though the sack totals didn't really translate as much for Dorless. He had 5 sacks last year. That did lead the Ducks, but the bar wasn't very high.
Sounds very familiar to the Falcons, actually. Just 5 sacks, but that leads the team.
5 sacks from a defensive tackle leading the team. Yet, have you met the 20?
He belongs here.
Yeah. Trice had 8 each of the past couple of years. So it seems like they think that it will translate to pressures in the NFL, which I don't know. In addition to Rascore, this might be something to sort of look for moving forward with Terry Fontenot when it comes to just at the very least with this position, looking at the pressures. But yeah, the production was there in college. He was a first team All Pac-12 in 21 and 23, second team All Pac-12 last year. Even though he may not make as much of an impact in year 1, I'm more okay with these day 3 guys coming in and not making that immediate impact, because that's not what you really expect from a lot of these day 3 guys, right? Yeah. It's different if you grab a first rounder or a second rounder who don't make much of an impact when you are in that win now mode. But I feel like this is a good pick. I'm still worried about the secondary, but I don't think they seem to be that worried about the secondary, which,
No,
we'll
they
see.
seem to be unconcerned. Yeah.
I mean, well, who knows? Maybe they have a plan. Maybe they have a free agent lined up.
Right, like
Uh,
Akello Witherspoon. That would make a ton of sense, you know.
yeah. So I mean, I can't really like pass any judgment on it yet. I can just go based off of what I'm seeing like right now. But yeah, they've completely addressed the defensive line. They've addressed the trenches on that side of the ball, and I mean, yeah, this seems like a Lake slash Raheem Morris type thing where they really want to put emphasis on on the guys closest to the ball on the defensive side of the ball. So we'll see how it works out, but it's good value. It's a good value pick.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, I'm interested to see where they go the rest of the way. Like you said, they haven't really addressed the secondary, which we thought was going to be one of their primary things. They haven't added another wide receiver, so they seem pretty confident in their moves there. So I'm interested to see. And we got we got Tyrese Knight, the UTEP linebacker, going to the Seahawks here at 118. So that's interesting. Yeah, I like it. I like the emphasis on the trenches. We'll see where they go the rest of the way. They got 4 more picks. And yeah, Aaron, I'm curious. We were talking about it like at the top of the show today about how maybe we're just wrong about the Falcons timeline, that they signed Kirk Cousins to win games for the next 2 years, because fans would probably like literally revolt and bring pitchforks to Flowery Branch if they started another rebuild. But they're actually starting another rebuild. Like, that's what's really happening, is they signed Kirk Cousins so they could compete for the division and probably win double-digit games in the NFC with Kirk Cousins and the pieces they have on offense, while kind of quietly restarting another small rebuild. And really their window that they want to win in is like 2026 and beyond. But that's like their contending window to contend for Super Bowls, where the next 2 years are more like, let's be competitive. But what do you think about that, theory that really we've just sort of misunderstood what they're doing with the Cousins signing, and really he's just the most expensive bridge quarterback of all time?
Yeah, I was thinking about this the other day, talking to some of the Locked On Falcons listeners, where I think, like, if we're sitting here a couple of years from now looking back at this draft and saying like we were all wrong about the draft, I think the ideal sort of way it plays out is you make the playoffs the next couple of years with Kirk Cousins. You probably, fall short of expectations in January with Kirk Cousins, so that when it's time to move off of Kirk Cousins, you feel like, hey, man, the floor is really high for this football team. We've been a 10+ win team. We've maybe won a playoff game or 2 in the last couple of years, but we really need a playmaker at that quarterback position that can really elevate this offense to the next level, so that we can be competing with the Lions and whoever else presumably is at the top of the NFC at that point in time. Maybe the Packers, and then the Jordan Love saga continues. But and then you plug in Michael Penix in 2026, and you see the offense get elevated, and then all of a sudden we're looking at it and saying, man, we were all wrong about Mike. He's the franchise quarterback. He's going to be the quarterback for the next decade. The Falcons planned it out perfectly, right? They just basically had Michael Penix in a basement with like 4 different quarterback coaches that are offensive assistants for 2 years. They worked on his mechanics. They taught him the offense, and they just sort of bring him out of the basement, and all of a sudden he's just cooking and carving up teams. And that's kind of the perfect scenario for it. And so, like, sitting here today, being a longtime Falcon fan, I'm like, they don't often hit those bullseyes when they aim for them, but like, I could see it happening, right? So I do kind of agree with you where it is maybe that situation where, like, their goal is to tread water is maybe not the right term, but just be a competitive playoff caliber team for the next couple of years, and then see if that next step after that is 2026 and beyond. So we'll see if it works out that way. as a longtime Falcon, as I say, like I'm not going to hold my breath.
Yep.
I would love to see it, as they say.
Yeah, we'd love to see it, but they needed so much to go right for this to work, and they really haven't had anything go right at the quarterback position since Matt Ryan left town, which also was their fault for messing up the quarterback position. So, like, I think a lot of fans are like, oh, well, this is a great move because they're solidifying the future. It's like, okay, well, what if they're wrong about Penix and he's not a franchise quarterback, and then you got to like the divisional round and you couldn't get past it because the offense just wasn't quite good enough, and it's like, well, we could have had Rome Odunze, maybe we would have won a Super Bowl with Rome Odunze. Like, that's where we're heading more than likely. So get ready for those discussions.
Yeah, as I outlined the best case scenario, then you can think about the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is they aren't a playoff team these next couple of years, and they're similar to kind of how the Vikings, when they went out and got Kirk Cousins a couple of years ago, thinking we're a Super Bowl team, and we went to the NFC Championship with Case Keenum, and now we just plug and play with Kirk Cousins. We're going to win Super Bowls, and they basically won like 8 games the next couple of years and made the playoffs twice in 6 years or something like that with Kirk Cousins, and like. That worst case scenario, and again, not trying to be doom or gloom, but like it's just the opposite side of the coin, where like they are like an 8-win team and they fall short of expectations these next couple of years, and all of a sudden like Raheem Morris is on the hot seat, and maybe Michael Penix's development hasn't gone the way we saw him in the preseason. He threw 3 picks in the preseason. Like, I don't know if this is good, or maybe the injury issues rear their ugly head with him, and he's constantly dealing with nicks and scrapes and whatnot, and you don't know if you can trust him. And then when it's time for him to be the starting quarterback, Trey Lance happens and he only plays 2 games, and all of a sudden, whoever your backup quarterback is at that point in time, has to start the rest of the season. And so and then all of a sudden, because you underachieved the first 2 years with high expectations, and then you underachieve the 3rd year, then you're firing Raheem Morris. And then the next coach comes in and he's like, I don't like Michael Penix, and we're going in a completely different direction at the quarterback position. And like, you're just like, well, that was a waste of 3 years, like, yep. That's the worst case scenario. Obviously, like, I'm not saying that will happen, but certainly probably just as much probability that happens as the best case scenario where the Falcons are competing for Super Bowls in 3 years. And there's a million different, pathways and outcomes, between those 2 points of the best case and the worst case scenario. So, that's what makes football exciting, because you really have no idea what's going to happen. And we'll just be sitting here arguing and complaining about it, for the next 3 years.
Yeah, that would feel very familiar. Just like, nope, they botched it again. Yep. Okay, cool. We're here again. We're back.
Yep.
But I understand why they got Cousins, because fans were like apathetic about this team. Like, it's like, well, Ritter stinks, so I guess we have no hope at quarterback. So I guess we'll either trade for Justin Fields, which seems like that was never going to happen. Like, nobody thought he was a starter. Or sign Cousins, or sign like one of these other bridge quarterbacks, which, let's be honest, if we got Jacoby Brissett, no one would have any hope. Like, it'd be like, okay, well, we're punting. So like they had to get Cousins to get fans in and to potentially win. But it's like, is Cousins good enough to actually win you a Super Bowl? I don't know. Maybe he could be. I mean, he's definitely the best option they've had since Matt Ryan left the building, so there's no question about that. But there's a reason it's like been panned, like, I mean, there's a reason the pick has been panned, is because the pathway for this to work is so small. You have to thread the needle between 2 quarterbacks, and you're not really getting value from his rookie contract at this point, and you're not getting a contributor for the next 2 years either. So it's like, well, if he's a franchise quarterback and, to start the 2026 season, then this pick will look good. But I feel like any other pathway, it's a bad pick. And it's like, that's what you're betting on? Like, that is your bet? You guys have some balls on you. like that's bold. And that, I mean, you have to be bold to win the Super Bowl. Like, you don't usually just walk into that. You have to take some risks. And if you're going to gamble on any position, it should probably be quarterback, I guess. So I guess I'm happy they gambled on the right position this time instead of spending a gambling pick on a tight end. Even though I love Kyle Pitts, and I said yesterday and the day before, I still have hope for Kyle Pitts being a very good player, but I honestly think like this is because of what they did in 2021. Like this pick today is because they failed to get a quarterback in 2021, and honestly wonder if Arthur Smith was the engine behind that, and Terry was like, I don't know, like, we probably should get a quarterback to start our new, regime. And if we don't, like, what are we going to do? And it's like, no, it'll be fine. Like, we'll get our quarterback. We have Desmond Ridder at home. We'll get that. And, obviously they never did find a quarterback. So it seems like, I know people are like, oh, this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't fit Terry's MO. Well, it's a different coach. And it seems like Raheem Morris is like, we need a quarterback. And in fact, like, we're going to go get 2 quarterbacks and hopefully one of them will work. And Arthur Smith was like, I don't give a shit about quarterback. We're going to have, get out of here, Matt Ryan. We're getting Marcus Mariota and Desmond Ridder. Get in or get lost, So it seems it's very jarring, the difference in approach to quarterback between these two.
It does feel a bit, I don't want to say reactionary, but there's no way that Raheem Morris didn't see what ended up happening with Arthur Smith and being like, okay, like there's no way I can let myself get into that scenario where, I go 2-3 years without a quarterback and then, you're out of here if you don't have a quarterback in today's NFL. And I'm pretty sure Terry Fontenot, who, did just survive the Arthur Smith firing, he knows that he's not likely to survive another head coach firing. If I'm not saying Raheem Morris is getting fired or anything, but if the team isn't winning in the next 2-3 years, then there will be some questions asked, and I think that's where it does go back to the team really does not want to rebuild, so they added Cousins, but at the same time what they're doing in this draft does seem like rebuilding moves. So it feels like the team just wants everything, to compete now and to compete in the future, which is great, but that's not really how it always works out. It's very, very difficult to thread that needle. But yeah, I do think that I do think Arthur Smith does seem like a bit of a cautionary tale in all of this. So you really have to get your quarterback, and the Falcons are taking 2 bites of the apple when it comes to the quarterback instead of the 0 that they took with Arthur Smith.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think my theory is this. I think the Falcons, like a lot of fans back in 2021, believed that Matt Ryan was going to be able to play several more years, right?
Yeah.
And I think with the guaranteed money that Matt Ryan had and the constant restructures, it was like, look, let's just ride it out with Matt Ryan for 2 or 3 years. And so I think that was kind of their plan A. And so they didn't feel the compulsion to have to sort of draft a Justin Fields or somebody else, a plan for the future. I know a lot of people speculate that they were going to take Trey Lance if he was there. I think I find those claims dubious at best, because one person has said that and everybody just sort of took it as that's the truth. And that person, not to throw shade at Benjamin Albright, but like it hasn't been necessarily had the highest hit rate when it comes to various Falcon rumors. So that's where I sort of come from. And then when we got into the 2021 season, it didn't look like Matt Ryan was going to be sort of the guy that was going to, keep the ship running as well as we kind of hoped, given the slow start to that year offensively. And so I think the Falcons, when Arthur Blank got that text from Deshaun Watson, was like, come get me. And they were like, well, we can let's jump off this Matt Ryan ship and let's jump on this Deshaun Watson ship and we'll have our quarterback answer. And they obviously got burned by that. And so they just kind of had to make do with Marcus Mariota and Desmond Ridder, and we'll figure it out and we'll coach up the team. And, we'll still be a playoff team, even if we don't necessarily have elite quarterback play, because I'm that good of a coach. We talked about that yesterday with egos that these coaches have, that they feel like they can fix every problem. And it's not an Arthur Smith issue. This is a universal issue in the NFL where how can you be an NFL coach if you didn't necessarily believe that you were really good at your job, right?
Right.
Just wouldn't make it that far. But So I think that, and then we saw that kind of burn the Falcons. And I can't remember if it was like Steve Weish or Raheem Morris kind of set it up, but I remember hearing somebody talk about this after the Penix pick yesterday, which was the idea that like had the Falcons retained Raheem Morris in 2021, he probably would have taken the quarterback in round 1 or something like that. He would have had a plan after Matt Ryan. And so I do kind of think it is kind of a do-over of the Falcons doing some of the things that they probably would have done had they gone in a different direction. So I do think the Arthur Smith factor is part of that. And, you know, Morris, I think, believes that, like, look, we're going to be a good football team for the next couple of years. And then we're going to be even better football team, you know, further down the road when Michael Penix takes over. And, you know, ultimately we'll find out come September if that statement is true. You know, I've heard 1,000 coaches talk up how, you know, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And then the actual games get played and it's like, eh. And then, you know, I've heard just as many say that they're going to do it and it lives up to the hype. So I do feel like in a lot of ways it is kind of a do-over of that 2021 offseason. You know, my personal opinion is I don't really think the Falcons made the mistake of passing on Justin Fields, because I think if they
hindsight, yeah.
Yeah, you know, at the time I was like, well, I can't believe they passed on Justin Fields.
Yeah, me too.
You know,
yeah.
You know, I was upset, but then like 2 years later, I'm like, I think the only thing that would have happened if they had taken Justin Fields was they would have been worse in 2021, because like Kyle Pitts was like kind of instrumental in like at least 3 or 4 of their wins. So, you know, I think they probably would have had a top 5 pick, but even if they had a top 5 pick, it wasn't like they were going to take Sauce Gardner there. They're just going to take Drake London at 5 instead of at 8, because we would have been looking at that 21 team and being like, Justin Fields has no weapons. It's just Russell Gage. And I don't even remember who else was on that team.
It was dark times. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, and so we would have just been like, we just need to get weapons in here. And then like, I don't know if Justin Fields would have been better than what Marcus Mariota was in 2022. So I just feel like the Falcons would basically be in the same place that they would have been regardless of where we were, you know, coming into that season. Would have been this year. We would have been like, well, I don't know if Justin Fields is the answer. So yeah. So, you know,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, if we're using hindsight, and we had that conversation last night about, like, you know, sometimes going with the grain instead of going against the grain. Like, I feel like going with the grain in 2021 would have been, you know, just take the best player who was probably Penei Sewell, and just rolling with that, rebuilding the offensive line. But yeah, I mean, that's real hindsight is Micah Parsons is the pick, but we can use hindsight with every single draft ever. Yeah. And, you know, with the real hindsight, with the Falcons, at least, there's almost always a pick that was better right after, except for Grady Jarrett. Like, the Grady Jarrett pick was the one where it's like, all right, nobody who went after Grady Jarrett ever became better than him. But yeah, that's sort of an exercise in futility of just like going year by year, just through the drafts and being like, oh, this guy was better a few picks later. And, you know, that's just the nature of the draft. That's just how it works. But I do want to give a shout out. We had our first special teams player going.
Yeah.
Corey Taylor, out of the punter out of Iowa, the famous punter out of Iowa, goes to the Chicago Bears. So big shout out to, you know, special teams. Special teams matters.
Yeah, and welcome in Savion as well. How you doing, man? I don't know if you can hear us yet. He might still be getting set up. But yeah, Savion Mixon from Sporty News joining us here as well. Can you hear us, Savion? Can you hear us okay?
Yep. All good. Everything good over there?
Yeah. I might be getting some reverb from your TV, but yeah, as long as you like mute yourself when you're not talking, it shouldn't be a problem. But all good. Yeah, how you doing, man? It's been a minute since we had you on.
Yeah, been trying to process this draft. Essentially, that's been my entire life right now. Trying to see what the process is right now, but it's looking like we're coming back. We're coming back to what I kind of thought we were going to do in this draft.
Yeah, we're bouncing back a little bit, but yeah, I mean, jarring at the top, obviously, and we were talking about, the team's long-term goals and going over, is the mistake in 2021 of not getting a quarterback, is that the reason for today and all that? But yeah, I mean, we haven't gotten your take at all on what's happened. I mean, how did you react to that Penix selection, the pick that shocked the world?
So, Aaron, I don't know if you were still on when I was doing the live stream. I want to say I audibly screamed when it occurred. Yeah, I want to say I screamed because I was dumbfounded as to why it happened. Now, you get to sleep on it. You got a couple of days to kind of let it ruminate, and you can find, solace in the fact that, okay, let's say that this does happen and we hit the ground running whenever Kirk Cousins does call it a career or a time with us, then, we kind of like, okay, it doesn't matter where he was picked. But right now, at this very moment, when we're looking to see what we're trying to do with Kirk Cousins, see where we can go with this team here, it is, it's just a struggle to kind of, just justify it.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's jarring, and our conversation here was kind of getting into like, maybe part of the reason everyone's so shocked by this is because we believed that the Falcons were in sort of a win now window, and they seem to disagree with that. And this is actually a rebuild that we're seeing. And like, obviously that's very jarring, but that would make a lot more sense if they're like Kirk Cousins is really just the most expensive bridge quarterback of all time, and he's brought in to help us make the playoffs, maybe win a playoff game, but they looked at this roster and they were like, this is not a Super Bowl roster. Even with Kirk Cousins, we need to rebuild. Like, they would probably call it more of like a retooling, right? But that's the only way I can justify this. Yeah.
Like we can't be upset, or we can't be blamed for thinking it's a win now thing, because that's what their actions were like saying. It's like, it wasn't just a 2021 situation where they were like, oh, we're in win now mode, and it's like everyone's like, all right, shut the fuck up. No, we're not. Like, you can clearly see we're not. Whereas like now it's like, all right, you don't really pay a quarterback $100 million guaranteed over 2 years to then like issue a rebuild. So yeah, that's just I'm still having trouble processing that. Like I just am trying to go up, under, over, through all the reasoning, and I just can't see it. I just can't see like what it is, other than like what you mentioned, Kevin. Maybe they just want to make the fans happy and just like compete over the next 2 years, while also trying to like rebuild, which I don't think that ever really like works out. But maybe it does for us.
I would like to win. Winning's never a bad thing, so I guess I can't be too mad at that.
That's what it boils down to. As long as they win games, like, it's just like, all right, it's fine, but like, that's the question, is like, have you done enough to win games now? Like, obviously you made an upgrade at the quarterback position,
2 upgrades even.
Yeah. We can debate, if this current receiver core is significantly better than the previous receiver core. Opinions will vary. It's like, sure, Drake London and Darnell Mooney. Like, do I feel so much better about that than I felt about Drake London and Mac Hollins? Not really. It's like you had a big guy that's really kind of a number 3. Now you have a small guy that's really kind of a number 3, and it's like, all right, like, but hey, the play calling will be better, the quarterback play will be better, the offensive line will be better, the run game should be better. So it's just like everything should improve, right? Theoretically, even if you don't necessarily invest the resources to make it all work theoretically, but it's just like, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, also, I think they are banking on like a really easy schedule and a really bad division.
Mm-hmm.
It's like winning a really bad division. So, we'll see. But, Tampa's had a really good draft, in my opinion, so far. Carolina's had a solid draft. I'm not really as, concerned about the Panthers in 2024, but they, the burden is on them right now to chase down the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who did win the division and who won a playoff game. And now the question is bringing in Kirk Cousins enough to do that? And it might be, maybe it is. But, I feel like bringing in Cousins and you spending a top 10 pick on a contributor would have also helped in that endeavor. But, I guess that wasn't the primary focus, the main priority. So we'll see. We'll see how it works out. But yeah, if the team does win this season, then winning cures everything. So, but that's not something that we're used to because this team hasn't won since 2017.
And part of it, Adnan, is right. All the things that they're selling us now are the same things they sold us a year ago. And we watched it like crash and burn, and it's like, I'm not gonna get suckered into that again. Like I want
fool me once, right?
Yeah, it's like
every time I get out, they pull me back in.
I see the reasons for optimism and hope, but at the same time, I'm just going to keep it at arm's length because I've been burned far too many times for that. And basically, last year, it's like it's in recent memory, it's too close. It's too soon at this point in time. So it's just like, all right, we'll see. Like I'm just waiting. We'll see. And you go out there and you start the season 2-0 again, and then keep it going, right? Like, I always joke, like, remember when we started last year 2-0? Like everybody was feeling great. It was all wonderful. We beat the Packers,
Desmond Ritter's the future.
Right?
The truth.
This is everything that we hope for this team being, right? Like it's not the cleanest thing, but like, they finish strong. They know how to win games. They're winners, right? And then it's like, no, they're not.
They are not. Yeah, no.
Ooh, yeah. I remember seeing all those injuries for the Lions going into week 3 and being like, we really need to win this game because tiebreakers may come into focus, when the team wins the division and maybe the Lions win the North. And, you really want to be that 2 seed in the playoffs to avoid some of those big teams. Then it's like,
oh man, 2 seed. That's crazy.
More like, 0-2 seed. Yeah.
Or something to like avoid the Eagles or Cowboys. And then it's like a few weeks later, it's like, what the hell happened here? Like,
yeah, well, I remember we lost to the Lions and everybody was freaking out. I was like, it's one loss, guys, relax. And then the London game happened. It was like, okay,
the London.
Maybe we shouldn't relax.
I repressed the memory of the London game.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, the London game was something else for sure. That's the one where Kevin, you and I went on the post game and we were like, all right, Desmond Ritter, you cannot like keep doing this. Like, something has to change. And then, not much changed after that.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember the London game was the first game I saw for the Falcons live because I was, doing everything with the Vikings, and I was just sitting there. I was like, why is everybody so happy about this? Because I saw the optimism over the first 2 weeks, and I was like, okay, I kind of see what's going on. I can dig it, and then that was the first game I watched, and I was like, oh dear, this is just simply not good.
This is not work. This is not what I signed up for. I watched this game because people were saying good things. I was not expecting to have the Falcons dropped in my lap again, but no, I mean it obviously last year super disappointing.
They embarrassed themselves on the Toy Story feed too. Like
yeah, the Toy Story game.
That's what hurt. That's what hurt is seeing us in Andy's room simply just laying an egg. I mean, who was it that he threw the pick 6 to? I think it was Darius Williams. And I was just like, oh my gosh, how is that going to look on the on the Toy Story feed?
Oh, I also remember, I was playing in my main fantasy league. My opponent was like starting the Jags defense, and I was like, God damn it, this is doubly bad. Like I have to watch the Falcons get crushed, and my fantasy hopes are just dead before the 1 p.m. games.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, okay, I just had a bunch of donations come in. I don't know if our donations were messed up. I apologize, but some of these claim to be from like an hour ago, so my apologies. We got Guy Fieri, aka Solaire, with the $2. He says, "You're all fools, blaming Terry. Pathetic. You guys remember Dave used to hire me to lock Thomas Dimitroff in the closet during the draft. This time, I was the one that locked up Terry, and I made the Penix pick myself. Why? I had to have hope. I had to make sure we were getting those draft takes as early as possible next season. That's my purpose. I know, Solaire, you're just a fiend for those draft takes.
What you don't know is we're going to start our 2025 draft takes at approximately
tomorrow. Yeah, the first 2025 mock draft. Yeah,
it'll be the earliest, hashtag draft season of all time.
Yeah, no, yeah. Thank you for the donation, though, Solaire. That's a running bit for those that are new to the draft parties. Is that we had to lock the GM in the closet to prevent crazy trades from happening. I think this year maybe we should have let the GM out of the closet, not because we didn't get that good trade on day one. But hindsight's 2020. You never know what's going to happen.
In the future, I guess we have to lock Terry in the closet to not make those second round trade ups moving forward, because he's had 3 straight years of that.
If he likes somebody, he's going to go get him. He's going to go get him.
Yep. No, I mean, I like the honestly, like, I admire the conviction. Like, go get the guy you want, but it just needs to work. I mean, it's like, I know, like, in Joe Schmo, I love Joe. He's actually been very, very, very positive after enduring some of the stuff last year, but basically, like, saying that you don't worry about the consensus board. Stop harping on the consensus board. Like, okay, I'll stop harping on the consensus board when they get some day 2 picks right. Like, they've missed so many day 2 picks. Like, I'm not willing to just sit here and be like, well, clearly the Falcons are smarter than everyone else at picking day 2 players, and they don't need to follow the board. Maybe they should start following the board. Maybe then we'd have some starters from day 2, because we have none right now. Like, who's the starter from day 2? Who are we pointing to? Like, Ebikadi's not starting. Troy Anderson got hurt. Maybe he'd be starting. Richie Grant hasn't worked out. Like, D'Angelo Malone might not make the roster. Like, what?
Desmond Ritter? Jalen Mayfield?
Desmond Ritter was a starter, technically. Yeah. So was Jalen Mayfield. That's 2 starters
Mayfield
right there.
Started, yeah.
if that's our criteria.
Desmond Ritter became a starter twice, right? He got benched and then he became a starter. So does it count twice?
Actually, thrice if you count that rookie season as well. So if you
Bergeron is good. I like Bergeron. Bergeron's probably the one with the most hope right now.
But even that one, I really like Bergeron. But I remember last year just like following along day 2, because I wasn't on the drop show. I was at the Taylor Swift concert following along day 2, because I was watching. But basically, I remember watching the board and I'm like, yeah, like Bergeron's there, but man, I really want Brian Branch. Brian Branch in the second round would look really nice. And then, you move up, you got Bergeron, and then Branch went the pick after where you would have like picked in the second round. And I'm like, yeah, Bergeron's great, but man, could have had Brian Branch. But it is what it is. Shout out to Matthew Bergeron. He's very good, but Brian Branch also helped lead the Lions to the NFC title game.
Yeah, I do love me some Brian Branch. No doubt we could have used someone like that on this roster, but I will say I do like the Bergeron pick for sure. So that one is one that I missed. So yes, the Bergeron pick is good. I still have hope for Troy, and honestly, I still have some hope for Troy Anderson. Or well, not Troy Anderson, Adnan Ikic. And maybe D'Angelo Malone. Yeah, I do have hope for Troy. Yeah. Hope for Troy. Hope for Ikic still. But yeah, it's like they have not hit like these day 2 picks. So it's like, I don't know why we should have trust like that. Like, oh, well, they're not following the consensus board, but that's okay, because who cares? Like, they're not getting it right. Like, they've missed over and over and over again. So like, I don't have faith. Like, my faith is not like, I was willing to take chances early, but how many years do we have to see that like these second round picks aren't like that they're going against the board is not really working out for them? So like, maybe they should start following the consensus board. I don't know. No, they shouldn't do that. They should trust their scouts. And if they don't trust their scouts, they should fire their scouting department and get some new scouts. But like it's just interesting because I think the idea that you should trust your board and who cares about what the media and consensus think, like there's truth to that. Like, you have an entire scouting staff. You're making your own board. You should trust your board. But like, the reason people harp on the Falcons not following the consensus board is not because we're trying to like make the media board right or go down that road. It's because the Falcons have shown that they're not to be trusted. Like, them going off and doing their own thing is not working. That's why there's like more blowback than anything. Joe's asking, what's the hit rate for the consensus board? I mean, read Arif's article. I mean, I think he went into detail on that. I mean, I think he has one for the forecasters and one for the like analysts. But I think that the consensus board is approximately as accurate as the average NFL team. So it's not as good as the best teams or as bad as the best, as bad as the worst teams. But yeah, I mean, he did some research on it. I apologize. I'm sure I can look up the stats for a future episode and we can talk about it more, but I just don't remember right offhand. But he did look into that, Joe. yeah, it's a crapshoot regardless. It's just like I don't know why it's like, well, we should trust what the Falcons think, even though they've shown to not be trustworthy. Like that, like I don't know why we should just assume that they know what they're doing when we haven't, in the first round. I typically have trusted what they're doing, which, we have to reconcile that with the Penix pick. But yeah. But okay, we got Corey with the 2. He says, I think one of the problems with drafting Michael Penix this year is that we're potentially passing on future quarterbacks that could be good, like Arch Manning, Carson Beck, Nolan, etc. It's hard to accept that Penix is going to be better than any of those future quarterbacks coming out. Feels short-sighted. I mean, I don't really think that's a huge deal. It's like if you have a quarterback you like and you could take him, I don't agree with just like waiting on maybes. Like those are all maybes. Like as much as we all like the potential of a Carson Beck, an Arch Manning, we don't know. Like Spencer Rattler was projected to be a top 5 pick, after his season in Oklahoma, and he's still on the board in the 4th round. So, this is like just to say, like, we don't really know what the quarterbacks are. I'm sure there'll be risers. There'll be quarterbacks we weren't talking about that are going to find themselves in, contention. So, I just don't think waiting on quarterback if you have one you love makes a ton of sense. So I guess I would disagree with that. Like you're if you have one you like and he's there for you to take, like then you should go for it. You should. I think I've harped on other teams for passing on quarterback for the potential of another quarterback, and as I've always said, a franchise quarterback in the hand is worth 2 first-round picks in the bush. So,
and even if they're there, it doesn't mean you're going to be able to get them. Like if we're picking like 20 something and Arch Manning's there, I mean, what you're going to sell everything to get up there, and even then, the team probably in the spot to take him isn't going to trade with you because they're probably going to want them. So
now,
if everything hits right for the college player, it doesn't mean.
And
you're
welcome
going to
Evan,
be
by
able
the way.
to pick him.
Yeah, I forgot to introduce Evan when he
so-
came in. I was just in the middle of a thing, but yeah, at Evan Birchfield. Welcome, Evan. How you doing today?
Apparently, the
Oh,
Falcons are going to be picking in the late 20s, according to them. So, this team, which they picked in the top 10 4 straight years, but not anymore. We're done with that.
Never again.
Never again. Hashtag never again. They
We
can't.
won't be. We won't be there.
I mean, yeah. I certainly hope that they're correct about this team being a playoff team. Like they just need to start winning some damn games. Like if they start winning some damn games, people are willing to overlook a lot. So that's the first step. So we'll see. But we got George with the $2. Thank you, George. Appreciate you. He says, for all those concerned about Kirk's mindset, I think this is the best offense he's ever had. I don't know about that. Two Pro Bowl players, really good. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that. Good tight end, really great running backs, really good wide receiver, and that's just what we had last year. I'm going to start. You know what? I'm putting money on the Falcons to win the Super Bowl. Screw it. Why are you guys booing me? I'm right. Yeah, I mean, I think the Falcons could be better than the Vikings on offense, but I think it's bold to assume that they are. I think if like Mooney hits as the wide receiver too, and like Kyle Pitts is what we think he could be, and like Drake London takes a step forward, obviously with a good quarterback, and like Bijan is, like this is a lot of ifs. If you're following along, yeah. So I think there's a chance that this could be the best offense he's ever had, but I would not assume that. So I would not assume that. I think that's dangerous, but I think George is also being a little tongue in cheek there. So.
Yeah, I mean, a big bet is on Zach Robinson, right? Like when we hired him, we're all excited, like, hey man, this could really work out. Like, and then like the offseason moves are happening. It's like, all right, like they're not giving Zach a whole lot to work with. So like but it's still gonna work out because he's the next Kevin O'Connell, he's the next Zach Taylor. Right, this McVay pipeline. He's definitely not going to be the next Thomas Brown. Like the Thomas Brown stinks. Like no, he didn't even belong in that Rams staff. All the Rams coaches wind up being great OCs. Just don't mention Thomas Brown ever again. Right? Just pretend he doesn't exist. But like, yeah, I think there's reason for optimism with Zach Robinson. It's just that's it. Right? It's just like we just don't know. Right? It could be great. It could be terrible. It could be okay. It could be anything. And so that's why it's like, there's a lot of ifs, but you know, if a couple of those ifs
That's
work
what
out,
scares
then
me.
everything's
Yeah.
great.
Like so many ifs. I mean, it's rare that an if goes in our favor to begin with, but when you pile it on and there's like 15 ifs that we need to hit on, I'm not too optimistic there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty dicey. It's very dicey. And then we see the Ravens adding TJ Tampa at pick 130. So
You know, they can't keep getting away with this.
I literally just tweeted that out.
Like, they cannot
Stop it.
The Ravens always just get all of this talent just
Yeah.
falling into their laps because every other team just, you know, galaxy brains or does whatever. And then it's like, meanwhile, you have the Ravens and the Eagles like, oh, we'll just pluck this super talented player who has no business being here. And we'll just keep it. We'll just keep it humming along, and then
Just keep it pushing.
yeah. But you know what? That's a team that always picks in the 20s. So who's the real loser here?
Right. I mean, hey, we've also had like a million running backs go. Like, what is like? I feel like this is like, oh yeah, this is a weak draft for running backs. This is a weak draft for tight ends. This is a weak draft for linebacker. And it's like this round has just been like, we've had like so many linebackers go. Like, I don't know what is happening. Like, this is supposed to be a weak linebacker draft, and we've had just like all these like linebackers ranked in like the 200s just coming off the board like in the 4th round. I don't know what's happening. Maybe it's because there aren't that many good ones. Teams are like, okay, we got to get them. We got to get them right now. But yeah, we don't need a running back. I mean, I agree, but it's definitely interesting. Not many wide receivers coming off here. I guess teams are like, oh yeah, this is a deep receiver class. We're just gonna wait. Like there'll be some around. Like Tez Walker went 113. You know, also to the Ravens. So, but yeah, I think
That hurt my heart, by the way.
yeah, right. Javon Baker went to the Patriots at 110, and we had Tez Walker at 113. But other than that, we haven't had any other receivers go. So, I mean, maybe the Falcons are going to look like geniuses just waiting to take a wide receiver here. So, Malik Washington is the dream. The Malik Washington dream lives. For probably now that I said that, he's going to immediately be drafted. But, you know, I should have kept my mouth shut. But, you know. But, yeah. No. This has been an interesting 4th round. Like I can't believe like so many running backs are going. Honestly, like let's see, how many have we gotten so far? All right, we got the first one was Jalen Wright. The Dolphins traded like a future 3rd to move to take the Eagles 4th round pick at 120, I believe. Then we got
Literally 3. Yeah, 3 went back to back.
Yeah, and then we had Bucky Irving going to the Bucks at 125. Then we had Will Shipley to the Eagles at 127, Ray Davis to the Bills at 128, and Isaac Garendo to the Jets at 129. So, man, it's been a busy a busy round for running backs. I'm kind of surprised.
Well,
Yeah, we're almost at the end of the 4th round too.
Yeah.
What, 4 more picks up, or 3 up for the Lions? So we're in competent territory.
Yep. We are getting close to the 5th. Yeah.
I know a lot of people when they talked about the running back class, they were like, "There's no star that you're definitely going to take, but once they start going, there'll be a run."
Yeah.
And teams will just basically like, we got to get our guy now before, because there's like, I don't know, depending on who you ask, like 7 good running backs in the draft class, and so like if you want to get one, like you're going to have to be aggressive to get one once they start getting picked.
Yeah. No, that is how this happens. I mean, I guess I shouldn't be totally surprised by that, but let's see. Yeah, I guess the Eagles have traded again. The Lions are moving up to this pick. Just picking a lot of future picks getting dealt right now. Let's see. 2020. Yeah. I like what the Eagles are doing. I think we can all agree on that. But
Yep.
I always like what the Eagles are doing in the draft.
yeah, pretty much. And the Lions, I guess, are going to be taking Sion Vaki. So
A former running back, but now he plays safety.
yeah, maybe he's going to play running back. I don't know. I think did they announce him as a running back? I think they might. They might.
Oh,
be
no,
announcing him as a running back.
no. He's a safety.
Well, yeah.
He's a safety.
Okay, yeah. Former running back. Former alleged running back. Yeah. He was smart. He got out of being a running back when he could. That's a very wise career decision for him. So
And then went to the
speaking
most injury-prone defensive position at safety.
There you go. Might as well, just go from one to
Hey,
the
you
other.
probably get like 2 more years of playing pro football, playing the safety rather than running back.
Yep.
But those 2 years though.
Yeah,
This will be some beautiful 2
ain't nobody
years.
gonna complain about making an extra $2 million or anything like that.
You feel me?
Nope. I certainly wouldn't.
Or
Give me a call,
outside of
yeah.
corner and kicker, I think those are the 2 lowest paid positions, right? Like safety, safety and tight end are like right there, neck and neck. Running back's definitely like the least prestigious, but yeah, safety's right there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why isn't Justin Simmons still on the market because of the safety market right now.
Yeah, he is still on the market.
Yeah.
Hey, Falcons, can you do something for me?
Right.
Speaking of safeties, the 49ers have had a pretty good day today. Like they went and got Malik Mustafa, messed around and found their running back in Garendo. I don't know. I'm kind of liking how they're kind of approaching today.
Tavion, you never praise a 49ers running back draft pick.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
It's not allowed. Yeah.
Look,
I forget, man.
They're going to use premium picks on a running back and then replace him with an undrafted free agent. So that's how it works.
You're right.
That's how this works. That's how this goes. We know it's going to happen. Do not draft him in fantasy. Do not do it.
But you got to throw darts at the board, man. Come on.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you have to. You have to try. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just don't take that risk. It's not worth it. This never pays
They
off.
just refuse to hit the board whenever they throw the starts.
They put the blindfold on. They just start chucking them. So.
Refuse to let you guys talk about Garendo in this manner.
I like Garendo.
They always draft guys that we like, and then they just.
Oh no. Yep. No, I
Who's the
do
Ohio
like
State
Garendo.
guy?
He's interesting. He is
Trey
very
Sermon?
interesting. Trey Sermon, yeah.
Yeah, Trey Sermon.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Who was that
Trey
dude? Tyrion Davis Price as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he even make the team last year? I don't know.
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
They drafted him like the 3rd round, and he didn't make the team.
Shanahan's just like F them picks. Like we need running backs. I don't even care. We're just gonna churn them. Like we're churn them every year. Just get like 4 or 5 of them in here. And we'll figure it out.
His dad's philosophy was always draft a running back every year, and he's gonna stick to that philosophy even
He's
if
gonna keep it going. Yeah.
it doesn't pay off at all for them. But,
Oh, there goes Jaden Hicks. That
You
dream
pops.
dies. Yeah. Jaden Hicks to the
Yeah,
Chiefs.
It-
They
it-
can't
it's
keep getting
always
away with this.
these good teams. Just
It's crazy how the good teams draft good players. It's wild.
That's a
It's a
great
weird
thing.
coincidence.
yeah. Hey, maybe sometimes going with the grain isn't so bad.
No,
It's true. Maybe we should stick to the consensus board after all.
Yeah.
Maybe all of us internet prognosticators know a thing or two. Most of us don't. Maybe a few of us. Maybe the people on this show, we all know what we're talking about for sure. But the rest of them, you can take it or leave it. Yeah.
You put 100 draft boards together, at least 5 of those guys know what they're talking about, right?
Yeah. I mean, if you average them all together, you might get like one GM, right? So
pretty good.
maybe even a good GM, maybe an average one. I don't know. We just need to have ChatGPT run 25,000 mock drafts, and then we'll use that. Maybe that will be accurate. But I'm just kidding. But yeah, I would never do such a thing for my draft takes. I would never use generative AI to form draft takes. That's a cardinal sin of this industry.
Thank you for the disclaimer. We wanted to make sure we were kind of
yes,
weary.
this is not an AI generated stream. Just to be clear, YouTube makes you disclose that. I would have to disclose if we were all AI generated. But if we were all AI generated, would we even know? I mean, are we self-aware? AI?
Let's not do this.
All right.
We'll save that. Save that for round 7.
Wait
Save
a
that for
minute,
round
man.
7. Yeah.
We're not.
I haven't started my beer. I'm still on my coffee, so we'll have to wait for later.
That's what I'm saying. If we're gonna do that, I need something stronger than this little
Yeah.
coffee here.
Save that for the
Are
existential
we sure
dread pod.
anything's even
Yeah.
in that cup?
Yeah,
Evan,
right.
please.
I mean, it could be anything. Yeah,
Yeah, come on.
we're all just
There's
energy.
air
man.
in there.
We're all just energy. Yeah.
We're all just energy.
I did start getting a little existential after the Penix pick. I was like, none of this will really.
Yeah, he went for a walk. Yeah.
Oh, that I saw. I was like, Adnan is going through it. He's just like, none of this matters. The world is, the sun is going to die. It's just,
The heat death of the universe is coming.
A million years from now, who cares?
Yeah, we'll just be a memory one, a faded memory. So
Yep.
we're just on a rock, flowing through space. Why does the draft matter? Sports matter.
It matters because we say it matters. That's the only reason. They can only hurt you if you let them. So.
Oh, I let them. Yeah.
Oh, I do. I let them.
That's the problem.
Just to feel something. I let the Falcons hurt me. This is usually earlier than we get into this talk, but
this is much earlier. This is like a 4 p.m. conversation right now.
Yeah. No,
but I mean, such a lull right now. I mean, we're just kind of just.
Yeah. Well, the Falcons are about to have to start talking about the 5th round pick. It's about to be the 5th round here. We got one more pick here at 135, and then we will officially be in the 5th round. So Falcons, I think,
another running back point.
More. Another. Yeah, Braylon Allen went to the Jets at 134. Are the 49ers going to take another running back? we can't rule it out. We can't rule it out. Yeah.
Just keep throwing those darts, man.
Got to churn them.
Yeah. Another guy for the fantasy football dynasty community to just hype up in August.
Yes. To be fair, I don't think anyone was hyping up Tyrion Davis-Price. I think they were like, yeah, we should skip this one. Let's skip. I don't understand this one. Yeah.
Well, Trey Sermon was.
Trey Sermon was to the moon. Yeah, no, that was stonks up for Trey Sermon. That never panned out. Yeah.
Always last year, I remember the darling was Sean Tucker for the Bucs. It's like, yeah, no, Rashad White sucks. Like, there's no way Rashad White's going to be good at all. Sean Tucker would have been a 3rd rounder, even though he was undrafted. But he would have been a 3rd rounder.
He would have been. Yep. Oh man, good times. No, put some respect on my Syracuse man. Sean Tucker. So.
And then Sean Tucker got like 5 snaps before being rendered inactive as of like week 3.
Unfortunately, Sean Tucker has no vision. That's his problem. Yeah, he's fast as hell, but yeah,
fast as hell.
That you'd think that would be enough. Unfortunately, not enough. It was enough at Syracuse, so good for him. He was fun to watch.
Good for the 49ers. Another dude, man. Another freaking dude.
Yep.
Another receiver.
Oh, Jacob Cowing. Yeah, to the 49ers. Yeah.
Are they gonna keep both Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk?
They will for now, but yeah, I mean, will they still be on the roster in week 1? That's an open question. I think they weren't getting enough value in the calls. I think they're gonna wait until someone gets desperate after a training camp injury, and then they're gonna move Deebo. I think is the one they want to move. So
it seems like more likely at this point.
Yeah,
that's smart.
Which is interesting. They just switched his number to 1 a few weeks ago or whatever.
That's how many months he has left on the roster.
Yeah. But someone out there bought a new Deebo 1 jersey.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
I'm sure they
poor
did.
soul.
Yep, they just changed. Put some duct tape on the back of the name, and you could change it to the next number 1. Jacob Cowan coming for that number. Yeah.
That reminds me of that conversation with where Kirk Cousins, who apparently just can't keep his mouth shut about anything, just talked about how he was discussing the number change with Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts, yeah.
And then the NFL came in. They're like, no, you'll have to give us hundreds of thousands because we just have all of these unsold Kyle Pitts jerseys.
The ultimate insult. It's like, yeah, actually you can't. Your jerseys haven't moved. Yeah.
You'll have to buy out all of these Kyle Pitts jerseys, and it's like, yeah, I guess those jerseys really aren't selling as much as they were in 2021 these days.
Yeah.
And then before that, Pitts, there was that rumor that him and Cousins already talked about the number. I can't remember who tweeted it out, but then Pitts was started going off on the media about oh, you guys will believe anything, blah blah blah. Blah. That was funny. In hindsight.
Why are you booing me? I'm right. Yeah, this is true.
No, never forget the Deshaun Watson. It's about to get really scary.
He's about to get real scary in Atlanta.
He was so right. Yeah.
Yeah,
he was very right. Yeah.
It got terrifying.
It got very scary. There's no doubt about that. But all right, we got just a few picks here until the Falcons are on the clock at 143. Given who's on the board, Savion, who are you liking here for Atlanta in the 5th round?
So me personally, I think this is probably I mean, this has to be either Malik Washington or Brendan Rice, and I'm kind of scared that it's going to be Brendan Rice.
Malik Washington Hive, come on.
Yeah,
they like tiny receivers. Okay, this is tiny receiver season in Atlanta.
And that's who kind of works, you know. But if they say no, we're gonna need that ball winner. I could see them saying, you know what, let's go ahead and just get the legacy dude in Brendan Rice. But no, I really want Malik Washington.
Yeah. If he goes off the board before the Falcons pick, I'm gonna rage. I'm gonna go take a walk. Yeah, I'm gonna pull an Adnan. But yeah, Adnan, what do you think? Who you like here in the 5th round?
Hold on, just give me a second. Sorry, I'm just starting up the next article.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I can go to someone else for a second if you want to.
Yeah, you go to someone else.
Okay, we'll tag in Aaron. Aaron, you're next. We're doing the tag in for Aaron Freeman. Who do you like here?
Let's go with an off the wall pick, like a running back or something like that. So like
Kamani Vidal, yeah.
Rashina Lee from the running back from Marshall or something like that. Yeah,
okay,
they'll do something weird here in round 5. So.
They always do. They never go chalk in like mid to late day 3. It's always just random ass people. But yeah. Evan, who do you like? You got anyone you like in this range?
Yeah. I mean, everything on the mock draft I did is incorrect. But so like my heart says Malik Washington. So they're definitely not picking him. So I'm going to say just somebody random, like Aaron was saying. I'm going to say like Kalen Carson from Wake Forest. And they do need a corner still. They didn't address that at all yet.
That's right.
So,
yep. Yeah, I like
but Malik
Carson.
Washington, I think, will all jump up and down. But
yeah, Malik Washington would make me feel better. I would be like, okay, everything's forgiven. You got my son Malik. We're all good. Yeah, I don't care. The first round pick.
But see, we like that so much that we know it's not going to happen. It just
that's easy. They honestly never go chalk in this part of the draft. They never do.
Yeah, all right. If they went chalk for me, I'd go Cam Hart.
It's not bad.
Yeah. The team needs some size at the cornerback position right now. Cam Hart can really sort of, ease a few of my concerns when it comes to this. I'm sorry, I know I'm beating a dead horse right now. I'm not confident in this cornerback group. I've had people in my mentions saying, they addressed it in free agency. Bro, Kevin King hasn't played since 2021. What have they addressed in free agency?
Kevin King resurrection season, okay? It's coming.
He wasn't very good when he
wasn't very good the last time we saw him either.
Was that Julio Jones just running over him?
Last time Kevin King played a football game, Matt Ryan was on the Falcons. It's let's comment. We don't even know if some of these cornerback free agent signings are even going to be on the team in week 1. And as of right now, I think Mike Hughes may be the cornerback too. Him or D. Alfred. So
I can't do that.
I keep hearing that it's like people are saying to move Clark Phillips outside, and it's like.
He did play outside, to be fair. Yeah. He was okay. I think if they're gonna play more zone, he'll be better. But
he'll be better, yeah. But I don't know.
That was a weird pick for that man-heavy scheme. I just was like, Clark Phillips, man-heavy, okay. But Clark Phillips in zone, okay. I'm in. Yeah, I'm in. But
the last memory of Clark Phillips was that Saints game, and that wasn't, the best memory one-on-one. I think some of the size concerns showed. I still really like Clark Phillips, but we can't really ignore the size right now. That would be an injustice to any football analysis. But yeah, it's Clark Phillips is a very solid player. I really like that pick last year, but this team does need another body in that room, in that secondary room, in that cornerback room for sure.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's they need to address it. I don't know if they will here or not, but yeah, I mean, I do like Kalen Carson. He's interesting. I like Cam Hart, excuse me. Chris Abrams drain still on the board too. So there is that. I know the Falcons liked him, so that could be an option. Yeah, I mean, I have to go with Malik Washington. I have to go with my son. If I could, I would forgive Terry. No more slander on this draft class. If you get Malik Washington here, I will. I will remove the slander. That's the deal. So definitely. I know you make your pick because you're actually, instead of, staring at your draft board and actually discussing the pick right now, you're watching this program. You're hearing my promise that, there will be no draft slander if Malik Washington comes. So I know I can trust you for that. So
I know you're being facetious right now, Kevin, but it does seem like he cares about the opinion of the fans, because he went on that media tour saying, "Yeah, we were trying to trade up all day yesterday, or all day in night one."
he was adamant on that from pick 9 to pick 32.
They really were selling that one. Welcome in also for the first time. We have Charles McDonald at 4 Verts. Welcome back, Charles. How you doing, man?
Better after the doorless pick.
Yeah, same.
You know.
Yeah, it was day 1 was rough. Day 2, I was feeling a little bit better, and I like the doorless pick a lot. I think that was some good value. So we're back, and I was saying, if they draft my boy Malik Washington here, then I'm in. No more slander from me if I can get my son in here. But you got anyone that you're eyeing? Yeah, you got anyone you're eyeing here? Okay, I can't make any promises. Yeah, but yeah.
Like Spencer Rattler would be
yeah, clutch. You need to prepare for life after Penix. I mean, so
well, I mean, shoot, he's older than Kirk is, right? So
yes,
you got to get ready. Man, best available right now. I don't know. I don't really see like too much that really gets me that excited. Maybe like if you can get Cedric Van Pran to come and be like some depth on the interior. But as of now, I kind of feel like maybe outside like Malik Washington, Leonard Taylor from Miami has some upside. He's not ready yet, but they've already taken 3 defensive linemen. So I don't really have anyone that I'm like, oh, we got to get this guy before the draft's over at this point.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I know there's some like depth, like developmental corners. Like I like Cam Hart from Notre Dame. I think he's got the build that would make sense in this scheme. We'll see if they agree with me or not. Yeah, I know we gotta get a dog in here. So like Cedric Van Pran, I think that's one of the best dogs remaining. So that's definitely got to be high up their board.
Yeah, at least one. Georgia
at least
Bulldog.
one. Yeah, we're running low on dogs for the rest of this draft. So we got to be careful to not run out of them completely. But yeah.
How have you guys felt about what's going on so far?
Mixed opinions, mixed thoughts.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of Rook. I did not like the trade up at all. That's my problem with it. But I liked Rook at 43 potentially. I just hate giving up 79. I hate that.
I was surprised. They felt like they needed to move up, but then like right after he got picked, you have the run on all the defensive linemen. So yeah, he probably wasn't going to make it to 43. And I was just asking around yesterday about it, and they were just like, "Hey, you seen the combine? Like might be able to teach something.
Yeah.
He definitely got traits, but it doesn't feel like when they drafted Grady, where he kind of seemed like someone who could come in and play right away. I did like I like the Trace and Dorless pick though. I think at the end of the day, it's a decent haul. I just personally would have liked to get someone who could play today.
Yeah,
with that pick.
Yeah, I agree, and it would sure be nice to have some contributors, right now. Because that was the big thing we've been talking about even still today is like I feel like they want their cake and they want to eat it too, but it's like they're not going to have a cake and they're not going to eat it because what's going to go, what's happening, like if we don't, maybe we could have gone all the way with Cousins, but now it's like we'll never know, like what if they get to the precipice and can't get over the hump, it's like it's frustrating. It makes it like that's why a lot of people think they have no plan when I think it's like the plan is, well, we want to do everything. But it's like, can you really do everything?
The interesting part to me is, I guess, like Terry has way more job security than I might have guessed at this point. Because, like, dude, this is a 5-year plan. Like, if the Kirk Cousins things goes well, we don't see Penix to like 2027,
right?
Right.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, he'll be 27 at that time.
Yeah. Wild stuff.
It's,
so,
well,
tough sell.
As Charles was talking, I was thinking if the Penix pick was Latu or Dallas Turner, and you take the 4 picks so far, just all D linemen, all pass rushers, we'd probably be sitting here being like, "This is the greatest Falcons draft in the history of the world," right?
Ever.
And it's just kind of that one Penix pick kind of throws a wrench into it, because you're just like, well, I get maybe this works out in 3 years. I guess we'll see. But like, yeah, it has been an interesting draft.
Yeah, Rook was interesting to me. I was a little surprised they took him, but I think it's pretty easy to understand why like they would be interested in that. It's really hard to find like 300-pounder to move in the way he does. And if you feel like you can coach him up, then that's someone who can be an impact. But I do like bracing the upside of Rook with like some of the more steady play of Dorless and Trice. So maybe you're not hoping on Rook to come out and be like a 6 or 7 sack guy as a rookie. It's a decent haul, and I would just have to hope that one of these defensive linemen really hits. I mean, if none of these guys work out, I'm just gonna be convinced that like outside of your Grady Jarrett every once in a while, defensive lineman, you just die in Atlanta. That just is what it is.
Yeah, Jesus, yes. I mean,
City's too much fun to rush the passer.
Right. If we can't get one of these guys to work, for God's sake, please, can we get someone in here like that could do something? I mean, like, I guess if you have to like send like 15 picks at the defensive line to find someone, I guess that's better than not finding anyone. So at least it's defensive line picks. Like I like Ondab was saying, it's like it's hard to get too mad at like investing in the defensive line, because that was just something they have not done enough ever really over the past 10 plus years.
Yeah, I also think it'll be interesting to see like what they kind of envision this defense being, because I kind of view, because like all three of these guys are pretty different. Like Trice is pretty classic edge defender. Dorless is someone who can kind of, I don't know how like great he is at always flip flopping, but I think kind of the way that Zadarius Smith has been used later in his career, where you're playing inside on late downs and outside on early downs, that could work. And then Rook is like, if that pans out, that's just like your classic 3 technique. Just get the fuck up the field. Oh, can I cuss on this?
Yes.
Okay,
you're good. Yeah. Oh God, no, shut it down. Yeah.
You've never cared before, Charles.
Yeah, I know. I've never cared before. That's a great point. That's a great point. Just like, bro, just get up the field and we'll see what happens. Like, I think that's even an avenue for Rook to have some splash plays as a rookie, just out athleting guys while he kind of learns it. But I kind of expect that to be a little bit of a rough transition for him.
Yeah, he has to grow into the pass rush, because right now he's just like I'm gonna like put my hair back and I'm just gonna go, and like it's fun to watch. Like he goes super hard, and like he doesn't use his hands well, but he does use them. Like he gets his hands up there, he's like smacking guys, he's grabbing meat, whatever it is, but it's not very like organized. So
no, it's not.
It's like when the guys actually do use the hands, even if it's not like technically sound, it's at least like, okay, he knows he needs to be using his hands. It's a little bit easier than guys that just kind of run into people. So I think there's definitely hope for him to continue developing there.
I watched the Duke game this morning. I think that's like a pretty accurate description of his game. Like there's a lot outside of like reps with Graham Barton, who went in the first round. He's just bigger, stronger, faster than the other 4 guys on Duke's line, and he's just kind of whooping their ass with no technique whatsoever. It's like it's not going to work in the NFL, but you can see. I mean, we've been through this before. I don't want to bring up this name, even though I think he played well the year they made the Super Bowl, but it's kind of like taking Hagman to a degree.
Oh yeah, we were talking about him.
Yeah.
We did yesterday.
Yeah, hopefully without some of the other stuff that came with Hagman. But I still maintain that 2016 season, Hagman was pretty good, man. He was pretty good, and then he went back to being Rashid. So I think with defensive line, like you do have to project with the traits and the skills, because we've seen that. I think we've seen that more than like any other position outside of maybe cornerback, where you kind of got to be a pretty good athlete to hang out there and make an impact. So let's hope it works out. I just want like one time rooting for this team to have a sick defensive line. Like that would just be fun one time. And they've got some potential pieces to at least grow into something over the next 2-3 years.
Yeah. No, last year was like, it was not a great or even good defensive line, but they were like fun at times. Like I loved watching Calais out there. Like, you know, there was some interesting stuff. Like Zach Harrison kind of started to turn it on late, and like they were finding ways to get pressure, and it was like, well, this isn't terrible. You know, this is nice. And then we lose the defensive coordinator immediately. So, you know, it's just like, oh, okay, great. Fantastic. But no, I mean, I love the investment in the defensive line. I hope it pans out, and we'll see, you know, what happens obviously with the rest of the draft. They may not be done. They may be like, you know what, this is the defensive line draft. We're gonna throw like 7 picks at the defensive line, and you know, we're gonna have a battle royale in training camp. And whoever survives, you know, it's survival of the fittest, and hopefully that'll work out for them. But
Are they're about to pick again, right?
yeah, just a couple picks. Yeah.
2 more picks.
Okay.
Yep.
Also,
Yep.
fuck the Chargers, man.
Yeah, they stole Cam Hart.
gone.
Yeah,
They
R.I.P.
took Cam Hart. They broke my heart on night 1 by taking Joe Alt.
Yep.
They took Ladd and Ralph. Like, oh. What the fuck is that?
taking all the dogs, taking all Adnan's guys here, man. The Chargers just damn Harbaugh, man.
Speaking of dogs, it looks like Cedric Van Pran might be gone too.
Yeah,
Next
I was-
pick.
Ooh, they're dropping like flies right now.
Yep.
Yeah,
all
I think
our-
I think they still need to get in the wide receiver game if they can do it before this
We are
draft's
locked.
We
are
got
locked
one
in
more
on Malik
pick.
Washington.
We need Malik Washington. We got to get past the Colts. You know, I mean, I need Malik Washington like I need air. But
If this pick is Brendan Rice, Kevin, what can we expect from you?
I actually don't hate Brendan Rice. Like, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't have a problem with it. I just love Malik Washington. He's one of my draft crushes. So it's just like, but
Brendan Rice is not the USC receiver that I would draft.
right. Yeah,
I really-
Taj
I really like
Washington's
Taj
really popular.
Washington.
Yeah.
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 Rice is like I could see them going for someone like Brendan Rice because they actually, it's like the opposite of Arthur Smith. They actually only have like one big receiver now
Right.
with Drake London. So it's like, oh yeah, we might actually need more. Like, I feel like Brendan Rice could be a good like London backup. And honestly, like taking him like now as opposed to where he was getting mocked at sometimes like in the 3rd round is much better, obviously. So, you know, it wouldn't, I don't think it would be like a terrible pick, but I do think Malik Washington's a lot better.
Much more seamless. No, I agree.
Yeah. And he would fit their RAS sort of game, you know, Malik Washington, elite tester. So, you know. Did you guys know I like Malik Washington? I don't did you guys
Yeah,
figure
it wasn't
that out? I don't know if that was clear or not, but yeah. So, but yeah, we got just one more pick in front of Atlanta, and then the Falcons will be on the clock here. So,
I know I said earlier I can't be mad if they like, you know, address defensive line. If they quadruple dip on defensive line, I'll be a little mad.
too much of a good thing. It's possible. But
Makai Wingo, baby.
Yeah.
Hey, that's good. He can play.
he can
I
play.
would be rooting for him if they hadn't already taken 3.
Yeah. Got to get Tyler Davis to be the, you know, Grady Jarrett successor. He's like a 5th-round Clemson defensive lineman. You can't miss. So,
But we've missed on Clemson before.
wow.
Well,
Malachi
except for one
Goodman.
year.
Malachi Goodman.
Wow, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, deep cut
Man.
right there. Yeah.
What's he up to these days?
I don't know.
Malachi Goodwin,
I just assume
John-
realty. Like, I feel like it's like 50% of NFL players go into like realty after the NFL.
Oh, he's already retired.
Yeah.
Oh, he hasn't played since 2017.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a lot longer than I thought it was. Holy shit.
Yeah, he was what, 2013, 2014?
2013.
Yeah. It's been
That's
a
the
minute.
last time
Now I
you were
feel
good.
old. It's
Yeah.
it's been a minute. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, that was a deep cut. I was gonna say Jonathan Massaquoi too, but yeah, he wasn't from Clemson. So
Jonathan Masqua had this fan base by the balls for about a couple months there.
He really did. He really did.
Jonathan Massaquoi season. So
Tyler Starr 3-cone.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
elite.
Tyler Starr, the mini camp, like he had that really good rookie mini camp, and everyone's like, "Oh, this is the next Clay Matthews, guys."
Yeah.
He did look like him, so he had that going for him.
He had the locks, yeah.
Oh man, I think everyone's just like stopped leaking the picks.
Those
They just,
3
like,
years
don't
of
care.
Tyler Starr in the practice squad were the best 3 years of my life.
I think we took Marcus Spruill.
Oh yeah, Marquise Sproul. Yeah,
well,
yeah. Yep.
Spruill.
What about Yawin Smallwood?
Yawin
Yeah,
Smallwood? Yeah, the Hard Knocks year.
elite
That was
name.
Dave's guy.
Yeah, that was
Yawin
yeah.
Smallwood.
I know Dave would love Smallwood. I mean, that's just, you can tell that would be something that Dave would love, So. But no, we're like going way down the draft board now. This is like day 3 picks from like 7 drafts ago.
Yeah, Tyler, we're not going to talk about Desmond Southward.
Yeah, no, Desmond.
Oh my god,
we've slandered Desmond Southward enough on this podcast. I feel like Desmond Southward's just like going about his day, and like he'll just like see like someone slandering him on the street. It's like, oh wow, I thought everyone had forgotten.
That was one of those things where when it happened in the moment, everyone's like, "What the fuck are we doing? Why are we taking
who? Like actually who? I don't even have this guy on my board." Like, well, he did run a 4.3, so.
So did
he was like a 42-inch vertical or something ridiculous.
He tested out absurd. Unfortunately, he was just an Olympic athlete and not a football player. So yeah. That's
I'm blanking on his name. The Ohio State cornerback that I think he was arguably the fastest player in the draft, but didn't run the 40 because of a torn bicep.
Kendall Sheffield.
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 Yep.
Yeah, he couldn't cover shit, but he was really fast.
Yeah, he was very fast, but yet could not cover shit.
It is a wide receiver to the Colts, but it's not Malik Washington. It's Anthony Gold to the Colts. So yeah. I know. Ian McCluskey with the $5 says we should draft Johnny Wilson and complete the Arthur Smith dream. If Arthur Smith was still here, I guarantee you Johnny Wilson would be a Falcon. Like that is like Arthur Smith's just salivating about Johnny Wilson right now. Like,
damn, I'm looking back through Falcons draft picks. Remember Marlon Davidson?
Yeah, we were talking about him yesterday too. Yeah, just like,
I was thinking, watching Brandon Dorless, I was like, is Brandon Dorless the guy that we hoped Marlon Davidson would be? Is basically?
Honestly,
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't a huge fan of Marlon Davidson that year.
Yeah, he was he was I think just more of a polarizing pick in general. I think like he was one of those guys that I think some people were super high on. Like some people had him in like the first round.
Oh yeah,
really ridiculous. But some people were like, oh yeah, he's a day 3 player. So that was always going to be a controversial one. So I remember being like, well, at least they drafted a defensive lineman. So
yeah, but remember what I said earlier, he got drafted by the Falcons. He has one more sack in his career than AJ Terrell does.
Noted pass rusher AJ Terrell.
That is hellish. Lord Jesus.
Well, there was somebody the other day saying that we should take the edge rusher that's going to get the most tackles. So it's like, yeah, noted All Pro pass rusher Paul Orlo. Elite.
Well, does Marlon Davidson have more pick sixes than AJ Terrell does?
No.
Didn't he have one?
He has one. He has one on Brady.
I forgot about that.
Yep.
So clearly, Marlon Davidson was a better pick than AJ Terrell.
There you go. He had more picks.
We should have just put him in coverage. Was our problem.
Yeah, he missed his calling as a secondary player. So
are there people who still want like AJ Terrell to walk in free agency?
There are.
Yeah, I see that on the internet, like during Falcons games. I'm like, man, this is so reactionary. Open the checkbook, bro.
Right. Well, at this point, it seems pretty clear they're not letting him walk. I mean, I know people are like, oh, well, they could draft like Quinion or they could draft someone in the second round. It's like, nope, Terrell's staying. Yeah, no question about that. So
that contract will be interesting.
It will be. Yeah. I mean, I guess I assume it'll be like L'Jarius Sneed sort of, but I don't know. I think it's a good comp for him. So
pay him whatever he wants.
Seriously.
What else are you gonna do at corner? You would start Mike Hughes? Like, pay him whatever he wants.
And I just feel like with AJ, like he kind of falls into this trap where some of the bad plays just look so absurdly bad that you forget about like the other 95% of the time that he's playing good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But then he'll get dunked on like 60 yards down the field, and everyone's like, trade his ass.
Trade him. Yeah, he's a bust. He's terrible.
I'll always remember that game against the the Rams. I think it was 22 when freaking Allen Robinson just had him freeze on the freaking goal line. I was like, oh man. Yeah. I said, damn.
Yeah.
Damn, AJ, not like this.
It was a rough start. 22. But
that was a rough start. Yeah.
He figured it out.
He did.
Then the old AJ came back and everybody forgot.
Yeah.
Those first 2 games because we had other issues, a certain quarterback throwing from his back that were bigger issues than whatever AJ was doing.
Yeah, it's like he's so far down the list of problems. People are like, "Oh, he just got burned." It's like, have you seen the rest of the Falcons? Like, and you're really like, AJ Terrell is your big problem with this roster, not like this laundry list of actual problems. It's like, no, AJ Terrell's not the number one corner in the NFL. So, what are we doing here? It's like, well, maybe just be happy with a player that's actually good on the Falcons, and let's try to address the parts of the roster that actually are not good. That's a very generous way of putting it.
Yeah.
Not good, So, all right. Well, the pick is in. We should be.
How's
I guess
this-
they've given up leaking these
What
picks.
happened?
Yeah. Yeah. They've given up leaking the
refreshing,
picks.
man.
Yeah, they're just like, screw it. Yeah. We actually had to just wait this whole time. So,
Yeah, I guess we'll all see it in real time then.
I know. I'm
Yeah.
not ready for this. I've seen the last like 3 picks leaked. So it's like man, I'm just, I'm not ready to see this live. I'm not mentally prepared. So.
All right, come on, Falcons. It's
Well, do we think it'll be secondary
for a
or receiver? Because I think those are the 2 favorites.
I'm expecting
Running back.
receiver.
And
Yeah.
because of that, we're gonna,
Running back.
Because of that, we're gonna go tackle.
Kamani Vidal. Yeah, here we go.
Come on, just announce a damn pick. It's the 5th round. Let's go.
Yeah, I know. This is like really. They've announced that someone's trading up to the pick behind the Falcons, but we haven't gotten the Falcons pick yet. So it's more interesting, I guess, than what's going on here at 143. Probably for 90% of fans, that is the case. So, man, they are really dragging this one out. My
and for like a
goodness.
couple minutes, like let's get a move on, guys.
Give me the pick. Give me
We
the
gotta
pick.
go to Germany for this pick.
Yeah, that's right. It's delayed. Yeah. All right. Here comes the selection.
This is crazy.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
God, Falcons fans in Germany. Why?
Man,
They could have chosen any team.
they could have picked anyone. Yeah. They didn't have to sign up for this. So.
JD Bertrand from Notre Dame.
Oh, the linebacker. Interesting.
He's a local guy, right? Him and
I
Steel
wanna say-
Chambers went to the same high school, I think.
I want to say yes. I think I saw
Yeah.
his name when I was doing it.
Yeah, Alpharetta.
Yeah, I guess that.
Yeah, I'm
makes
gonna have to watch him. I don't have much on him.
No, I'm pulling it up.
He's a classic
No.
light linebacker, from what
Okay.
I understand.
Yeah.
Gets a ton of tackles, leader, grit, blue collar.
Oh,
Yep.
lunch pail.
Hey, we already got Nate Landman. What do we need this guy for then?
Right.
What's better than one Nate Landman?
Right.
Dude,
Yeah.
I still want to see Troy Anderson get a shot just with that athleticism. If he's still moving well after that the injury last year.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Troy Anderson's definitely in the mix. Like to start, it's just like we'll have to see how healthy he is, and the linebackers are gonna have to do a lot in this defense. So it's like they have to trust him. But I mean, I still think he's definitely the best like coverage linebacker potentially that we have. So he should get plenty of opportunity. Yeah.
I mean, I thought he had a chance to come on before he got hurt. He just got
Yeah,
hurt
me
so
too.
late in the season.
Yeah, that was tragic. Like I really like Troy Anderson. I think that was a very interesting pick. I'm still a fan of it. But yeah, it's I mean they did need a 4th linebacker. I mean they pretty much had nothing behind the top 3, and linebackers get hurt, so it doesn't shock me. But yeah, I'm reading about Bertrand. I don't know. I've never actually heard anyone say his name. 6'1", 233. According to PFF, Trevor Sikkema, shout out. Bertrand is a tough, smart, and competitive prospect, albeit a little undersized, who projects as a rotational inside linebacker for either 4-3 or 3-4 schemes. Smart, experienced, excellent pre-snap anticipator and communicator, rarely fooled by play action and pre-snap motion. A little on the smaller side. That can be a problem sometimes when wrapping up and getting off blocks. However, fundamentally sound in run defense, also smart in coverage. Not as comfortable moving backwards as he is moving forwards. He has not yet recorded an interception or forced fumble in his career, but does have 7+ tackles for loss in each of the last 3 seasons. So, Yeah, I think he's like a good rotational depth linebacker, which is like that's a fair 5th-round pick.
Fine.
But yeah,
Maybe give you some depth in case they got to make some decisions about Landman or Ellis in the future. Still got
right.
bodies there.
Yeah.
I was just looking at their we were talking about how many defensive linemen they've added. I forgot that they had Eddie Goldman coming back for his third try of being a Falcon this year.
Yep.
So right now, between defensive linemen and edge defenders, they have 18 on the roster.
Yep.
Just gotta find something. Gotta try something.
Somebody has to be good. Okay, like there's no way like they could all be bad, right? You get this many defensive linemen together, so there's got to be one good one that just appears. So
you can't say that. We've been rooting for this team for too long.
Yeah, you're right. There's no hope. This is very dark, but
how are we feeling about the other teams in division, their drafts?
They're all pretty good. I mean, Panthers
blew their load again and traded up. They just can't.
They can't help themselves. They literally can't. Now, like I think Kool-Aid's good, but it's like that team is just like so strapped for players, and they just were like, actually, we don't need these picks. That's fine. Like we don't need these guys. It's like, okay.
I really like what Tampa Bay has done.
Yeah, Tampa's had the best draft. I think the Panthers. I don't know.
No.
Yeah, but that was what I was expecting from them. But yeah, it's like I don't get Xavier Legette with Jonathan Mingo. It's like we have Jonathan Mingo at home. Like
unless they're just done with Mingo, which
Right.
after last year it might be fair, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like they're both like size, speed, developmental wide receivers, and it's like, well, what about the other spots? I guess we're just gonna have, they're very terrifying when they get off the bus. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But yeah, kind of I felt like that was a weird compliment to Mingo, but I guess maybe they're just done with Mingo. Yeah, like you said.
Yeah, I also think what they're kind of doing is just throwing as many like they're doing with the Falcons. They're doing the defensive line, just as many wide receivers as we can throw at this thing until someone works out. I did really like the Deontay Washington trade for him, for Carolina. So,
well, guys, you're not allowed to slander Mingo while Savion's here. So
that's right. I forgot. Yeah. Sorry.
Hey, bro, chill out. All right, I've made peace with the fact that you know what the whole point of me being so high on Mingo was the fact that the Panthers had to get him so that he could become a bust. So I am completely fine with my role in all of this.
It was all a long con, just like Sean Payton, conning the Vikings into trading up, for JJ McCarthy. But the joke was on him for drafting Bo Nix. So yeah.
Gotta play the long game, man.
I just remember having like 3 different people on the podcast to talk about wide receivers, and Savion was one of them, and like all of them talked about Jonathan Mingo. It's like everybody loves Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah, I mean, I like Jonathan Mingo, so that is.
Yeah, he was good.
He was exciting. Yeah, he was good until he wasn't. Exactly. That's unfortunately how a lot of these players go. So
we talk all this trash, and he'll score like 3 touchdowns against the Falcons this year.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yes, that's
my
coming.
boy A.T. Perry.
It's coming. Yeah.
my boy A.T. Perry was cooking us in that Week 18 game, and I was just like, this is terrible for my brand.
The brand can't take this. Yeah, this is bad. Man. Yeah, I guess Chicago ended up trading back into this draft with a future 4th to get this. It's kind of interesting. There's a lot of future picks being traded.
Yeah, the Eagles appear to own like all of day 2 and day 3 for next year.
Yeah, it's kind of. I don't remember like seeing this before, where so many teams are trading. I think teams think 2025's draft's going to suck. That seems to be the idea. So if they're willing to trade all these guys, that the Bears do grab Austin Booker at 144. I know he was someone that was. He's kind of a weird prospect. I really think he should have gone back to school, but.
I didn't realize he was an early declare. Yeah, that's especially at this point.
Yeah. Well, he like started to come on, and it was like, oh, he's kind of interesting, and then he was like, oh yeah, I'm entering the draft. It's like, oh, I don't know about that. Like, okay, all right then, sure, okay. I mean, I don't blame anyone that wants to get in the draft and get that NFL check, but I mean, he did get drafted, so I mean, not the worst decision in the world, clearly, but
yeah. Let's see.
Chris Abrams
Vikings
Drain going to the Broncos here. No, he was a popular mock draft guy for the Falcons.
Well, guys, I'm gonna duck out.
You coward! You know you can't. Fifth round comes around in here. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you getting tired. Wow.
Wow. Yeah. Just 2 rounds
Yeah.
in.
Third cup of coffee and
Yep.
power through the rest of day 3. But always appreciate chatting. Always appreciate having other Falcon fans that I can complain about the Atlanta Falcons and can roll with it. Unlike the Locked On Falcons listeners who hate it, but it is what it is. But
it is what it is. Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate you coming on and hanging out with us.
All right,
man. Have a good one. Yeah. No, I think the Bertram pick's a little bit interesting because I feel like, again, I mean, I don't know. I guess I say like, oh, he's probably someone that was going to be around, but also like so many linebackers went off the board in the 4th round. Like in like a weak linebacker class, I'm kind of surprised how many linebackers have like gone already. So maybe they were like, yeah, it's time to maybe start to think about the linebacker that we want. But yeah. I guess Jeremiah Trotter Jr. is still on the board. Is that true? I guess.
Yeah, he is. He's fallen.
Weird. Very weird. Yeah. But I guess this based on what we've seen, they have no concerns about the secondary whatsoever. They're like, nope, we're good, totally fine. Antonio Hamilton season, here we come. Or they're just gonna sign Akello Witherspoon and John Johnson like as soon as the draft ends, which I guess could happen. So
this is random as hell, but I was just looking at the Vikings future picks. Just because I cover the whole league for Yahoo for people who don't know. So I've been looking around. The Vikings, they have 2 or 3 picks in next year's draft.
Wow.
They have their 1st round pick and 2 5th round picks.
Wow, that's quite barren.
Yeah, they've been moving it around, man.
Yeah,
like they went all in. Yeah. That's pretty crazy. I don't remember, man. 3, so that's 3 total picks. I don't remember the last time a team made that few picks in a draft.
It's probably something like New Orleans. Or no, last year, or either last year, I think it was last year, the Dolphins made 3 picks.
Yeah. That's rare though that they
and one of them was Achan. So
that's right. Nailed it. Yeah. Nailed it. Couple corners coming off here. We had Chris Abrams drained to the Broncos. Now we got Jarvis Brownlee Jr. going to the Titans. All right. Yeah, no, that is interesting. There's like literally like this like litany of trades that it's like hard to keep track of all the picks moving around. I know like we were saying, like a bunch of people have been trading away next year's picks to move back into this year's day 3, which is kind of interesting. I wonder if the Falcons will like package any of their 6s to move around, or if they're just going to take 3 guys in the 6th round, like back to back to back. But I guess they could do that. I don't know, but wonder how much it would cost at this point to get back up here if there's someone they like.
Yeah, your guy's still on the board, Malik Washington, right?
Yeah. So like, let's see what the PFF simulator says about trading back up.
Yeah, because they got that extra 6. If they do see somebody there, they could just package that probably with something from next year. If they see somebody.
Yeah, like they could do, I guess, if like to get up to like 147 right now, which that this pick has already been turned in, but like I guess 2 6 is like approximately good value. Like they could trade 186 and 187 to get back into the 5th round. So I wonder if they have someone they like, if they could do that potentially.
They've been aggressive this whole time. I mean, do
you really need 3 6-round picks? I mean, honestly, trade 197, please, so we can go home early. But
Mike Hughes, CB2 season, fellas.
No, don't you put that evil on me.
No.
D. Alford season, actually. I still can't believe they benched D. Alford for Mike Hughes. I'm never gonna forget that.
I would have been, happier with Chris Abrams' drain here, or anyone in the secondary. I mean, I think one thing we do need to consider with this pick, with the Bertrand pick, is he's probably going to make an impact from day one on special teams.
Yeah.
And that is something that they have shown to really care about on day 3 and in the 5th round and beyond. So, I mean, you're not getting a starter here, especially with, Anderson and Nate Landman there, but, 4th linebacker maybe, and of course, special teams guy. I think that's a solid return when it comes to the 5th round of the NFL draft.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's not it's never a bad idea to add day 3 linebackers. That's one of my like go-to picks. Like, just that, day 3 linebackers, it's one of those like positions where you actually can find starters a lot of the time. Like, just randomly you'll see, day 3 guys, or like Ivan Pace Jr. last year, just like, oh yeah, he's a starter. Cool. Yeah, just linebackers, just one of those spots where a lot of times you can find that guy later. But yeah, I mean, I agree. I like the wide. I mean, obviously, Malik Washington. I like Malik Washington, in case people didn't know. So I would have liked to see him here because I think he's better than the rest of the wide receivers in this class still. But there's Audric Estime. Going to Denver. So
Good
I know
for
he has
him.
a lot of fans. Yeah.
Yeah, that combine 40 hurt him, but man,
Yeah.
I watched the tape and he's got a lot of breakaway runs for someone who's been like a 4.6 or 4.7.
He's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's a really good player.
Yeah, plenty of game speed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sometimes 40 speed doesn't showcase the actual game speed.
Yeah, it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you remember Elijah Holyfield a few years ago?
Yep.
He just tanked that 40 time and just went from being a potential early day 30 guy to straight undrafted.
Poor guy. Yeah.
The thing that people forget, and I think this is probably important for Estimate too, is you can be a big time runner in college while running a 4.8, as we saw with this Elijah Holyfield. A lot of these guys, like when you see them coming out their camps in high school and stuff like that, they're usually lying about how fast they are. I mean, even think about when Blake Bortles and the Jaguars were on the run and Nate Hackett, they were just spamming zone read stuff with Blake Bortles. He ran a 4.8. So
yeah.
you can make some stuff happen, I think, if you're under 5. That's a pretty low bar, but I think you can go sprint for a first down.
Yeah, exactly.
All you need.
Yeah,
Move
that's
the
all you need.
chains.
You just need a little scoot. That's all. But it's interesting because I think this draft is potentially telling us a lot about how they view various parts of their roster. Like, oh yeah, no, they like some of these positions more than we probably thought. And just especially the secondary and wide receiver, I heard Raheem say something about, Rondale Moore, oh yeah, he had the best separation rate of any receiver in the NFL. I was like, oh, that's cool, that's nice, whatever. I don't trust him as wide receiver 3, and he's like, no, he's our slot starter. Yeah, no, he is. Yeah, he had the best separation rate. So they must love Rondale Moore, I guess, is the answer. Because I'm kind of surprised, but yeah,
yeah.
I mean, they traded for him, so I guess it makes sense.
I mean, I get it. He's. Coming out of Purdue, I want to say he was nice, man. He was nice. I mean, he
electric. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know. You just haven't seen it yet. In the NFL,
it's hard. It's hard,
more of a
man.
Yeah. It's kind of more of a gadget guy. It just it feels like you're betting a lot. You're betting a lot on him just figuring it out here.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Yeah, clearly they feel. I mean, I don't know if they're. I mean, at this point, you have to assume one of these 6 rounders is going to be a receiver. And honestly, receivers have fallen quite a bit. It is not. They have not really come flying off the board here.
Was solid before he left free agency.
Yeah.
We found guys before.
Yeah, I mean, but it's Johnny. I mean, I don't think they're going to draft Johnny Wilson. Doesn't really seem like their type of guy. But Washington probably not going to make it to the next pick. But Jamari Thrash is still there. His testing was really bad, but
which is crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, he cooked people at the Senior Bowl. He was just cooking dudes left and right. So I mean, I'm all for Jamari Thrash at this point. I don't give a shit about the athletic testing. Let's get him in here. I'm not the biggest Anais Smith fan, but he's still here. we talked about Brandon Rice and Taj Washington, and there's some other guys that folks like. I know like Isaiah Williams has some fans, Cornelius Johnson, Jalen Coker, I think, is like kind of like a sleeper guy. So there's some dudes out there that are interesting. We'll see.
Yeah,
who's available.
Jalen Coker, when Charles Robinson and I, we put together the All Juice team. Like he was our UDFA pick. I hadn't heard of him at the time, but then I went back and watched some clips. You got to keep it all in perspective. Like he's playing football at Holy Cross, but any of these guys at that level, if you're putting up skills that's got people checking out for you, I think that's a good thing. And at this point in the draft, I don't really think it's hard to feel too negative about a pick because these investments are so small. But maybe he's a guy that could be something down the road.
No, yeah, for sure. And yeah, no, I mean this is super defense heavy. I mean, it's like I guess I thought this was going to be a defense heavy draft. Like I kind of assumed that it would be, but I wasn't expecting Michael Penix Jr. at the top. And then it's just like, nope, all defense. Like we don't need any more wide receivers for Kirk. Like I imagine Kirk's kind of not happy about how this draft is gone.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's
the Saints picks Rattler.
Oh, there we go.
That's oh my God.
I like Rattler. I like Babe. Yeah.
I'm not a big Rattler truther, so
Yeah. I think like of the guys who like the guys who didn't go round one, he's probably got the best chance to become a starter. I'm not quite there, but I know there were some people who liked him better than Penix overall. So we'll see what happens with that one. I do think it's a good bet for a pick at this point.
Yeah, no, at this point for sure. Yeah, I mean, if you like, I would have been happy with the Falcons taking him in this range, no question. I mean, I think I kind of view he's built honestly very similar to Heineke, but he's got a much better arm, but he's not as good of an athlete. It's kind of interesting, but I view him as like a Heineke plus, that like he's a guy that could probably start some games for you. I just don't know, like, I don't know. I was actually surprised by his testing. Like I thought he had a little more.
Yeah, that was a red flag to me. Yeah, because I don't think he's as unathletic as he showed at the combine. So it's like, bro, why are you out here running like a 5-second 40 and jumping as high as my grandma? Like, come on. What have you been doing for the past few months?
You got quite the grandma, man. My goodness. Yeah. Shout out. Yeah. Shout out Charles' grandma crushing it out there. But no, the testing was very weird because he looks like he's got Scoot on tape. It's not. Yeah. He moves pretty well. I mean, he was never like a massive runner, but just someone that definitely succeeds out of structure and stuff like that. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see what the Saints do with them. They have had a very bad track record of picking quarterbacks ever since, like basically for as long as I can remember, actually, because like they didn't pick Drew Brees, they traded for him. So like, they just haven't really hit on any of these quarterbacks they've added ever since then. So, maybe Rattler will buck the trend. I mean, I guess I kind of hope not for Rattler. I hope Rattler goes on after leaving New Orleans to have a great career. But yeah.
Yeah, after.
Yeah.
Fuck him, I hope he fails in New Orleans.
Yeah. I mean, that's the appropriate response.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Spencer Rattler. You've become our enemy as of this very moment. So, all bets are off. But all right, I'm out of coffee, so it's time to switch to beer. I'll be right back. Adnan, I see you're back now, so I just wanted to make sure you were here before I stepped away for a second. But I'm leaving it in your
I have to I gotta jump off in here. I gotta finish some work up for the day, so I'm not up until 4 a.m. Yeah, but if you guys are still on, I might hop back in later. But it's been a blast, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Charles. Appreciate your time, man.
Later, guys.
Yep, have a good one. He's at Four Verts, folks. Old Falcoholic alumnus, by the way, Charles McDonough. I don't know. Most folks might not remember. Yeah. Yep. I like briefly passed while he was here, but he's gone on to great things, So congratulations to him. Built quite the career. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Just gonna go grab a beer.
All right. I mean, Rattler's in. Oh God. I don't know. I wasn't huge on him. Who's best available on your board, Savion, that you, as of now, are really hoping that the Falcons either go up and get, or are hoping that just falls to them, knowing that they probably will not take anyone that you mentioned.
100%. Mo Kamara is still there. Dude from Colorado State. I don't think you can go wrong with taking a bet on him. Jamari Thrash at the receiver position. I've been on Jamari Thrash since I figured out that he was actually eligible. I think that he could be an electric guy. DJ James at corner. If you're looking for just a solid cornerback too, can't go wrong with him. And after that, man, I mean, I don't know. I think I was just really thrown back by this JD Bertrand pick. I was not expecting that at all, man.
It's the prototypical Falcons day 3 pick. Like, I knew that whoever was the name was that pops up, I'm like, yeah, this isn't going to be someone I expect. I mean, they really take their special team seriously. It's the quickest way to get onto the field in year 1.
Right.
They're going to roll them out there. I wasn't expecting the draft to play out the way it has after round 1. Like, don't get me wrong,
No.
they're like addressing the trenches on defense. I'm never against addressing the trenches, but then it's like, coming into the draft, remember what the conversation was. All right, pass rusher, sure.
100%. Right, 100%.
We got pass rusher, but we needed a wide receiver. We didn't get a wide receiver. We needed a cornerback. We didn't get a cornerback. We needed a safety. We didn't get a safety. It's like they've completely ignored any need. Sometimes like BPAs is the way to go. Like, even round 1,
especially now. Yeah.
I mean, day 3 is just like anarchy. It is what it is. But it's like, I do still believe in filling some needs throughout the NFL draft. I'm probably not, I'm probably not that, like, the game hasn't passed me in such a way to where, like, are we really in an era of just BPA only?
And that's kind of where I'm at, is like, and even like the best bet on day 3 is just finding some O linemen too, like that, in my opinion. I mean, that's what I think was the best bet, is to find an offensive lineman that
they got Dolman a few years ago.
That's what I'm saying. And so it's kind of dumbfounded. It's kind of dumbfounding to me that they just have kind of ignored everything and just said, no, we have to show up the trenches. It feels like another overcorrection. You know what I mean? It feels like we overcorrected on the quarterback position with the first pick, and now we've completely overcorrected on the fact that we have not addressed the defensive line in forever with this pick. I mean, with these 3 picks, and now Bertrand. I don't know. Like you said, they said they really, what's it called? They really like it when you can give special teams upside. That's what they said about their second round picks in Richie Grant and Troy Anderson yesterday in their conference, in the press conference. So it's just
that's not what you want to hear about your second round picks.
That's not what you want to hear, man.
Great on special teams. Love them.
Great on special teams, man. You see what they did in the kick game? Like, oh no, is that what we're doing?
Kickoff return's a big deal now. Okay, put some respect on it.
Especially given the opportunity cost of Richie Grant, like Javon Holland was there. Creed Humphrey was there.
Creed Humphrey season. Yeah. I will never. I'm never gonna forgive Creed Humphrey.
You shouldn't forgive him.
Yeah, Creed Humphrey is my guy.
Yeah, so. We know someone in Flowery Branch. Like we have.
There was division over that pick. Yeah, we do.
Well, we do have some inside information that someone in Flowery Branch was pounding the table for Creed Humphrey, and to this day they are still like, well,
they're probably like us. They're probably pretty bitter. Yeah. Yes, there was definitely a contingent that did want Creed Humphrey. That is true. That's a true story. But it's funny looking back on that. But here's another player that's not on the PFF board. Jalen Carley's the safety from Missouri going off. to the Colts at 151. So this is the part of the time where I have to start like drafting the lowest player on the board and just hope that nobody else drafts them. So hopefully this won't come back to bite me. Sorry, Mark Perry, you're the stand-in.
I could have sworn Jalen Carley was going to be undrafted, but okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I have no idea who that is. I bet Zerline. I bet Zerline has a report on him. I'm gonna click on it right now. Zerline the GOAT. Yep, he does. He's at projection round 6. Okay, well that's not bad. That's pretty close.
Okay. I thought he was gonna go undrafted.
Yeah, quoting the great Lance Zerline here. Carley's likely needs to make the transition from safety to linebacker to have an opportunity in the NFL. Very tight in his hips, plays with a debilitating lack of change of direction. Oh my goodness, that's a harsh statement. Causes major problems for him in coverage, and as an open field tackler, needs to be able to play forward and near the line. Good ball skills, but has a hard time sticking with pass catching tight ends. Could be challenging for teams to find a role for him. Yeah, that's a little
debilitating. Is insane.
That's some harsh language right there. Yeah, that's a harsh scouting report. I was like, oh man, but no, I love Zerline's work. He does a lot.
Oh, he does it. Yeah,
a lot of work scouting all these guys and putting that out there for free for everyone to see. Big shout out to Zerline. I get a lot of my intel on these like really like fringe guys, like not like fringe in a bad way, but like I don't watch anyone like 200 plus. Like I do not have time for that. I'm sorry, but like Lance does. So shout out to Lance, shout out to Trevor Sickman, shout out to these guys that do work on these late day 3 guys, so that we can at least have an idea of what we're looking at. I love to read all those scouting reports. So thanks to those guys for that hard work.
The reason why I know Carley's is because I watched a lot of Missouri, kind of looking more at like Anders Rakestraw, and yeah, I looked and I was like, because I remember I had the roster, I had the rosters up, and I just looked and I'm like, man, this safety just is not helping, or he's like he cannot move. And so I looked at the thing and I'm like, Jalen Carley. I'm like, oh, he's draft eligible. Okay, cool.
Oh, cool.
Right.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Is he? No.
Is he? Awesome.
Clearly he is. Yeah, clearly he is. Yeah. So, he showed us. He got drafted in the 5th round. I never got drafted in the 5th round. I'm just an internet prognosticator. Yeah. So.
Sure didn't. Sitting here with my empty coffee cup.
Yep.
Hang on a sec.
Sure. All right. Adnan, are you still here?
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
I thought you might have left to take a walk. I didn't know if the Bertrand pick sat well with you or not. But
I'm not going to walk with the 5th round pick. Yeah.
No, we've moved on from that.
Well, at this point, it's like, look, they have not addressed secondary, but 5th round, 6th round, I'm not going to get mad. I'm not going to like get pissed off over they taking the 5th round. That's part of what I really like about day 3 of the draft. I'm not saying this like the stakes are super low, but they're a lot lower than day 1. Like, after day 1, like I literally woke up upset like on Friday morning. Like I was angry when I woke up.
Physically angry.
Like tomorrow, I'm not gonna wake up angry over what the Falcons did in the 5th round, in the 6th round. It's like,
Yeah. No, that's most wise. Most wise indeed. So
I mean, the wisest thing would be not getting angry over anything this football team does, but that's
you can't. You're only human.
Yeah.
You're only human.
I can't help it. Yeah.
So actually, this actually is something I want to talk to you guys about. With this 152nd pick, the Eagles selected, which by the way, the Eagles just, my God, they got Anaya Smith from Texas A&M, who essentially he is a return specialist.
Right.
How much do y'all think that this new fangled kick return, this kick return rule is going to like affect the draft, like especially like now?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like it seems like teams are taking it seriously. I think it's good. I think it's a good thing. I think it's cool to be able to have the kick returns matter. Like I think it should be a worthy skill set. It's hard to say how much. I mean, I think the Falcons clearly have shown that they're emphasizing it by getting Ray McLeod in here too, and Rondale Moore also I think is an option there. They have Avery Williams hopefully coming back. So I think it's important, but yeah, I mean, I would think Malik Washington's another guy that like you would think he would be right like up people's boards because of his returnability and like so it seems like it hasn't sort of affected things, but
Mm-hmm.
I do think that it will matter. Like I think we will see an uptick for sure in return scoring, which I think is a good thing for football and for the NFL. I think it's like it the kick should be a part of the game. Like I mean it shouldn't be a complete afterthought like it was under the previous rules.
I thought they were trying to like move more toward like eliminating it a few years ago because health safety, like they made the change in the touchback to the 25-yard line from the 20-yard line to make it more like college. But yeah, it's like I think they realize like it's still part of the game, and I know that there is safety concerns, but you can't really escape safety concerns when you're talking about an inherently violent like sport. Like there's always injuries. There's always like I'm all about that new rule that they had with that helmet padding that the players have in training camp, letting them use that in games. I'm all about like investing in the R&D over the helmets, over padding, all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, people who expect this silver bullet to make the game of football safe or less dangerous, it's like this sport for like trying to make boxing less dangerous. The only way to make it less dangerous is to not play.
Is to not do it.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's never gonna be safe. Like this is not a safe game, like at all. Just in case that wasn't clear to anyone that's ever played football, it's not safe. Just even like playing like two-hand touch, I've gotten hurt playing football. Like you can't turn the physicality off. Okay.
Eagles have traded up again.
It's Eagles, man. They're just. I love what they're doing. It would be. This would be a very fun, show for the Eagles draft.
This was the Eagles,
yeah, because they're just always like moving and doing stuff. It's like it's very interesting. But
the past few years would have been super fun too. Like it wouldn't have just been like a this year thing. Like imagine being on the other side of that Keanu Neal like knee game in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Like I'm looking at. And to kind of keep like going with the special team stuff, it's like, sorry, I think my baby's upset. Going back with the special team stuff, like when it comes to coverage, I think that's more so like where my questions lie, like because you know who the returners are. Your returners are your wide receivers, your running backs, your safeties that have that one cut ability that can just take off. But it's like when you're like, because both sides are still. You know what I'm saying? Both sides cannot move until Buddy in the back catches the football.
Right.
Who would you entrust? Is that like safeties now? Is that like linebacker hybrids now? Is that what we're kind of looking for to go and get the returner?
Right. That's a good question, and I wonder if that's why we're seeing like this linebacker pick. It's like we need like more linebackers. We need these special teams linebackers. Because these plays matter a lot more and they're going to be more dangerous. So we need to make sure that we have a full complement. And I think one of the things I appreciated about Arthur Smith's regime too was that they had a big emphasis on special teams. And unfortunately, I think last year, the injury to Avery Williams kind of derailed that.
Right.
But I like Marquise Williams. They have had an emphasis on special teams. Like if you're towards the bottom of this roster, you are going to play special teams and you're going to be good at special teams. And I have appreciated that. And I think hopefully this year we can actually see the plan come through. I think last year they got really screwed by losing Avery Williams, who we saw was like one of the best returners like in the league the year before. So
he was number one in punt return average 2 years ago.
Yep.
And they got Ray McLeod too, like who was also a specialist in San Francisco. So that'll be an intense battle. I remember like they did get Cordero Patterson, but other than like one return against the Browns, Patterson never did anything in kick returns. Like he wouldn't even return it most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But
they weren't worth his time.
Yeah, he would just like stand there, and just like
he would look very intimidating, Cordero Patterson. Like
last year he made $4 million to look very intimidating, and that's about it.
They did.
Joker.
Yeah, the joke. Yeah.
God, what a joke that whole saga was.
Look, all I said it like, he made $4 million to be another version of Freddie the Falcon, signing autographs. It's just, at least Freddie the Falcon had that like cool viral
Dropping
video
the hammer.
of him like coming down like the Mercedes-Benz like ceiling. So
I don't think that was his fault, by the way. Like, I think he
Right.
should have played more. But yeah, I did that. Totally.
Nah, man, that Joker role was there. There was one thing that he was doing, and that was just sitting there looking intimidating with the smile on his face. That's
Right.
what he did.
Yeah. What's up, Joe Patrick joining us now? Joe, friend of the show. Joe, how we doing? I know you're having a busy day. I appreciate you squeezing us in for a few minutes here. I don't know if you can.
Joe, I think you're on mute.
You might be on mute. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah. Good.
Probably not well, because I don't think it's still working properly. Come back to me in a bit.
Okay, we'll come back to Joe. Wait, punt. Next. Yeah, no. Go back to the Joker talk. Okay, and yeah, what was this about Freddie Falcon?
But speaking of punting, though, like we have, we talked about the emphasis on special teams a few years ago, or in the past few drafts. We haven't really lost any games because of special teams. Like we haven't really had to talk about special teams much over the past few years, and that's a really good thing because you're only talking about special teams and you're only talking about offensive line when something bad is happening. So, that's been an area where the Falcons have sort of, gotten ahead of some other teams. It's just the issue is, there have been other like holes and other issues with this team, but they have taken special teams seriously, and it's been something that has worked out. We just haven't seen the fruits of that because quarterback play was bad and the offense was bad. But if all of that was and becomes good, then it's like the special team stuff will show itself much more.
Yeah. Okay. I think Joe might be ready now. Joe, we're checking back in with Joe. Yeah.
How do I sound? Are we better?
Yeah, we're good. Yep.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah.
Yes. How we doing, Joe? I know you've had a busy day. You're coming in. You're our correspondent on the street today. So
That's right. Yeah, boots on the ground here. No, it's been fun. I always enjoy the third day of the draft. It's a lot more laid back. You don't get the quite the emotional reactions, that I think we're all susceptible to on the first days. And for Falcons fans this year in particular, it's been crazy. But this was a fun one for me, this most recent pick of JD Bertrand, because I actually went to his high school. I was I'm older than him, of course, but
a little bit
kind of fun to see an alum, and he's the first one of our high school. It's Blessed Trinity Catholic High School in Roswell. First player to ever be drafted from the high school, so that's cool. And obviously a great guy. We just talked to him. He was great to talk to, but also an interesting profile. He said that he would have expected a run of like in the high 4.5s, by the way. He said he would have surprised people at his testing, but he wasn't able to do it because he tore his plantar fasciitis or plantar
fasciitis,
whatever that
yep.
is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he couldn't work out, but that's what he was expecting to run, which he says would have surprised some people. So should be an immediate contributor on special teams at the very least, and just getting some depth for that linebacker role is nice.
Yeah, and the RIP the Jamari Thrash dream that he goes to the Browns here. I'm still Malik Washington. I swear to God, we got to get Malik Washington in Atlanta. Joe, I don't know if you know I like Malik Washington.
I know. I've heard.
Yeah. Don't know if anybody, you guys, in case anyone else, the 350 of you guys here, know. But yeah, it's very defense heavy. I mean, I think we figured it would be a defense heavy draft. But before we get to your thoughts on the draft, Michael Penix, how shocked were you when that came through? Like,
I mean, I was terribly shocked. Like, it was funny. I was actually doing a TV for a TV station here in Atlanta, but it was streaming on their website or whatever. But I was live with that while the pick was going down, and I was like in the middle of a sentence when I was standing right outside the media room where the TV was on. And I saw it come across the TV. And so since I was doing that, I didn't see any of the tweets that were going around before that was kind of leaking it. So it was an immediate, what the hell is going on here? And I hope I did my best as a media member to try to pin down the front office as much as I could on some of the reasoning as to why they did it. Especially just, I felt honestly for Falcons fans who have not seen this team in the playoffs for 6 years, and to use among the highest capital possible that you get in the NFL to spend on a player who's not going to really help you he's not going to help you do that this year, at least. We would expect. He's an insurance policy. Hopefully you don't see him. But that's just not a player who's going to provide on-field value for you in the immediate term. And it's hard to justify that. I will say, after hearing their perspective on it and then like sleeping on it, I think when you just sleep on anything, it kind of the emotions kind of soften a little bit. So I think I'm starting to see it a little bit more, but I still have to admit that I don't think it's something that I would have had the balls to do, frankly. But the one thing I will say about it is that I can't help but respect them for doing it, because they knew what the reaction was going to be. They knew what the reaction was going to be. Yeah. And, it was kind of interesting in that press conference. It was like, I think I'm sure by that point they'd seen a little bit or been told what the reaction was. And it was almost, I don't know if somber is quite the right word for the tone of the press conference, but normally when a team makes a top 10 pick, they're bouncing into that press room, can't wait to, talk up the player and how much they're going to help and everything. And this was more of a, coming in and explaining yourself to the fans. But, it's just, that's the decision they've made. And listen, they're going to be the first movers in this case, and that can lead to an advantage in the future. It can also lead to a disadvantage. So we'll see how it ends up. But I can't help but respect the conviction that they had in doing something so drastic, because I do think that it's, kind of it's a different trend. It's kind of off meta, as you
right,
would say. Right. Trying not to, or most teams are trying to get the quarterback on that rookie contract, and they're going a different route. And it kind of goes in line with some of the things that they've done that have been off the meta in other respects, with paying Chris Lindstrom that big contract, paying a safety and Jesse Bates the big contract. This one obviously is a very high positional value position, but they're handling it in obviously a much different way than we've seen the NFL do. So we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, it's incredibly bold, and like they had to know how this was going to go over, and they had to know how it was going to go over with the quarterback they just gave a huge contract to. By all accounts, he's pretty upset, and they still haven't added any help for him, so I'm sure he's remaining upset. So, you can't question their conviction. You can't question their conviction about Michael Penix, because they knew that this was going to be eviscerated. The Falcons haven't been talked about this much since the Super Bowl, and not for the right reasons, mind you. So it's just like they had to know. It's so rare that you see a team make a first round pick that, first of all, won't contribute for a while, and this is the face of your draft, and he's not going to play for 2 years, and you can't even really hype him up, because then you're just crapping on Kirk Cousins' porch, because you're hyping up the guy you just drafted to replace him. So it's the PR staff is probably just God damn it, what are you doing here? How am I supposed to do this? What do you want me to do? Just be like, oh exactly. Brotherhood hashtag, and you show him and Kirk Cousins shaking hands or something. That's pretty much all you could do. It's rough.
I actually went back and I advanced Twitter searched what the kind of tweets they were sending out the year prior when they drafted Bijan, which that was a controversial pick as well, but he's still a more marketable player because he's got, the highlight reel stuff, and
he's playing.
Obviously, he's going to play. He's going to make an impact. He's going to be a starter. He's going to get the ball in his hands a lot. Right. So, and there was a lot more kind of tweets that they were putting out about it. And I think that they were, it's going to be hard to use this as a marketing opportunity, which typically when you're drafting in the top 10, you are using that a lot, to help market yourself and drive interest, people to come buy tickets and things like that. And this just doesn't help in that respect at all. But, again, it kind of goes towards, there's this debate that we have about either having like extremely meddling owners on one side versus kind of the Packers who operate in a very different way. And part of that is maybe the reason being is because they don't have that owner who's putting their voice into everything. And I think that this draft pick, I know there was a lot of talk about, oh, well, this is an Arthur Blank pick. I don't think it is at all, because this is clearly a longer term move where you would think Arthur Blank is looking for this team to win as soon as possible. And so I do think that this move is indicative of it being like purely a football decision, but also like just not going by the way that a lot of owners would typically want their organization run in terms of being able to market this pick to fans in a certain respect. So I find it fascinating. I find it a fascinating experiment, frankly, that the Falcons are running here, because nobody's kind of done it to this extreme, even the Packers. So
no, never in NFL history has the team gone out and signed a quarterback to the most expensive deal in free agency and then drafted a quarterback in the top 10 or in the first round, period. So like, this is unprecedented. And they're going to get roasted for it. And they'll either be right or the roasters will be right. And right now, pretty much everyone is on the side of they're wrong. So they've got a lot of work to do to convince people this was right.
And that's part of the conviction. That's part of the reason why I like respect the convictions, because like it very well could cost, these decision makers their jobs, but it's what they feel is right. And it's funny because it's a decision that could cost you your job that you're not going to actually see the benefits of in the short term, where your job could be on the line. So, that's why I can't help but just respect the move, even though I can't say again, I'll go back. I can't admit to myself that I would have the stones to actually do that as well. I would be doing what I think is the rational thing, which is to just try to make the team as good as it can possibly be for the next 3 years.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's it's rough. Yeah, go
Kevin,
ahead.
You mentioned, I do think that the aspect of the deal that I think is kind of the scariest is kind of how the dynamics of the locker room are going to be after you do something like this, because it's not just Kirk Cousins and like hurting his feelings. Like, I'm sure his feelings were hurt. It's probably not a good feeling, and especially when you're getting called when you're on the clock. Just I think that they probably have grievances with the way that the Falcons have handled it, but you're also not making the team better. I'm sure that all the players in that locker room want this team to be as good as they can possibly be, and they all want to win. They're not just going to be content. Like, these guys all want to win championships. They don't just want to make the playoffs and then go on their vacations. So they want to feel like they're real contenders. And obviously this pick doesn't really help them do that. It's hard to actually say that out loud. Still getting over that.
No, that's exactly right. And like, we didn't really talk about that a ton, but like, what about Grady Jarrett and David Onyemata? I mean, at this point, I think these guys realize like they're not going to see the fruit of this pick. Like and we were talking about this earlier today. Like, it seems like this is a tacit acknowledgement that this front office looked at this roster and said, like, this is not a Super Bowl roster. Like, over the next 2 years, like we're not going to go all in to win with this group. We can't do it. Like, it's not going to work. And we're going to go all in to win with Michael Penix in about 2 years. So now we got to get this roster where it needs to be for 2 years from now. But it's like, honestly, like, I don't know any other team that would have the balls to like do that in such a public way. So like, if they're right, they'll look like geniuses,
though, right? Yeah. So under Arthur Smith, the team went against conventional wisdom and against the grain when it came to the quarterback position of, all right, we're gonna build everything up without investing the appropriate resources in a quarterback. We're just gonna put a third rounder out there, and he's gonna win using scheme, and he's gonna win with these players around him. And last year they went to an extreme against the grain of even, focusing very like heavily on the run, right? They take Bijan Robinson at pick 8. They have these offensive linemen who are all more run blocking specialists than pass blocking specialists. Caleb McGarry, Chris Lindstrom does everything, but Drew Dahlman's definitely more of a road grader in the run game than as a pass protector. And it's one of those things where if that works, then, maybe other NFL teams sort of follow that trend. Like, you'll be that trailblazer that like was the first mover. And after that completely failed and cost Arthur Smith his job, now they're trying to, go against conventional wisdom again with quarterback, but on the complete opposite end of the spectrum of, all right, we're gonna grab the super expensive quarterback and we're gonna invest a top 10 pick in a quarterback, which, like Kevin said, this has never happened before. This isn't your conventional, oh, we're gonna grab a guy to sit behind someone for a couple of years. Like, teams don't splurge in free agency and take a top 10 pick at the same position. So this might be something where if it does work out for the Falcons, maybe it sort of sets the tone. But just like last time, if it doesn't work out, if it blows up in their face, then yeah, it's going to cost people their jobs. It's going to make this team a laughingstock the way they have been for the past few years. And to be honest with you, mathematically, there's a higher chance of it not working out than it working out. But I'm sure they're in that, war room saying, yeah, maybe it won't, but what if it does? But imagine if it does, because then it's just like a grand slam, which, that'll be great. I hope that that's the case. But, we won't really get to know until a few years from now.
Yeah, I feel like this off season so far for the Falcons is almost like aggressively conservative in the respect that, like to make this move at quarterback, to me it's like a conservative move. You're trying to secure like a baseline foundation for this team for a long time, as opposed to like a more aggressive move would be to try to make the team as good, raise the quality level as high as possible in the near term. And I think it plays along like this conservative route. Also, you could look at the contracts that they have not renegotiate or restructured. They're not kind of putting themselves in that hole. They're really playing it again as conservatively as they possibly can. I think the most they've spent on a defensive player so far in free agency is like a $1.1 million 1-year contract for James Smith-Williams. I think that it looks like they're going to have to dip into the free agent market again for a corner, because it certainly seems like there's nobody, once you got past kind of the first couple picks that they had in this draft, there's no more corners that you're going to be able to select and immediately say, okay, we're inserting you as our starter opposite AJ Terrell. So there's at least going to be some sort of competition there. But it certainly seems like they're not kind of gearing this team up to be as competitive as they can possibly be, especially this first year. And so to me, that's kind of a conservative kind of approach to team building and roster building.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's jarring. Like, I think that's part of the reason, and Savion, I don't know if you wanted to weigh into on this, but yeah, go ahead if you'd like to.
The only thing I have to say is, like, if you're going to be conservative now, when is the time to be aggressive to start going towards the Super Bowl? Like, is it when Michael Penix comes in? Because you have a chance now if you wanted to, but instead you went and got the quarterback. So are you saying that, yeah, we're going to be conservative now, we're going to, start looking towards 2026 when we haven't been to a playoff since 2017? And that's a hard sell for me as a fan, but also as somebody that, that has to cover the team. It's like, okay, so I'm just, we're kind of it's not like we're treading water until we get to the actual, Super Bowl roster.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that's something also that kind of underscores everything that's happened this offseason is I think this Falcons front office really, they see the team, and maybe they're foolish for seeing the team this way, but I think they see this team as being a playoff roster, basically. And and I think that they saw them as being a playoff roster last year. And that's why they fired Arthur Smith, because they fell way short of those expectations. But I don't think that the results of last year and finishing 7-10 reflected what they felt they had in the roster. And then so this offseason, we're just seeing them trying to build off of what they think that they have. And by adding Kirk Cousins to the mix, that kind of is going to actually bring you to the level where you think you are. Because clearly Desmond Ridder and his performance was not getting the rest of this roster to the point where they should have been. So, and I believe that as well. I mean, I think Kirk Cousins is going to make this offense so much more dynamic and finally make them truly a top 10 offense. And then the other thing I've been reflecting on about this Penix pick is that, I think they're going to try to lean into the expertise of Raheem Morris to basically do what he did in LA and understand that you're going to have, when you just look player for player, from a quality perspective, probably like in terms of talent, maybe a bottom 10 defense in the NFL. But if you can overperform that talent disparity and maybe get, mid-level defensive production, then your offense can actually carry you through, especially what is we expect to be, a weak division and a playoff appearance, and then you go from there. But this team needs to obviously be back. They need to be in Mercedes-Benz Stadium playing a playoff game. They need to be on national TV in that stadium playing a playoff game. Like, that's what the executives here at Flowery Branch are so desperate for. And I think it's been killing them the last couple of years to not really have those opportunities to, showcase their organization, everything about it on a national scale. And, well, at least they're getting they're in the national news now after this Penix pick. Everybody's talking about them.
Yeah.
And one other thing I wanted to add, and sorry, I'm just kind of ranting here, just about random things that enter my head. I was definitely like most negative about the Penix pick right when it happened. And I think most people were, just because it wasn't on anybody's radar. And I talked to my dad the next day. He's a very normie football fan. I'm obviously more like in it with the rest of us sickos here. like we're, and I call my dad. I'm expecting him to just absolutely hate this. And he's like, no, I actually like it. It's like, it's insurance for Kirk Cousins. If he's 36 years old. Players are more likely when you're 36 years old to get hurt. So you might as well at least have some insurance. And then you've got a quarterback after that. And I'm like, damn, my normie dad likes this. And I know.
Get out of here with that positivity. Get out.
Yeah, I got to give him credit. Because he was the one who, when Desmond Ridder fumbled on the goal line against Tampa Bay last year, that was, midway through the season, he's like, I'm done with him. Get him out of here. And I'm like, no, it's it's random variance. Turned out he was right. So
yeah, he was right. Yeah,
but he had 3 fumbles inside the 10 that game too.
I know.
That was still wild. But no, Joe, actually, that's funny that you say that. I actually had the exact same thing happen with my dad. Again, my dad is more of a basketball guy. Like, he's huge into basketball and all that. And yeah, I called him and I'm like, I can't do this. I'm done. I'm sick of covering this. You know what I'm saying? I'm over this. And he's like, why? He's like, why? What's wrong with it? And he's basically explained the exact same thing to you. And yeah, it was a sobering experience. So I just thought that was hilarious. Like, yeah, pops for the win. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you need some grounding.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, it's funny because, like, this is a very old school way to go about team building. Like, this is not something that modern teams have done. Like, this has not happened in the modern era. But, like, this is something that teams used to do. Like, they used to draft a guy and sit him for a few years and develop him. And, like, teams don't do that anymore, for better and for worse. Because right now it's all about maximizing the rookie contract and all that stuff. Mm-hmm. The Falcons aren't going to be able to do that. They're not going to be able to maximize his rookie contract. I think that is... So they don't really care about that angle to it.
Yeah.
But if he's a franchise quarterback, it's like, it sort of doesn't matter. It's like, yeah, it would be great to get the cap savings. I would love that. That would be fantastic. But, like, ultimately, I think it is partially an overreaction to their complete failure to address quarterback after the debacle that happened, after Matt Ryan, and the debacle that spurned Matt Ryan in the first place. So I think it is an overreaction to that. I think it's an overreaction to the failure to start the 2021 regime correctly with a quarterback. And, like, yes, maybe they would have drafted Justin Fields and he would have been a bust. That's what happened with the Bears. So it's what happens. But, some of it is that, but just because it is an overreaction doesn't mean it's wrong. Like, it could be right. But I just feel like this is, like, the craziest, like, needle thread they have to pull off here. And it's like they're doing it while pissing everyone off. And, like, the fans are very upset and they're not going to have, like, what you said about the timeline of this team and, like, the way they've straddled the offseason, it's odd, right? Because it's like they signed Kirk Cousins and then that's it. It's like we signed Darnell Mooney and we traded for Rondale Moore. And that's literally all they've done all offseason. It's like, this really doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, go ahead.
We haven't really talked about it much. I don't believe in Mooney as a wide receiver too. They're paying him like a wide receiver too, for sure, like $13 million a year. I didn't understand that contract when I first saw it, but I guess they're hoping he makes some magic with Cousins. But yeah, wide receiver, is another hole on this team right now. I know we were talking about the secondary a lot, but I get that this team does, intend on rebuilding / competing. If that's ever worked out for anyone, I don't know, but they still need to get some pieces to actually compete this year, because if not, then what was Cousins for?
Right. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I do think that ultimately, they are planning to compete with Cousins, but they're not really going all in with Cousins. Like we said it earlier, Cousins is the most expensive bridge quarterback in NFL history. They clearly believe this is a playoff roster. And to be fair, this fan base can't tolerate another rebuild. They can't. This is not going to work. It'll be an empty stadium. If they were to go into this season, not addressing quarterback and just having Michael Penix and being like, well,
so.
Yes, and deservedly so. They haven't won
so.
shit. They haven't won shit since 2017. And it is what it is. So they couldn't do that. So people are like, why sign Cousins? Because they knew that they could not go into this season without an answer at quarterback for the short term, because fans are 1 foot out the door already. Now this Penix pick has convinced people to be 1 foot out the door. I guarantee you by first week of September, everyone's going to be excited to see Kirk Cousins play. No offense to everyone that's mad, but we're going to get over it. I mean, it happens.
Oh, 100%.
They're going to see your training camp videos, Kevin. People are going to get back in the mood.
Yeah. It's popping off.
It's going to be
that
be
first,
hype.
Cousins to Mooney vid is going to hit like crack. We're just going to be out.
Pitts is going to be mossing people in training camp with Cousins throwing to him, and people will be right back on board. Yeah, people
maybe Raheem Morris lets us actually record 7-on-7 this year too.
Yeah, maybe. I doubt it. Yeah, no, I doubt it. Yeah, we can't be that lucky, unfortunately. But
can I say?
Yeah.
To go back to something you were saying about the what has typically been the meta as far as developing your quarterback or whatever. I asked Terry in the press conference, if you're just drafting a guy to be a developmental quarterback and sit for probably at least 2 years in this instance, why not go with a third or fourth round pick? Why not use draft capital a little less other than your 8th overall pick? And so his response was, well, I would if there was a quarterback in that range that we believed in is the guy, but there's not. The guy that we believe in is going to be drafted in the top 10. I believe that if the Falcons had passed on him, maybe the Bears then trade down. If the Falcons had taken Odunze, maybe the Bears trade down a little bit. Somebody else gets up for Penix. It certainly does seem like the market was there for Penix, and the NFL thought Penix was a top 10 pick. So that's where the Falcons had to take him. And it made me think about the way that quarterbacks are getting drafted now in the NFL, and teams are, I think rightly, continuing to take shots at quarterback, because without it, you're screwed.
Yep.
And so that's just kind of the cost of doing business now in the modern NFL is, even if he is a developmental quarterback, you're going to have to really dole out, the capital for him. And in this case, it's a very high draft pick, but, I don't think it's the same as it used to be in the NFL, where maybe, teams weren't as aggressive in going after these quarterbacks in the draft, because these last few years we just see the top 5 is chock full of these guys.
Yeah, it's clearly, I mean, if you believe the rumors and the reports that the NFL was planning to take Michael Penix Jr. high. I think his floor was the Raiders at 13. That was 13. His floor.
Mm-hmm. Here's how the Minnesota did not trade up with the Falcons or anybody else to grab JJ McCarthy. They just sat there because I think that they understood where the market was, not just for McCarthy, but also that Penix may have even been more desirable, but maybe they just favored McCarthy anyway. So they felt like they could stay there. But I really feel like Minnesota sitting where they sat and not moving is indicative of kind of where the consensus thought about the quarterback market and where it was.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, it's and Chris 24M in the chats, with the $2 says Penix Jr. would have been perfect for the Raiders. It's yeah, I agree. That's why the Falcons took it.
Would have been.
So, I mean, I think that's the case. So.
In our last mock draft, we traded back with the Raiders, and it's
we did.
Move up for a quarterback.
Yeah, I thought that was maybe the most likely trade was the Falcons trading back with the Raiders. Yeah.
Yeah, we were having a conversation in the media room about that exact thing today. Like, when they must have been the most pissed off when they saw the Falcons make that pick, because they probably were. They thought they probably were just sitting there thinking, okay, yeah, Vikings are going to take McCarthy, and we'll just grab Penix, and we'll be set.
Yeah.
And then
And they just didn't expect. They just didn't expect Terry Fontenot to have this crazy scheme up his sleeve, and yeah, we're going to see if it works.
By God, there's Terry Fontenot's movie.
Oh my God. I mean, it was shocking. I mean, I loved Adnan's, because I saw it leaked by mistake, because I was like, oh, I think they're going to trade. I'm looking to see if they're, because it was like 5 minutes early that it was leaked. Like, I was like, I'm still safe. I'm going to look and see if there's any buzz about them trading. And then I saw it leaked like I was like, what the hell? This is early. Oh my God, this is a nightmare. But I was like,
you kept a pretty good poker face.
Yeah,
Kevin.
I was like,
I went back and watched
like,
it. You did as well as you could have in that
Yeah,
circumstance.
I was just I was like internal screaming, like in there, but it was like about to bubble over. But Adnan, got the instant reaction for us, so I'm glad of that. But it's a very controversial pick. It will remain a controversial pick, and I think for better or worse, this will be the face of the Fontenot-Morris regime, either as their initial giant mistake that doomed them, or as their crowning jewel of like, they got the Falcons a franchise quarterback and they did it in a way that everyone hated and they proved themselves right. And it's like, you have to respect the balls, honestly. Like, Raheem Morris, this is Raheem Morris's only second chance. Like, I don't think anyone else is giving him another chance if he makes this type of move and fails. Like, let's be honest. Like, so he has to have incredible conviction to do something like this. He's been waiting for this opportunity to be an NFL head coach again, and like, to start off his career with this. It's bold. It's incredibly bold. And like, we'll have to see how it works out. But
when I went back and re-listened to the press conference from that night, I got the impression that it was almost like Raheem seemed to be the one who was like stepping up and answering the questions that was like defending the pick, I think, more than Terry. Like, I felt it almost came across to me like it was Raheem.
I think it was absolutely
pushing for them to make this move. Yeah, which is really interesting considering the fact that he's a defensive coach, and you would expect any other kind of defensive minded coach to want to get him a tool to work with, whether that's an edge defender or a corner or whoever it might have been. So I thought that's just really interesting. And I always like people who think differently. And again, no idea if it's going to end up working out, but I'm just fascinated by the courage and in their convictions to do that kind of thing.
It would make more sense, right? But also Raheem knows that he does have the longest leash possible right now because he was just hired. Whereas Terry Fontenot is now in this is year 4. This is his 4th draft. So this feels like a much riskier move for Terry Fontenot if it does not work out than Raheem Morris.
Yeah. And
one other thing, I like the way that Raheem talked about how the dynamic's going to be with Penix coming in, and obviously Cousins being here, is because when you have a developmental quarterback, you so often hear like, well, is the starter going to like help the backup? Is he going to like help him learn? Like, is he going to teach him like how to be a quarterback? And I like the way that Raheem said, like, no, like the onus is on Penix to learn from Kirk. Like, we're not expecting Kirk to like teach Michael Penix how to be a quarterback. We expect Kirk Cousins to be our quarterback, be the best quarterback he can possibly be for us week in, week out. Hopefully it's for a long time. And it's Michael Penix's job to just observe him, help him, and just pick up the tools of the trade along the way to learn how to best prepare all the best practices that Kirk puts into place. I know Terry's already talked about how he kind of nerds out in some of the meeting rooms, like with his studiously like taking notes in his notepad and everything. And I think that will be a great experience for Penix. But I like the way that Raheem kind of just set the tone there. It's like, listen, we're not bringing in Penix so that Kirk Cousins can teach him and then hand off the reins to him. Like, it'll probably be a competition at some point. And and the onus is on Penix to show that he is ready and can kind of, be the better quarterback of the two down the road, whether that's 3 years from now, 4 years from now, whenever.
Yeah. And before we continue this conversation, it's a good one. I want to thank Savion Mixon for joining us today. He is at, oh God, your nameplate just says, okay, Mixon S_NFL. I want to make sure I got that right. And like, it was like the exact wrong timing. Like, the nameplate's gone. Okay. Yeah, I was really leaning on this. Savion, thank you for your time today. Nice to see you. Congratulations on Sporting News. Really excited to see your work over there. Anything else you want to share before you sign off today?
No, I really appreciate you guys coming on. It's very nice to look at and put a face to the name for you, Joe Patrick, because I say you do amazing work. I've already seen you guys' faces. I know what you guys
yeah,
look like.
we're bored.
But nah, I really appreciate y'all. Yeah, keep looking over on the Sporting News, and thank God for the Falcoholic, because this was a very sobering experience when it comes to the Michael Penix thing. So I really appreciate you guys.
We got to try. We're trying our best here, the spin zone over here on the Falcoholic. But thank you, Savion. Have a great day, man.
Good to see you, Savion.
Good
Thanks,
to see you
Savion.
guys. All right, have a good one.
Yeah, I think you bring up a ton of good points, and there goes Tyrone Tracy Jr. to the Giants at 166. He's definitely an interesting guy. I think I see David Johnson in him. That's my comp for Tyrone Tracy. But let's slightly change gears here with the, because I think we could talk about Michael Penix for literally months, and we probably will. What do you think about the day 2 picks? Yeah, well, definitely will. Yeah. What do you think about the day 2 picks, Joe? Because I know the Rook trade up. I did not like the trade up. I like Rook. I was definitely a fan of him in the second round, but I like the player. Just I think giving up 79, I hate that. But I'm never a big fan of giving up day 2 picks ever. But it is what it is. And then Braylon Trice seems to be the one pick everyone loves. But what do you think about those day 2 moves?
Yeah, and I would even, if I could, because I'll also throw Brandon Dorlus kind of into this conversation.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because just because they're clearly kind of loading up at this position, and it really seems like there's a prototype, or a certain kind of player profile that they're going for here, which is the bigger framed, athletic, longer armed type of defensive lineman who is maybe a bit of a tweener, who can kind of play multiple positions along that front, which I think, Rook is maybe a little bit more stout than Dorlus in that respect, but I think both of them you can move around in some different positions. And honestly, it's not really a kind of player profile that the Falcons have a lot of on the roster right now. They've got kind of more of those stouter, 4-3 types of defensive tackles, maybe not as ideally suited for this new scheme that was brought in. And we talked a lot about this when Dean Pease came in. How was Grady Jarrett going to kind of work out in this system? I think it worked out great, actually. I mean, Grady, I think, had one of his better years of his career in recent years there. But I think we are clearly seeing the type of player that the Falcons want on that defensive line. And so for that reason, I kind of agree with you. And you never know. Again, like, we like to think we know what the market looks like based on consensus rankings and things like that. You never know where Rook may have fallen, and clearly he's a player that they really felt like they needed to go get by evidence of the fact that they did trade up and take him. But then you see 3 other defensive tackles come off the board right after him, and you never know if one of those teams preferred Rook over the player that they ended up drafting. And so who knows? But I agree with you. It hurt. It hurt to lose that 3rd round pick, because you did, when we were doing a lot of mock drafts, I just need Falcons fans everywhere. Those were the ones you were really focusing on. I think a lot of people were just kind of running three round mocks, basically, because those are kind of the 3 rounds where you felt like you were going to get like real difference makers to come into the team. So, but I don't have any complaints, as you said, about the players. Kind of interesting that they got, in Rook, a player who, didn't really fill up the stat sheet as much, but obviously has these tools and these traits that they think are going to develop. And he's a little bit of a later bloomer, because he didn't really, did he start playing football like his junior year of high school, I believe. So still relatively new to the sport, but I think the Falcons obviously think that he can continue to improve like he did in college. And then you look at these 2 other players, and Braylon Trice and Brandon Dorlus, and those are guys who did actually have like production metrics in terms of the pressures that they were putting up in college. So some nice kind of just kind of well-rounded on the front there, but it's clearly obviously it's been interesting actually to see them go away from corner too. Like, I think that's something that these picks indicate to me, is that corner was not as much of a need for them going into this draft as certainly I thought, and I think a lot of people thought they would. At least if they didn't go with a corner in the 1st round, it would almost definitely be a pick for them in the 2nd round. But I do wonder maybe if there's still some veteran guys on the free agent market. Maybe they just sign one of those guys for a year and try to kick that cornerback can down the road. Maybe see a little bit more what they have in Clark Phillips, but.
Yeah.
Again,
it seems like AJ Terrell is going to be a Falcon for a long time. Is what I'm taking away from this draft. So,
I think
Yeah.
they almost have to do something in free agency. And I know that they don't have much money, but they can cut Ogundeji right now. They can, if they want to go down the route of restructuring anyone. But Fontenot has been very, very hesitant on that. It's almost like he has PTSD from his days in New Orleans, where that just like does not work. But yeah, like right now going into next year, it's, I mean, either Clark Phillips or D. Alford as a cornerback too, which I don't think inspires much
Antonio
confidence.
Hamilton season, okay, excuse me. No, I think Akello Witherspoon is an Atlanta Falcon, and John Johnson at this point. I think both those guys are getting called. They're on the phone right now. Yeah.
If they bring in Witherspoon, I'll be like, okay, you know what, cornerback is figured out for this year. We're fine. We're set. But if they do kick that can down the road, you have to look at a lot of these positions that will become needs moving forward. So, I mean, tackle is going to be a need as early as maybe next season, definitely in a couple of years. Wide receiver is still a need. Safety is still a need today. Cornerback, we touched on. It depends. How much do they really like Drew Dahlman? I like Drew Dahlman, but how in love are they with Drew Dahlman as a starting center? What about the depth along the offensive line? They address the defensive line depth. They, linebacker of Troy Anderson is fine. That's been addressed. They still possibly need a pass rusher, but it just feels like there's so many holes and there's just not enough, opportunities to fill them. And I know free agency is going to be there too next year, but this team isn't going to have as much money to spend as they have this year and last year. So I don't know. It's just going to be interesting to see how they tackle all of this from a roster building standpoint in that mold of trying to win now with Cousins versus trying to win later with Penix.
Mm-hmm. And ultimately, you're going to have to just get guys who overperform like what we expect of them. If this defense is going to be, good enough to get them into the playoffs, like maybe Clark Phillips, comes out and the experience that he got last year helps him, and he's, capable of being your corner or whatnot. But again, I think it's going to, that's to kind of go back to something I was saying earlier. Like that's like the challenge for Raheem Morris with this defense is to basically do what he did with the Rams last year, where you're going to be outmanned a little bit, and you just got to at least get to a level where you're holding your own, kind of like this Falcons team did in 2022. I thought that defense was decent considering the talent level across, just player for player was pretty rough that year.
Right.
And, they struggled to get teams off the field and whatnot, but at least they held the points numbers down that year.
They did.
Yeah.
So
they're probably just going to have a challenge like that, at least for this immediate term. And we'll see if more help comes down the road next offseason.
Yep. No, it's really interesting to see how this does develop. I mean, I think they're trying to straddle the line between building a team for Michael Penix in 2 years and winning games right now. And it's like usually when teams try to straddle that line, they fail and they don't win now or later. So it's like that's bad. That would be really bad. That would be a catastrophe. But they have to try to win now. They can't punt, and they know that. It's like our time to do a rebuild and tear down was 2021, and we failed. Like we did not rebuild this team. We actually we couldn't get above 7 wins with what we did.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not good enough. They know it's not good enough. So they're taking a very different approach now. They're going out and signing a quarterback, and they're drafting a quarterback. And they're like, okay, quarterback's not going to be a problem. I swear to God, we're getting a quarterback. I don't care if it costs us, an entire year's worth of resources. We are getting a quarterback in here. And I think at this point, you look at the NFC South and the NFC in general, the moves they've made, it's probably enough to be an NFC playoff contender. Like I don't really think you have to, and it's like, you don't really have to do a ton in the NFC, honestly, to get to that stage.
Yeah.
So, they're going to be, if they're not competing for the playoffs with Kirk Cousins, then this is strike one for this regime, like already. Like taking Penix at 10 is like strike one. Like and it could be like home run one in 2 years, but it's like, it is so bold to take a guy that you might not even see play before you're fired. Like, I mean, it's like, like if they don't make the playoffs the next 2 years, Arthur Blank is not going to tolerate this. So like, it's like, okay, you're done. You failed. So you took 180 million of my money and you couldn't get to the playoffs. Like you're both done. Like we're out of here. So again, you have to know they have true conviction on this. So you have to know.
Where I worry is it's like, and I mentioned it earlier, how often does this succeed of the whole, all right, we're going to win now and win later? Like
Very
it's just
rarely.
like,
Yeah.
it's like, are the Falcons really going to be the team that bucks that trend? Like, how often does this franchise buck the trend in a good way? They bucked the trend a lot in very bad ways in the past.
Right.
But it's like, how often is it that we're like, yeah, no, the Atlanta Falcons, like, they figured it out. Like, you know, of all the teams, that they're the ones that did that shit. So I don't know. That's just some Falcons PTSD. I'm not gonna put the sins of the past on the current regime, but you know, you can't help but think like, yeah, like, you know, how often does this really work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rarely.
No, I think
very rarely.
Yeah. They're threading the needle. They're trying to thread the needle like no one's ever threaded the needle before, for sure. To go back to some of the conversation about these day 2 guys and some of the day 3 guys.
Yeah.
I do think that also them like really aggressively going after these defensive linemen maybe speaks to the fact that, you know, Grady's coming off an ACL, which we know.
Right.
But I think the thing that's been less talked about is David Onyemata missed quite a bit of time last year, especially in the second half of the season. He was dealing with an ankle injury, and I remember he was like week to week with this ankle, and he just wasn't coming back, and it just was lingering. And I feel like that, you know, that hurt the team, not having either of those guys in the middle of that defensive line. And I think that they're trying to, you know, hedge that as much as possible by just adding depth to that group. And I think you can also reasonably expect them not to be playing this high a percentage of snaps maybe as you might otherwise expect from guys that you consider to be starters for this year. And I wanted to ask you guys, either one of you, about Braylon Trice. I mean, obviously he's a productive player in college as far as the pressures go, but I got to be honest, I was expecting a different profile of edge for them to draft there. And especially like you had Jonah Ellis, who to me was maybe a little bit more along the lines of what I was thinking, because I know this is a point that you've made in the past, Kevin, but you know, in that defense that they were running last year, when you had Calais Campbell on the edge, they just didn't really have a lot of like dynamism in those kinds of flat areas with those guys, those more mobile outside linebackers or edges who could cover some more ground. And I was expecting maybe a lighter, physically lighter player who's maybe a little bit quicker to fill some of those roles, as opposed to a guy like Braylon Trice, who's more of a, you know, heavy-handed power rusher type.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. Like they clearly have a type, like you were saying earlier. They want physical, angry badasses. Like that's what they want. They don't like, and
absolutely.
then they want guys with high RAS, but like Rook, Dorless, and Trice, all three of those guys, physical, strong, reliable against the run, high energy, high motor, like run through a wall types. All three of those guys are like that. So it's like that's clearly what this coaching staff wants. So like if you're just gonna go 100 miles per hour, we're gonna point you in the right direction, and we're gonna hope that is gonna work for us. And like that, you know, again, the length, like with Rook and Dorless, they clearly still prioritize length, but I think the selection of Trice and the buzz that they were really interested in Latu shows you that this regime is not as length obsessed as the previous one. The previous one like refused to take anyone with bad length. Like they didn't consider him. And Trice doesn't have good length. He's, you know, about the same as Latu. So they clearly don't care as much about that here, and that's probably because we're going to see more like wide 9 and stuff like that, where the length is just not as big a deal. But it is interesting. And we see Jordan Travis go here to the Jets who traded up. Yeah. So there we go.
Trading up for Jordan Travis.
Travis ahead of Pratt. Who had that? Yeah. That actually rhymed. I didn't intend that.
I actually thought Travis was actually the guy who, I mean, I definitely thought the Falcons should take a quarterback in this draft.
Yeah, me too.
Take a shot on somebody. but these were the rounds. Like I would expect this Jordan Travis to be drafted right around here, for the Falcons, to be their guy, which is kind of funny.
No, that is funny. Yeah, I would want to get a real quick shout out for Ethan Connor with the $100 dono. Ethan, thank you so much, brother. We really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. He says, I've managed to move through all 5 stages of grief in 2 days. Re the Penix pick. Not only have I reached acceptance, but also understanding. There's no decent quarterbacks in the later rounds this year. We're probably going to lose picks, and it's going to be hard to trade up next year. Secure now or pay later. Thank you for the show. Ethan, thank you for your support, man. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
That's awesome.
But
and apparently next year's quarterback class isn't going to be, all
Carson
that good
Beck
anyway.
QB1.
Right. Yeah. And you're still going to have, next year there will be again 5 or 6 teams that are like desperate to get in that mix to draft somebody. So there's always going to be competition for these teams trying to get those quarterbacks. And I just feel like that's going to be like that for the foreseeable future.
Not a big Shedeur Sanders believer.
Well, he can only play for 3 teams, Adnan, so that really limits the option.
Is my camera's off, right? It's my camera's not.
Yeah, it's off.
Yeah.
My camera's not working.
It's okay. I assume.
I wonder, do you think Dion was super pissed when he saw Penix get picked by the Falcons? Because it seemed like he was kind of gunning for trying to get his son here in Atlanta.
He should have been gunning for him to come out this year if he wanted that to happen. So
yeah, right.
Apparently, they weren't willing to wait for anyone. So we'll see what it comes to that.
My thing is unresponsive right now, so I think this is a good time for me to dip out for a little bit, but I will be back.
Okay, thank you, Adnan. I appreciate you. Adnan's got to write up, the picks. He's pulling double duty tonight, Joe. He has to write up the picks as well. So, Dave's working us to the bone as he always does. Old Taskmaster.
Dave's sipping a mocktail, poolside,
just chilling. So.
Got someone's fanning him down with grape leaves.
Oh yeah. Hashtag Dave meat over there. Just
Dave's crazy, man. Like
basting in the sun. Yeah.
The amount of articles that you guys pump out is crazy.
Yeah. All right. Well, as Adnan takes an exit, we got another guest coming in here. We got John from Out of Your Falcon Mind for the first time on the program. John, welcome in. Nice to finally meet you. How you doing, man?
Great, Kevin, man. How y'all doing, man? Joe, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you, man.
What's up, John? Good to talk to you.
Yeah, man. Adnan, what's going on, buddy?
Adnan, literally, Adnan just stepped away, like a second before you joined. Yes, so he's writing up our picks, so like he's pulling double duty. So he's like, all right, I got to go get prep for this next pick. But yeah,
I feel like the show is like rotating group therapy with Kevin just being like the counselor who stays in, and then people just come in and out, and we all discuss. Yeah.
Yep.
My name's Joe. I'm here for.
Hi, Joe.
I'm glad we did our own stream on the first night, because it would have been like that's when the therapy was needed initially.
Yeah,
I think.
It was a rough
John,
one.
Are you feeling differently about it at all? Because that's something we've been talking about. It's like, you sleep. Anytime you hear like any kind of drastic news, it's like, it hits you, and then you get some time and it kind of mellows out a little bit. Have you changed at all from Thursday night?
Definitely mellowed out. Yeah. Because initially I think there was 7 or 8 of us on, and I think 7 of us were super distraught, and like I walked off for a second. Like it was just because it was just so out of like I thought edge, corner, wide receiver, none of that would have surprised me, and I really wasn't thinking. I mean, I know that came out about Penix late. Adam Schefter broke that late on maybe Wednesday or Thursday. And I thought maybe, but not really. I was like, no, they won't do that.
Right.
Maybe 3rd or 4th round. No, they're not going to do that. It makes no sense. We just paid Kurt all this money. He's going to start for 3 or 4 years. No way. And then they did. And I mean, I think, like I said, I think once the initial shock kind of wore off, and then you hear the explanation, it makes sense. Like it does. Like, and I, folks were yesterday trying to tell us, we're trying to, oversell the pick. I was like, no, it's not that. I mean, it's like, you just have to sit back for a second, take the emotion out of it for half a second, and it's, if they really think that we're not going to be drafting this high in the next few years, hey, great, man. I love that conviction. So, like that's in that case, the pick makes sense, then you don't have to worry about it, and then the fact what's really helped though, is the fact that they went ahead, and I don't know what you guys, I'm sure we'll talk about it, but every pick we've made, barring moving up for Rook, I don't know that, I'm sure y'all have talked about it. Like, I don't know that had to be done. Maybe obviously we're not in the room. I'm sure that, had the feeling that there's going to be a run on D tackles, but I mean, that was the only questionable thing, but I love the player. you know, and like all the guys we've got since, I like Trice, I like Dorless, I like JD. I got no complaints. So I think that made it a little bit easier to swallow too. The fact that we did go address heavily on the defensive line, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah. What about you
No,
guys?
I agree. Yeah. No, I feel better certainly after day 2, and I like the Dorless pick. You know, I think Bertrand. You know, I'm like, you know, I don't know if you know, John, but I like Malik Washington, so I was disappointed that we didn't get Malik Washington yet. But
Right.
there's still hope apparently, so anything can happen.
He's still on the board.
Yeah, he's still here. So
Wow.
Oh, I'm pretty much. Yeah, I haven't. Somebody asked me the other day, and I said, you know, I don't think I've gotten a first round pick right in I don't know, 16 years. I don't think I predicted it right. So like, you know, I've the only pick I've gotten right this year on our mock draft that we did was Brandon Dorless. That's the only one that I got right, you know, and so I was happy about that. But yeah, every time you think the Falcons going to do one thing, they do the exact opposite. So it's like, all right.
yeah,
I should expect it by now. Like, I have no idea why we were so shocked by what happened on Thursday, because we should have just been like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
honestly, like the last 3 first rounds have been very chalk. Like, it's like, oh, Kyle Pitts, we kind of expected that. Oh, like Drake London, that was definitely expected. Oh, Bijan, you know, I was like expecting that for like months, and it's like, I thought I could trust them to make a good first round pick that I wouldn't be pissed off about, but apparently that's when I was most vulnerable. Clearly, so you know, apparently you can't trust them. You can't trust anyone. That's really
Joe,
the takeaway from this. Yeah.
I know, Joe. What was your first reaction on Thursday? I mean,
oh my God. Well, yeah, I was telling the guys I was live on a 11 Alive here in Atlanta. I was on one of their broadcasts. It was like a streaming broadcast thing. And so I was outside the media room, like holding their microphone, literally talking to a camera to my guy, Reggie Chapman, on the other side. And so I wasn't checking my phone because I was like doing this media thing. And I can just see the TV through the window out of the corner of my eye. And I just see the pick. And so I had no forewarning, and I'm literally talking. I'm in the middle of a sentence, and I'm just trying to keep my wits about me. But I got to be honest, I kind of like had to stop talking. It was a lot to try to comprehend. Like when it happens, you just try to start doing the machinations of your head. Like what were they thinking? What is the thought process behind this? And it was hard to put that together. I think once they came down, they kind of explained their rationale. It started to make some more sense, but still, and this is something that I was talking about earlier, but you might find this interesting, John, is that, you know, normally when a team makes a top 10 pick, they're like bounding into the room, and you know, they can't wait. They can't wait to talk about these players and use them as an opportunity to market the team. And it just didn't have that kind of tone at all. It was more of a, we're going to come in and kind of explain ourselves with what we've done here.
Full defense mode. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the most somber first round like press conference I've ever seen. They were fully on the defensive, and it's like that just shows you they had to have incredible conviction about Michael Penix Jr. to be able to make that kind of ballsy pick, because they knew it was going to be panned. And we were saying earlier, it's like, wow, the Falcons haven't had this much media attention since the game that shouldn't be named, you know. So,
dude, I'm pretty sure that post game or the post draft press conference had more viewers than they've ever had on their website, like ever, or on their YouTube channel. Yeah, I mean, it was a ton of folks. I didn't even dare to get in the chat. I just watched it.
I don't want to see it.
I'm not involved in this.
I'm gonna watch, so. You know, I'm gonna watch, but I don't want to weigh in. Yeah, no, I'm not touching this one. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, so I mean, you know, it was, just like I said, just a lot of shock, and I mean, you know, you find out, you know, they told Kirk 5 minutes before, which, you know, you understand, like you can't really, I've told him weeks ago, like, you know, I mean, that's just kind of, it sucks for Kirk, but that's just kind of the way the business is, you know. And it's like, I mean, you know, I'm sure he wasn't thrilled, but I mean, I'm, you know, hearing Penix said they talked it out, and that he called him and that they had a great conversation. You know, you wouldn't expect Kirk to say anything other than that and be a great mentor to him, you know, whether that's just the kind of guy Kirk is. So on that aspect, it's fine. But it's like, you know, Mike, my co-host, you know, by the way, he's traveling today, so he can't join us. So it's just me today. But, you know, he was like, man, if he's this good, like, why are we going to let him sit for 3 or 4 years?
Right,
you know?
right.
Yeah.
Like,
it's part of it. Yeah.
I mean, that's like, I know. I was like, well, yeah. I said, well, we're kind of in it now with Kirk, so we can't necessarily say like, I know we're paying you $50 million, Kirk, but now you're not. I mean, that's not going to happen. So I mean, yeah. I mean,
well, I it's something that I think is a credit to Kirk in this situation that he's in, is I think his ability to allow his agent to kind of express certain feelings or whatever on that side, but it keeps it totally separate from him personally and how he interacts with his teammates, because it's not Michael Penix's fault,
Right.
And I'm sure, like I'm not, no doubt that, I mean, Kirk probably feels a little sour about this, and I think it's more about, if I had to guess, I'm just speculating here, but if I had to guess, it's probably more about the trust, and then just like kind of getting called while you're on the clock, like that at that late hour, to kind of be informed that this is happening, and not to have had some sort of conversation about this could potentially be what we do before. And I do wonder maybe if the reason why that didn't happen is because the Falcons wanted to keep this extremely close to the vest, this pick, because I think it clearly caught the entire football world by surprise. And we knew that there was interest. Obviously they did the Washington trip, but they didn't have him for a top 30 visit. It seems like there were some things that they could have gone to further lengths to kind of have more contact with the player, but they obviously felt good enough about it that it almost seems like they wanted to keep their true interests under wraps as much as they possibly could. Even though it was getting reported out a little bit, I think it got reported out just enough so that it looked exactly like how I thought it was, which was that they were just trying to set up the idea that they could take him without ever having the intention to actually pull it off.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going on. I thought that they actually liked him. Like, I was pretty convinced that they liked Michael Penix, but they were like hoping to trade back up for him maybe at some point, or that they were hoping to have someone jump up like the Raiders. I thought they were maybe trying to manipulate the Raiders into going up to 8. Because that was the trade I thought was going to happen, was 13-8. And apparently the Raiders did want to make that trade, but the Falcons were sort of playing them by being like, we're gonna do this to kind of figure out who wants Penix, and then if too many people want Penix, we're just gonna take him right now, and that's exactly what they did. So it's very interesting to watch that whole process play out. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. And I know other people have said this, but like I could also like independently report that the team has been tracking Penix specifically, like going back to last year. I know during last season he was definitely on their radar. I don't know how that actually like kind of intertwines with their interest in Kirk Cousins or whatever, but this is like definitely a player they've been actively tracking, and that's one of the reasons why I thought the trip out to Washington was just kind of them like saying, listen, we've been following this guy for so long, we've had such interest, and we do like him so much, like we kind of owe it to ourselves and to him to just like go out there and put him do this workout with him. And you never know, maybe they were not feeling like they were going to pull the move at the time, and then they do the workout, and the reports that have come out from the workout was that he absolutely blew them away at the workout, and the conditions I guess were not great. It was windy and chilly, and he was just slinging it around like it was nothing. So you never know exactly how it came to the fruition to the point where they actually draft him, but yeah, I mean, he was definitely a player that they've liked for a long time.
Yeah.
Anytime you mention, I guess, Stafford-esque type throws, it's like, oh wow,
anyone involved with the Rams is like, oh geez, it's Stafford. Really, he won us the Super Bowl. Yeah.
And something else too. And speaking of Stafford, it's something I've been saying for a long time. Like, you've got Zach Robinson, who's this guy who's like, you assume to be an expert in kind of evaluating quarterbacks and kind of knowing exactly what he wants and the traits that he needs to be able to execute an offense. So for that reason, I've been like, okay, let him pick a quarterback. Let him pick a quarterback that you draft in this draft. I just didn't think it was going to be a quarterback that you'd pick with your first pick. I thought it was going to be like a Jordan Travis or somebody like that.
I thought they loved Rattler. Yeah, exactly.
Or Rattler. Yeah, any one of these guys. Yeah. But that was
I'd rather have Penix than Rattler. To be fair, I would rather have Penix than Rattler. But yeah, please continue.
So I can't fault them for saying like, okay, well, I was the one who was saying they should definitely like pick a quarterback who they want, who's going to be available for them, and they did. So I guess I can't fault them too much for it.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's something I've harped on teams about a lot, and that's what I try to tell people. It's like, look, like this is exactly what I tell teams to do. Is like, you can't just think there's going to be a quarterback later. You got to get the one you want if you want him right now. Look at what happened to the Panthers. They were forced to trade up for Bryce Young, and they're still paying the price for that. And like, it also hurts when you maybe take the wrong quarterback in such a trade up. So it helps that the Falcons don't have to trade up for Michael Penix. That does help. I mean, it could be very expensive to make a move for that if they are trying to come from the 20s later and all that stuff. But it is such a gamble. Like, honestly, I like, and we were talking about this earlier, John, is like, Raheem Morris, like, this is probably his chance to be an NFL head coach. Like, if he makes this type of move and flames out, like, this is probably it for him at being an NFL head coach. So you have to believe, like, he's like all in on Michael Penix. And at the very least, like, Michael Penix has the upside to be a top 10 NFL quarterback. He throws an amazing pass. He's got that dual threat ability. You kind of worry about him actually being a dual threat because, like, he's gotten hurt so many times in the past, but like he can scoot. I mean, he can scoot. So there's that, but it's just wild to actually see this happen. It's like, wow, I can't believe the balls on this regime to do this to start off their tenure.
Yeah. And that's what almost made me feel a bit better. Like, man, if they're that convicted, like they must really want this dude and like believe in him and like, okay, I mean, y'all did the work, not me. So I mean, that's we'll go with that. But and I think we all expected it like a top defensive player, and then you look at what Raheem did with the Rams the last year with a young defense that was a bunch of nobodies, basically. Not no offense to the Rams defense and Aaron Donald, and then but they did really well, all things considered. So it's like, you look, okay, well, he can transfer that, hopefully, that to our defense, with a little bit more playmakers and stuff like that. And, again, since they've addressed the line heavily, I mean, I was kind of surprised we haven't seen a corner yet. I don't know about you guys, but
corner and wide receiver and safety too, for that matter. But Akello Witherspoon, you are an Atlanta Falcon.
Exactly. Hey, Kevin. Kevin, do you mind giving us an update on like where we are from a Falcons pick? I am gonna have to head inside for whenever that happens.
Yes, so we are on pick 175 and the Falcons are up at 186. So we got about 11 picks till Atlanta's on the clock.
Okay.
If you have a particular pick that you want me to like call out when it's been made, I can do that for you. But
I'll take I need a 5-pick warning.
5-pick warning. Okay, so 181. Once 181 is announced, we're gonna lose Joe for his. He's got to go in and be our man on the street for this. So man in the building. But yeah, John, curious what you think about this day too, because we see a lot of defensive help added. I think we all kind of expected a defensive heavy draft after this free agency period, but it's entirely defense, and it's entirely defensive line, with Rook coming in, who was a guy that I liked, but I hate giving up pick 79. Love Braylon Trice. Really, the value of Brandon Dorless in the 4th round, you gotta like too. And JD Bertrand, a little bit early for me, but I get it. Linebackers on day 3, I'm usually a big fan of that. What do you think about these defensive picks for Atlanta?
Yeah, same boat as you. I was when we saw we were moving up, first thing I thought was, okay, Jazar Newton is like, that's going to be our guy. Yeah, we're going to grab him, and then like we did, and I was like, who? Like Rook? What? Like did he cough afterwards? Like, what did he just say? And then I knew a little bit from Clemson, but not a lot, and so I immediately go online, start looking up film for Rook and seeing what he's like, and like I said, I like the player. I hated giving up 79. Like I said, I mean, if they really felt he wasn't going to be there, then all right. But I mean, that one hurt. But yeah, Braylon Trice, like him a lot, man. I think he's got a high upside. Great size on him. Same thing with Dorless. Dude can play literally from 2 to 7. He put him anywhere on the line. I mean, I'm sure he'll probably start off inside, but I kind of look at defensive linemen kind of like pitchers in baseball. Like, you can never really have enough. Like, I look at the way the Eagles have done it, and the fresher you can keep those guys, and the better off you're going to be, especially late in the game. So I got no issue with it. And then JD, I mean, tackling machine. His dad was a rugby player. I mean, like, he's watching his film. Yeah, I think he'll fit right in. Depending on where they plan to see him, obviously, but we did need some depth there at linebacker, so I don't hate it. Like I said, I'm just surprised that we haven't seen a corner. I mean, I guess Antonio Maxwell, Clark Phillips, like you said, maybe Akello Witherspoon is going to be added. I mean, at some point, but I mean, I guess
it's surprising. I agree. I mean, it is surprising for sure. And welcome back, Adnan.
Adnan.
Yeah.
Hey everyone. Yeah, my camera wasn't working, but you know what? I'll be damned, because this is not a podcast. This is a live show.
Yep. So Adnan had to go do some tech support, and he's back. I love the enthusiasm and the willingness to get back in here.
Yeah, no, it's triple duty. Yeah, it's the live show, it's the write-ups, and now I'm doing tech for the Falcons.
Doing production behind the scenes. Yes. What was that, Joe?
Am I correct? Am I correct in saying that Johnny Newton did not work out at the combine or a pro day?
He has a Jones fracture. Yeah, he has a Jones fracture in his foot.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So that's definitely probably why the Falcons were like, I don't want to mess with this.
Yeah.
But clearly, I think at that point in the second round, it's like I will deal with a Jones fracture for a guy that's definitely a top half of the first round talent in my opinion. So,
Commanders wasted no time.
No, Dan Quinn was like, "Oh, he's fast and physical. I want that." Yeah. I can't help that. He is a Dan Quinn guy. I could tell that right 100%. Away. Dan Quinn would love that. And we got Nico with the $10 super chat. Thank you, Nico, very much, man. I appreciate you. He says, "Can success actually be sustained when the GM and head coach have demonstrated that they can't be trusted?" Specifically referring to Kirk and how he may have apparently been misled. Dysfunction nurtures bad process. Yeah, I mean, what they said is true. Like, there's no good time to tell Kirk Cousins that you're drafting his replacement. So, like, I don't really blame them for not saying anything about their plans because it honestly doesn't matter. Like, if they want to draft a quarterback, Kirk Cousins is going to have to deal with it one way or another. But, yeah, I hate inviting that into your locker room. Now, Kirk is honestly a model teammate. I don't think this is going to be something that really, like, is a big thing. I hate inviting the chance of that, too, because that just adds even more tension and more potential for, like, disaster to this pick. But again, if you're going to go all in, you might as well just go all in with the plum and just be like, yeah, F your feelings, Kirk. Like, we don't care. So you're a grown-ass man and we gave you $100 million. Like, relax. So
they should have just done like the South Park episode. Just get all the players in one room and be like, all right, everyone whose position we did not draft in the first round, take a step forward. Not so fast, Kirk, not you.
Not you. Stay. Yep. No. Yeah, we're getting to pick. Okay, we are officially in the 6th round, pick 177. So we got Joe for like 10 more minutes. We'll see. We got Joe until pick 181. Then he's got to go be our man on the street.
I'm gonna something that Raheem again another to go back to like the Kirk Cousins and this dynamic with quarterback now. Something that Raheem pointed out is he's like, listen, like Kirk's a professional, and like as a professional, your job is to come in and play as well as you can. And it's competitive. It's a competitive league. It's a competitive team. It's just competitive profession. So, I think ultimately, while maybe the dialogue wasn't ideal, maybe from Kirk's side of things, I think ultimately the team has faith that he'll basically, get over it.
He will. He will.
And just, yeah. It's a good thing that this is happening now and they're not having to play a game, in a week or two. Or it could affect him.
I think Kirk was like all of us. I mean, he's probably
he was like,
shocked initially.
Yeah, I know. Seriously,
he's just like us.
Blame Kirk for reacting that way.
He's just like us after all. Yeah.
Exactly. And then he slept on it. And he was like, okay, well, it does kind of make sense. And they are paying me a lot of money, and I am still a starting quarterback. So like, I'm not going anywhere. So, and I think it too. I think it matters the type of person, obviously, and Kirk's a model human being. So I mean, I think they felt like he would probably. He might be pissed, but he's going to get over it and he'll treat it like a professional, like you said, and that's fine. But it sucks. The human side of it sucks because like nobody likes that. Nobody would like that to happen. I mean, clearly, but like you said, it is, and there's no way. If you'd have told him 3 weeks ago, what do you think he's going to do? Like, great. What do you think? I mean, if you told him before you signed him, you think he would have possibly even signed? I mean, that's that sucks. Yeah. That's just business, man.
Yeah. And I think it does help in this situation that he has a personal relationship that goes back years with Raheem Morris. This isn't just some new coach that he's trying to develop a relationship with the first time, and he feels like, he got kind of backstabbed or whatever right away. I think it's something that they'll be able to, work out in a calm manner. And I mean, and I just thought Raheem set the perfect tone in that press conference, basically like saying like Kirk is our quarterback, and maybe they went a little bit overboard. I think I think sometimes, it was very kind of funny how sometimes you understand, you can like with the way that they speak, you can like almost envision like the key messaging sheet that they read before they go into the press conference, and they just keep
make Kirk happy,
hammering these things.
Kirk happy.
Yeah. But I think the Raheem is the right kind of coach to have for the situation to make sure that it doesn't kind of flare up to something that becomes unmanageable. Because I think that if there's anything you can say about Raheem is that he's a great like people person, and especially within the context of a football locker room and being able to handle disputes that players and coaches or whatever might have between each other. It's something that I really thought about when I went back and re-listened to the Play Callers series that The Athletic did, that podcast series they did. And it's just like, it's so interesting how in football, it's such like an intimate environment, and like your profession is so intimate is the word I keep coming back to, because like
Yeah.
there's no other job that you have where you're literally like your blood is in it. Like you're like giving yourself physically to your profession. And the coaches often understand that because they've played in the past or they've just been around the players for so long. There's just so much. It's such a deep kind of level of personal connection that you have with one another. It's something that I noticed here, a lot of our jobs were on the computer for a lot of time, or we're, on our phones and we're reading other people's opinions. And I'm sure like that happens to an extent with some of these guys in their personal lives. But for the most part, when they're in a building, they're like physically beating each other up. they're grinding in classrooms together, we're studying film and whatnot. And they have just like a special bond. It creates a special bond between, humans. When you're, just in that kind of work. And I think Raheem kind of embodies the best of the kind of leader that you want, that can make sure that this situation doesn't, flare up.
No, I agree. I think that they've got time to smooth it over. That was a good point. And, I do think Kirk is a guy that like, he's going to be upset. Of course he is. Like, and I don't think anyone blames him. I don't think the Falcons blame him. Certainly.
I probably would be too.
Yeah, but he'll get over it. And honestly, I think Kirk is a guy that probably will embrace Penix because, again, he's not going to – I think Kirk is the type of guy that's not going to blame – this isn't Aaron Rodgers, right? Like, he's not going to blame Penix for the team drafting him. Like, he'll be like, Penix didn't come to supplant me. Penix got drafted, and his job is to become an NFL quarterback. And you know what? I'm going to help him do that. And I'm going to play well, and I don't have to – like, Kirk is the type of confident guy. He's like, I don't have to worry about my job. Like, I'm Kirk Cousins. I'm a great NFL quarterback. I'm going to be just fine, and I'm going to mentor Penix as well, and like it's not going to be a problem. So he doesn't have, you don't have to worry about it because I think he's confident. So I'm going to take a step away for just 1 second because we're getting to pick 178. So I want to make sure I don't miss anything here. So I'll step away for about 2 minutes to refill my drink, and I'll be right back. But yeah, continue the conversation, please, guys. Thank you.
All right, guys. Kevin's gone. Let's do just dead air time, dead silence for the next for however
like
long.
Elevator music.
Nothing like dead air on a live stream or a podcast.
Yeah, it's just like we had that happen last night because we were doing a giveaway. So I don't know if Kevin mentioned the $50 NFL shop giveaway. I think it looks like he started it. But shout out to one of our viewers, George Costanza, who donated 3 of those like $50 cards. We had one night 1, we had one night 2. So you have to enter to win, of course, in the chat. And then after you win, you have to give your Discord name, all that stuff. And you have to be present for it. So, night 1 was fine. Shout out to Dr. Slick Nuts who won it.
I just love it. He's in our chat a lot. Yeah, that's awesome. One of my favorite names I see on there.
And then then last night we had one, and Kevin did it at the very end of the draft. So the draft is over, night 2 is over, and we're sitting there. We've been streaming since 7. At this point it's 11:45, and we're running on fumes. And it's all right, first person does not show up at all to grab their thing. It's 3-4 minutes past. Second person, we're waiting, we're giving it until the last minute, and then he shows up, but he didn't have a Discord made. So then we had to wait to for him to get access to the Discord, and it was just one of those things where you completely run out of things to talk about. How many takes you rehash over 4 or 5 hours? We've talked about day 3 coming up. We even talked about some PTSD about some Falcons stuff. So then it's all right, now we're sleepy, now we're tired. It's our kid, can we just get a move on this? And that's one of the reasons why we're doing this giveaway now as opposed to at the very end of the draft, because it's going to be all right, guys, let's do it. But yeah, it was some dead air last night as we were just waiting and just this. And then you had 150 people in the chat just oh, maybe he doesn't show up and now I have a chance to win it. So nobody wants to do that either.
What remind me? Say again the name of the guy who Dr. Slicknuts or something.
Mhm.
That's
Amazing. It reminds me of like do you know who Magnus Carlsen is? He's like the world chess
yeah,
champion
the
or whatever.
Norwegian guy, yeah. Chess player.
Yeah. His chess.com handle is like Dr. Drunkenstein. And so like Dr. Drunkenstein is at the top of the chess rankings.
Yeah, he probably has like a 2700 like rating
Yeah.
out there.
But
That's
that
how
was a
fun.
really cool Avi name handle that he created when he was like 12 or whatever when he got on there. Love a good crazy handle.
That's how I felt the last 3 weeks. Is just like, what are we going to do the show about this week? I mean, we've talked about everything as much as we can possibly talk about it. Like, how many times we talk about the edges and corners and dragons? Like, that's why I just couldn't wait for the draft to get here. So we got some new material, man.
Well, yeah, they gave us some decent material to talk about
Sure did.
at least. It's not, it would be kind of, after all the build up to the draft and everything, you have all these conversations a million times, and then if they were to have just taken Dallas Turner or whatever, it's like, okay, how much can we actually, break this down now? It's kind of simple. It's kind of, but now we have so many more, roads we can go down with our topics of conversation.
It was funny. Aaron Freeman was on with us, and he actually, because we're all streaming it, and I was seeing it at different times. He actually saw it first, and I mean, his reaction, we were like, "Oh God," because he was like, he put his hands on his head. He was like, "Oh my God, I can't believe they did that," and I was like, oh my God, like, because he wanted wide receiver. So I was like, okay, it can't be wide receiver because he'd be happy about that. And it probably is not an edge. So like, I was like, what in the world just happened? Did we take like a safety or running back? What do we do? What do we do?
Right.
And then, then he came through and we were like, holy smokes. So yeah, he wasn't happy either initially. I haven't talked to him since though. He may have maybe come around on it. I don't know, but
he doesn't love it. Yeah, but
Joe,
it is pick 181 is in, Joe. So I just wanted to let you know. I got to hold up my end of the bargain.
I got to run out of here. Thank you guys for having me on. This was a lot of fun.
Joe.
Yes, thank you, Joe. Appreciate you.
Yep. Take care, guys. See you later.
See you, man. Yeah. So we got Walter Rouse at 177 to the Vikings. We got Logan Lee, the defensive tackle from Iowa, to the Steelers at 178. And then we got Satoa Lamea to the Seahawks at 179. 180, we had Marcellus Dial from South Carolina, the cornerback. And then at 181, Kamani Vidal. This is the guy we've been saying, this is the next Falcons pick, Kamani Vidal. But nope, comes off the board. A lot of running backs. Like, I'm kind of shocked how many running backs have come off today.
I think that's just the nature of the NFL, where teams are like, oh, you know what? Well, we can just get a day 3 running back. We'll plug him in. He'll be successful. And, maybe there's some starting running backs around the league that are like looking at it like, oh, wait, what's going on here? But yeah, it's a lot of committees. Like the day of the bell cow running back seems to be behind us.
Yeah.
There's still some coaches like, Mike Tomlin was all about the bell cow forever until Najee Harris showed that, he maybe wasn't even better than Jalen Warren last year. So there wasn't much of a choice. Like Sean McVay still loves going with the one running back system. So I think Kyron Williams will be safe, but it's just wild seeing how that position has sort of evolved and changed over the past, just 10 years, let alone 30, 40 years ago. And it's, it's now like, oh, they're just a dime a dozen at this point.
Yeah. Kind of crazy. I know a lot of people were like, oh, this is kind of a weak running back draft and all that. But yeah, the NFL doesn't care about all that.
Nope.
They're just like, actually, we hate running backs, but we'll draft them. No problem with that. We just don't, otherwise we won't pay them, but we'll draft them. No question about that.
I mean, hey, you don't want to end up like Austin Eckler, who, he gave the Chargers a few good years, and then last year he just looked 4 steps slow in comparison to what he was a couple of years ago. And now it's
injuries,
like,
man. They catch up with you. Yeah, it's brutal. It's a tough business.
Your guy is still there, man. Malik Washington hasn't been picked yet.
I know that. Don't give me hope, okay? Don't give me hope. They won't take him.
They're taking anyone you want them to take right now.
No, their 6th round picks are. Yeah, the 6th round picks are always off the wall. Like I usually have no idea who these 6th rounders are.
Exactly.
So we'll see. They did actually talk to Malik Washington, so there's a chance that he actually is, on their board. But I guess we'll have to see how that actually pans out. But Yeah, Johnny Wilson and Malik Washington are the two top players left on the board. So if it was Arthur Smith, I would think Johnny Wilson would already be a Falcon. There's no no question. Yeah, but I don't know. They seem to be allergic to wide receivers over 6 foot with this new regime. So doesn't seem like Johnny Wilson could be a possibility. But yeah, we're just a few picks away here. Adnan, I'm curious who you're looking at. We see Jaquan Jackson, the wide receiver from Tulane, come off to the Titans at 182. Anyone you're eyeing? You know, you leave Malik Washington for me. Okay, that's my guy. But you could pick somebody else.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Kevin. I feel like this is a complete exercise in futility.
It is.
It
really
absolutely is. I need your Adnan. We got to fill time. Okay, we still got like another 20 picks before the Falcons are done. Okay, we got to do something here.
Yeah, hey, it's yeah, well, we are contractually obligated to fill the empty air right now. It is only 422. Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't know at this point. It's the 6th round. They're gonna grab someone yeah, you know what the curse is? Whatever name I give you right now, there's 100% chance that it's.
Do not talk about Malik Washington. Okay, that's my thing. Yeah, don't you put that evil out there. Yeah.
I mean, if they want to just like keep up this defensive tackle trend, they can always grab Mekhi Wingo, who's you know, it will be good value in the 6th round.
Yep.
If you want a wide receiver, I know you guys weren't very crazy about Brendan Rice earlier, not over Washington, but you know he's an option. Anyone will be a good value at this point. Like I feel like we're almost getting to the point of, you know, more so the undrafted guys that NFL teams don't want to have to like convince to sign, that they can just be like, all right, like we'll just grab this guy right here, and we don't have to like negotiate a salary with them. Have the 6th round draft pay scale. If the team didn't grab Michael Penix, Michael Pratt would be, you know, he would be an option here. But hey, knowing this team, maybe they grab another quarterback anyway.
Yep. Well, it's not going to be Malik Washington. I can tell you that with 100% certainty because he's being taken by the Dolphins. So
sure is.
Yep.
I think I ruined that. That's my bad.
Yeah, no, didn't. You know, I choose to blame John. Yeah, that's
totally
me.
Me.
Totally choose to blame John. But okay, it can't. So now it can't be Malik Washington even for me. But I will, you know, as our guest, John, I will let you. You know, you can pick someone before I can weigh in here.
I mean, you know, we were talking about corners. I mean, I guess DJ James could be from Auburn, could be a possibility at this point. I mean, if they want to just address someone in the room, you know, make it for a depth type signing. But I mean, like Adnan said, it's futile.
Pretty much
experiment, really. But yeah,
at least now I don't have to say they passed on Malik Washington. You know, now I can be like, well, it was the damn Dolphins. It was their fault.
Exactly.
You know, it's not the Falcons.
Except for them passing on Washington in the 5th round. So you know. But yeah, you know, we'll ignore that part.
We'll ignore that. We'll ignore that slate. Yeah. So.
Well, there's 2 picks here, by the way. Like it's not just one. The Falcons have back-to-back picks.
They do.
Mm-hmm.
They do.
True.
You can grab 2 guys we've never heard of, not one.
That's true. Double the shock. Yeah.
Is there any tackles left out there that's we can go grab? I mean, you know, never know.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the best like O-lineman, or one of the best O-linemen, Christian Mahogany out of Boston College. He's an interior though.
Yeah, guard. Yeah.
Casey Leviston and Ethan Driscoll are probably the top 2 left.
Yeah, I mean, we still haven't filled our dog quota either. Like that's what's really disappointing. Like
that's what's most important to you, I know. Yeah.
Be a Georgia Bulldog because you know we have rules to follow.
Yeah, we do. They have to do that. That's a requirement. But yeah,
what's
guys,
happened with the Eagles? What's up with the Eagles this year? They haven't drafted any.
I know. No one's filling their dog quota.
That means all the fans that went up there last year are going to have to reconsider things.
Yeah, I mean, all of Athens just became Eagles fans last year.
Yep. There you go. I mean, yeah, they're all off the train. So, yeah, I'm curious to see which direction they go here. As you guys correctly point out, they have 2 picks back-to-back, 186 and 187.
This is from that trade with the trade up from the 2nd round. I think they got 187 from that, or was it?
They got 186. Yeah, it was 186.
I mean, it doesn't matter really. It's like,
not really. Yeah.
But yeah, so you know, at the very least, they're they're taking away our opportunity to talk about a topic last night. They're giving us opportunity to talk about one today. So
there you go. Yeah. It checks out. Definitely checks out. But yeah, I mean, I think
you not even have to worry about it because they may take all our day 3 picks in that tampering charge. So
they
we may
might,
not
yeah.
even...
That would be nice, actually. I would be okay with that outcome at the end of the day. But yeah, let's see. Top players available: Johnny Wilson, Michael Pratt. Don't think we have to worry about that too much. But you can't rule it out. We got to prepare for life after Penix.
Right.
Christian Mahogany, as Adnan said. Brendan Rice from USC. Taj Washington there too. Mekhi Wingo. Leonard Taylor on the defensive interior. If they just want to keep adding defensive linemen.
Yeah.
Isaiah Williams and Cornelius Johnson, Gabe Murphy from UCLA, the edge rusher. Corners cleared out a lot since the last time we talked, but DJ James still there. Kamal Hayden from Tennessee is a guy that I like. Miles Harden from South Dakota is someone who's kind of picked up some hype, but that room is definitely cleared out a bit. And then in terms of safety, that room is basically empty. So
let's grab a wide receiver to compete with Frank Darby for that wide receiver 6 role.
Is he still on the roster?
No way, is he?
I don't think he is. He's gone. Yeah. I was like, really?
You're still young though, guys. He could come back.
Yeah, that's right. Johnny Wilson to the Eagles. So he's off the board too.
Nobody covered that wide receiver 6 training camp battle like I did in camp last year. I feel like I was the only one excited about what all Penny Hart and Frank Darby and all these dudes, what they were doing in camp every single day.
Yep. So we have the pick. It is running back Jace McClellan from Alabama is the first of the 2 picks here. So there's that one. That's interesting.
That's my second pick then. I got that one right too.
Well, there you go. Yeah. So you nailed that. Yeah.
How about it?
Jace McClellan.
And I will see you guys in a few.
Okay.
Cool,
you gotta make Adnan. He's got to write up 2 picks. He might be gone for like 20 minutes. Who knows?
That's true. Yeah, and I mean it's funny because when we did the mock, we only did 1 mock draft because I just couldn't stomach doing like multiples. I wanted, part of me wanted to, and I was like, I don't know if I can. And then we did what was actually Savion, who was just on earlier with you guys. It was me, Savion, and Mike, and we got down to the 6th, and we were looking at the depth chart. It was like, man, we just have 2 running backs. That's it. It was just Tyler and Bijan. So I was like, we're going to have to fill some way, shape, or form. Yeah. And Jace, Jace is he fits that mold, man. He's big guy, 230, good runner. I mean, he
can pass block. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, he's a solid running back. I wonder. I mean, also don't get worked up over 6 rounders, but we do have a wide receiver, John. It is wide receiver Casey Washington from Illinois is the second of these 2 picks. So, a running back and a wide receiver. Interesting stuff. Yeah. No, I'm not getting upset over 6 rounders. Now if they'd taken him over Malik Washington, we'd have to like end the show right now, so I could go take a walk. But all right, we got Casey Washington. It's really stretching the limit of my graphic here with all these words. I'm gonna have to cut this down a little bit. I'm gonna have to shrink the font. Okay, here we go. There's the 2 players back to back. It wasn't built for that.
But they were quick too.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. They didn't keep us in suspense for long.
No.
Yeah, Jace is definitely someone I could have seen to the Falcons. He's the thing about him that I like is that he is good as a zone runner and a gap scheme runner. And we know what the Rams like to do is they like to run both. So I was wondering if they would be looking more for that sort of versatile running back that could do both schemes, because the Falcons previously were very focused on just, can you run outside zone? Okay, cool. We want you. Yeah. Can you not? Okay. We don't care. Yeah. Get out.
Yep.
And then Casey Washington is not someone I'm super familiar with, but I know he did have fans. So I'm going to be looking that one up in just a second once I get this.
And Jace is not afraid to pass block either, or get his face in there. Like and you can't really be a running back at Alabama and be afraid to do that and be successful. So
yeah, not at all. So I do think that's an interest. I mean, these ones definitely make sense. I was wondering like if we would see a running back, especially with the extra 6. I was like, okay, I think it's a little bit more likely that we're going to see this. But yeah, let me pull up these guys. I'll get you guys some scouting intel on these players here. Tweet it out real quick. But yeah, I think both make sense for Atlanta. One sec while I finish this tweet. I tweet like writing a tweet and talking, like that straddles my talent quite a bit. Dude, there.
Just having to like for me when the chat goes crazy and we're in there I'm trying to keep the show like somewhat on the rails, and Mike's saying something crazy, and I'm trying to like, also do the chat. Yeah, I understand, man. It can be complicated at times.
It can get a little hairy sometimes. You gotta juggle all these things. Casey Washington. Okay, here we go.
Definitely gotta look him up.
All right. Yes, so pulling them up. I know my main Lance Zierlein has got my back with these picks. Lance Zierlein would never let me down. He's written up like almost every player in existence.
He really has. Yeah.
Yeah.
6'2",
right.
200.
Yeah. Okay. So for Jace, Lance Zierlein says, approximately late day 3 level player, according to his draft projection. His overview states, and this is from Lance Zierlein, steady 3-down running back with size and skill set that should create roster opportunities for him. Lacks high-end explosiveness, but gets it done with above-average vision and know-how. That is good for a depth running back. Vision is how you're going to make a team. Quick to process his lanes, smooth getting from cut to cut. Good, not great burst. Better suited for gap and inside zone. Runs with good pad level and loose hips. Impressive contact balance and running through contact. Doesn't have great numbers in the passing game, but is very good as a pass blocker and can be a third down player. That will help him stick as well. Instinctive runner with 3-down talent who could end up outplaying his draft slot on the right team. I love to hear that on day 3.
Absolutely.
John, for sure. And I'm going to pull up Casey here. Casey Washington, 6'1", 197. Again, a late day 3 projection, so he's right in this range. Outside receiver with good size, below average career production to lean on. Washington plays with physicality at the catch point and at the top of the route, but lacks the foot quickness to elude press and beat coverage in and out of breaks. Good extended catch radius, capable of finishing catches through contact, but doesn't outrun corners on deep throws and might not have the separation talent to stick on a roster. So yeah, he's more of that physical type of possession receiver. Yeah. So interesting selections. Figured they would add a wide receiver. Figured they would add a running back at some point. But this even hammers it home even more, John. They do not. They feel totally fine about the secondary. They're like, nope, we don't even need depth, guys.
We are
Screw
good.
it. Screw it. 197 probably going to be a long snapper. No, I'm just kidding. I love our long snapper's good. No slight intended. Yeah, but yeah. What do you think about these guys? I mean, I'm not claiming to have scouted them in depth, but how do you feel about their very short scouting report that I just read off?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm a Bama fan, so I mean, like, I'm ecstatic with the Jace pick. So like that's awesome. I mean, because I know what kind of guy he is, and he should fit right in. And I think he'll stick for sure, because we're gonna have to have 3 running backs. You never know with injuries and everything. So he can be a guy for sure. And yeah, Casey, I think like you said, I mean, 6th and 7th is kind of a crapshoot. They make the roster or not. How, can he make himself more valuable? Can he play special teams, that type of thing? Can he be that type of guy? We still need depth in the wide receiver room too. So, maybe it sticks, but yeah, I got no problem with it. Like you said, it's hard to really to diss on 6th and 7th round picks. So
yeah. It's kind of shocking that Brendan Rice, wasn't the pick here, because I think if you're looking for that physicality, I'm not really sure what. Yeah. I mean, I haven't watched Casey Washington, so I'm not going to say, oh, he's definitely not as good as Brendan Rice. I just don't know. But
no, me either.
I'm not sure what about Casey Washington that the Falcons prefer. I'm sure there's something. And yeah, before we get too far, guys, definitely join up in the giveaway for our NFL Shop gift card. If you haven't done so already, make sure to type in that !, enter, like it says in the chat, to join. We'll be giving that away, about 15 minutes or whatever. After the Falcons' last pick, we'll be giving that away. So definitely enter that if you're interested. And then we'll be also announcing the winner of the patron and channel member giveaway, which is a separate one as well. So looking forward to that. I mean, it's 6th round, I refuse to get, animated about 6th round picks unless, thank God they didn't have the opportunity to pass on Malik Washington, because they probably would have. I appreciate your love for Jace. He definitely seems like the type of running back that makes a ton of sense as an RB3, considering he has that 3-down ability. And like, is he really like starting running back in the NFL? Maybe not, but if he has to play like at this point, if Bijan or Tyler Algier gets hurt, it's like, okay, we need another running back. And like, do we trust Avery Williams to carry the football? Maybe, 100%. But he's more of like a change of pace back at best. So like, if it's like, okay, are we giving Tyler Algier 35 carries in this game and Avery Williams is taking a couple, but it's definitely an interesting one as we see Mekhi Wingo go off the board here to the Lions. So there's, I know one that some people were watching for Atlanta, but Atlanta has no more room for defensive tackle. Any defensive tackle they draft at this point is like, you're a long shot to make the roster. So,
yeah, 100%. Yeah. And yeah, like you said, I mean, no team is going to go with just 2 running backs. You're crazy if you do that, because you got to have at least 3 there. I mean, whether it's, because we've seen it throughout the years, even if they just miss a game or 2, you got to have somebody back there. So I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all.
Yeah, no, exactly. And, I really don't mind. They needed to find another receiver. They needed to find another running back. I didn't know. I wondered if like they would just like, gamble on someone ending up as an undrafted free agent, at running back. Sometimes you can get lucky with that, but I'm not surprised, especially with like the running backs coming off the board fast and furious today. I think they were probably hoping like more guys would fall, and it's like, okay, we can just take our chances, in an undrafted free agency. But with so many guys going off, I mean, right now there's only on the PFF board, I think there's like 11, 12, like running backs that are like have draftable grades at this point. So, that, and we still got another like 50 picks. So it's like, a lot of those guys are going to go. So it's like, what are you going to be left with in undrafted free agency if you don't get one of those guys? So
I was wondering, we've got enough money to sign our draft class, but if they want to go out and get a Ahkello Witherspoon or any other free, they're going to have to restructure somebody, right? Like a Lindstrom,
or cut somebody. Yeah,
cut somebody, right? Like maybe Mike Hughes type of thing. But
Jerry Gray loves him, unfortunately.
I know, but it's like I don't necessarily know why, but but so I guess since we haven't really addressed it in the draft, he's doing all the depth you can get. But how do you feel about Clark Phillips on the outside?
I think he's okay. Like, I think he's fine. I think the switch to like zone heavy is really good for him. I think if he's playing off, like when he played off coverage against Drake London, did a great job. And
sure did.
I think it like limits those guys' ability to box him out and be physical and get him off. And I think Clark is really good at playing that. So I think that defensive scheme change makes him a viable outside corner. I think he was an odd fit in this like man heavy coverage that the Falcons were running last year. I was like, you drafted him to play man on the outside? This is a little weird. And I wanted him to play the slot, but it's like, okay, he's never played the slot before, so like it's gonna take some time for that. But I think he's just one of those like small outside corners, like one of those guys that might be an exception. But I think in that zone heavy off coverage that they're probably gonna play most of the time under Morris, I'm confident in Clark Phillips being a serviceable starter there. Can he be more than that? I mean, I hope so. I certainly think, you look at the tape and you say like, this guy could be an exception, but it's dangerous to bank on that as your starter, so that's why I think we're talking about maybe we get Ahkello Witherspoon in here. John Johnson's still out there.
Right.
And those guys haven't signed yet, and I think they're absolutely like rosterable players, like fringe starters. So I'm guessing Raheem was like, hey, you're on our speed dial, why don't you just chill until the draft, and then we'll let you know. But we would like we're planning to potentially sign you. This type of conversations that happen. Like these guys are probably in contact with the Falcons, and wouldn't be the Falcons might already be talking to UDFAs. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that happens at this time of day. So, but yeah, long story short, I like Clark Phillips, I guess is the short answer to your questions.
Yeah, no, I agree. I 100% agree. Yeah, I same way. I thought that it was odd with Arthur, well, not with Arthur Smith, but with the defense that Ryan Nielsen ran. But yeah, with the switch, he could be decent. I guess it could be a good fit. And honestly, though, I thought Witherspoon would have already been a Falcon by now. I thought he would have been like a top guy that we would have targeted. I mean, second half of last season, he was playing some of the best ball he's played in his entire career. Under Raheem. So I figured they might jump on that. Good size, length. It's hard, and I think he would be a great fit.
Yeah,
mean,
I
you
agree.
know,
Mhm.
and I mean, we did sign what's his name, Antonio Hamilton too. I guess I guess you could kind of put him in there with Clark as a rotational type, but you don't you really don't want CB2 as a rotational type of thing.
No,
But
no, yeah, but it's like,
I mean,
yeah, Hamilton had a good season last year. He's not
he
someone that's had a lot of success prior to that, but he did have a good season last year, so that he is someone that I think you could certainly have his depth. You know, someone that's experienced. You know, Kevin King is absolutely like a. All right, let's see how this. I mean, Kevin King and Eddie Goldman are like just dart throws. They're like, okay, you know, you guys want to play
100%.
here? We'll give it a chance. But yeah, I wouldn't expect either of those guys to make the roster.
I'm hoping that Eddie spent the last couple of years getting acclimated. He's got the humidity down. He knows when it's going to get hot and he's going to start sweating. So he's ready to, you know, maybe actually want to play this year.
Yep. We have Tawan Palmer from UAB going off the board here to the Cardinals. So yeah, Brendan Rice. I don't know what's going on there, but something's going on. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but bizarre that he is going so late in this draft.
I do think we're going to have to address right tackle sooner than later. Maybe not this year, but like next year for sure.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean they will have to, and I don't know what they're going to exactly do about that. But you know that Caleb McGarry is very expensive, so I mean he could very well play himself into sticking around if he has a great season. But I think right now, you know, they're probably assuming that he's you know, on the way out in 2025, just because of that cap hit and the savings. That's the deal. You know, that was the deal he signed. It's like 2025, you're probably on the way out, bud.
To me, was, you know, drafting Penix even makes that more of a thing, because that was when we first started talking about Penix as a possibility, like in the second round, you know, way back when, you know, a month ago. But you know, it was like, man, I love Penix, but I mean, do you want McGarry blocking his blind side the entire, like that scares the hell out of me. Like, I don't know if I want that. Right. So now that just makes it more of a like, we're gonna have to upgrade that.
Yeah, no, I agree. And like, I think next year we're going to have a first round offensive tackle. Like, I think that's going to be their pick next year. I mean, I don't know what the board's going to look like or anything at all, but right now I'm putting it on paper on this program. It's going to be an offensive tackle in the first round next year, probably a right tackle. But again, with Penix, it's like, oh, actually, like getting a great right tackle is actually really, really important. More important than for any other situation. So it kind of is convenient that like we're going to be replacing our right tackle with a premium pick, and probably trying to hold on to Jake Matthews, who hopefully will be timeless, just like his dad, and stick around. Everyone thinks Jake Matthews is like an old man. This man's like turning 32 this year. Okay, like it's not that old. Like, I mean, I'm going to turn 32 next year. You know, so it's like we're not that old. Okay, like let's relax, everyone.
I'm 42. I still feel great. I mean,
Kevin's streaming age and NFL age isn't, you know, it isn't exactly the same thing.
Because I am streamer, I say 29. Yeah.
we can go until we're 62 if we want.
You go. Yeah. Yeah, what do you think, Dom? We haven't got your take yet. Got a running back and a wide receiver going here.
You know, we'll address some offense here. We did get our wide receiver. Man, I do feel like we would have taken Washington if he just was there.
If they wanted Washington, they should have traded up, because like I think it was very unlikely he was going to be lasting even into this range. So I think it's like if they had conviction about him, they should have traded up, but they clearly didn't. So
no, I mean, I expect McClellan to make the team for sure. Like, he is going to be the favorite for that running back 3. I don't think they'll just hand him the position. They're going to bring in some UDFAs. They're going to bring in, you know, maybe some street free agents for that running back competition they do every year. But McClellan has a solid profile when it comes to the next level. Like, he's not very explosive. The long speed isn't incredible. So he is there in the 6th round. But there's some very promising things that get a rookie running back onto the field very early. The pass blocking being the biggest thing. Like, how many really explosive, really great runners have we seen in the NFL over the past few years who just cannot see the field because they can't block the passer? So they're just a non-factor on passing downs. but yeah, the vision is very promising as well. That's something that you always want to see. Well, with your running backs, it's just such an underrated characteristic that people, sort of ignore a bit more. Because it's like, yeah, it's great having, 4.4 speed. It's great having all of this explosiveness, but if you can't hit the correct hole, then what's the point? It doesn't, like, you're not going to outrun the defensive lineman who's right in front of you. But yeah, it's the traits are sound. The traits are there. I feel like if you were twisting my arm and I had to guess what the depth chart was going to be, I would guess that McClellan would be that RB3 and Avery Williams as of now will be that RB4 / change of pace back, where McClellan would probably slot in more so if we see an injury, which it's the running back position. So you're not always going to be able to avoid injuries all the time. But I feel like this is one of those picks where you'll be very grateful that the Falcons made the pick if Bijan has to miss a game or two, or Tyler Algier has to miss a game or two, or something like that. So it's like, that's solid value in the 6th round. He will have to play special teams if he wants to make this roster. The other pick, Washington, the production wasn't great in college. He has 4 touchdowns in 5 seasons at not Washington. His name is
Illinois.
Washington.
The other Washington, not the Washington I was talking about. This is a different Washington, to be clear to everyone tuning in.
Yeah. Hey, if someone were to have told you a few minutes ago, the Falcons are taking wide receiver Washington, you'd be like, hell yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, 4 touchdowns in 5 seasons. All of them came last year. 670 yards. I'm looking at the stats right now. But good size. The Falcons have speed with Mooney and Rondale Moore, so they needed some size in that wide receiver room. So KC Washington fits that mold. So yeah, can't really get mad at either pick. They make sense.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I did see we got some stuff from from Eric Galko, who runs the Shrine Bowl, basically letting us know that KC Washington was like a big Shrine Bowl winner. I wasn't there, so I didn't know that, but he was a big winner from the Shrine Bowl. He was not invited to the Combine he doesn't have an RAS, but his or he may have an RAS. I'll see if I can find it still. But he didn't have any Combine testing, so this is all from his pro day. But at his pro day, KC Washington at basically 6 foot 201 ran a 4.47, a 2.60 20-yard split, a 1.57 10-yard split, jumped 10'7" and 39.5 in the jumps. Those are all tremendous numbers. So maybe a better athlete than Zeraline was giving him credit for. Let me see if I can find his RAS here, because they will actually use the pro day numbers if they get them. Yeah, so he's like over a 7 RAS, so that's pretty respectable when it's all said and done. Didn't do great in the agilities, which kind of checks out with Zerline's scouting report, but elite explosive grade. So he's more of that straight line possession receiver type, but the Falcons don't really have a lot of those guys on the roster, like we were saying. I mean, they do need sort of that physical guy. Maybe Washington can be like a backup for Drake London, that sort of thing. I mean, that does make a lot of sense. So yeah, I think they're very interesting, as the Falcons are about to be on the clock once again here at 197. We're seeing the Rams pick, and then the Falcons will be up again. And yeah, I've given up on trying to predict these picks. But the short answer is I don't know. So we did see Joe Milton went to the Patriots a second ago. So
that's hilarious. I know.
Yeah.
Oh
man.
I guess if I don't know. That we had a lot of mixed reaction or mixed opinions on Joe Milton. I mean,
yeah,
rocket arm, can't do much else.
He could throw it really far. Where it ends up, that's really anyone's guess. But yeah,
I mean,
gonna break some windows in the parking lot with that cannon.
Big project.
Yeah.
Last year's 6th rounder that the Falcons took out of Alabama had a pretty solid rookie season. So, DeMarco Hillams, shout out.
Yeah. 7th rounder even. We were on the air for 6.5 hours waiting for DeMarco Helms to come in.
Yeah, but
Him
maybe
and Javon Gwynn. Yeah.
maybe the real key is to fill an Alabama quota, not a Georgia quota. So,
Maybe that's why we've been off all these years. It's been that it's actually Alabama that they're trying
to actually bring in, Alabama Crimson Tide players.
Maybe that's the secret. That's why we've missed these last few years.
Folks on our show would always tell me like, well, you can like you don't count because you've had Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, like all these. I'm like, I really don't care though. Like honestly, I don't care. Like I love. I mean, if they're a great player and they come to the team, they do good things, great. But I don't care where they come from. They can come from Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee. I do not care. Come here and do good. That's what I care about.
No, I promise you, the folks over at Athens do care a lot.
Well, I know. I've heard. Yeah,
they care a lot. Oh my God, that's the entire point of this dogs quota joke that we have.
Sure, yeah.
Just like year after year, just people, talking about, oh, they're terrible because they don't have any dogs, and I'm gonna go be an Eagles fan because they took 3 Georgia Bulldogs, and it's like, okay. I remember a few years ago, people were rooting for the Patriots in the Super Bowl because they had Sony Michel and I forgot the name of the
Los Andrews.
There is a section of fan that is a Georgia fan that messes with the Falcons a little bit. Adnan, dog quota. It's filled. Who do you think it is?
No way.
It is. Yep. Who do you guys think it is? It is the dog quota has been filled.
Oh my! They're actually listening to us? Holy shit.
They're literally watching the show right now instead of.
I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen it pop up yet.
Zach Klein got it.
Oh my God! I have to go look. I have to go see. I don't know why I got so excited. Like it's a 6th round. Like what? Why am I this excited?
Just because we were right about something for once on this damn podcast. I'm gonna tweet it out so you'll be able to find it there. But
Zion.
Yeah.
Was it DT?
Yep. More defensive linemen, just in case we didn't have enough. Yeah.
Right on. Let's go.
So some people are getting cut.
Rooms would be 15 people deep, man.
We're just gonna have 25 defensive linemen and one linebacker. Yeah, we're gonna play that patented 7-1, front or whatever.
There'll be no running against us at all.
Yep, we're just gonna fill the screen with beef and just put the hands up. And, good luck. Yeah, Bryce Young is short, so you just put the hands up and he can't throw it above you. So that's the big brain strat there.
You see the NFL meme shot? It said first picture of Marvin Harrison and Kyler Murray together, and it was full body Marvin Harrison. You could just barely see the top of
little
Kyler
tiny,
Murray.
Yeah, I've been seeing those memes for a while.
Makes me laugh every time. I don't know why. It makes me laugh.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. No, it's just silly.
It is.
It's good time.
All right, was that our last pick? That was our last one. Right?
That is our last pick. Yeah. The NFL has not actually announced the Rams pick yet either, so it's
Wow.
Yeah, we're still waiting on that one, but yes. I actually didn't bother scouting Zion Lowe because I was like, oh yeah, I don't think the Falcons are going to take a defensive lineman. It's is he going to be able to make the roster? But maybe.
I don't know if not every pick always makes the roster, right?
Yeah.
It happens. I don't maybe a practice squad. It'll be hard to make the roster on the defensive line this year.
Sure will.
Yeah. I think he's a practice squad guy, if I'm being totally honest with you. And that's not terrible. But I do think he's probably going to be a practice squad player. But I think, you look at him and the measurables are pretty impressive. And I think that's kind of what, the Falcons are going for here is just a high upside guy. I haven't watched a lot of Georgia football. Adnan, you have. Do you have anything on Zion Lowe to share with the people?
I mean, I don't think he's going to make the team for whatever it's worth. By the way, I'm only here because I am not writing up this pick.
Yep, that's right.
You know what? I rebelled. I told Dave that, you know what, you're writing up this pick. So you know what, I'm building up my confidence to one day take over the Falcoholic. And
yep, that's right.
I'm actually an insider agent, to be honest. So I'm
Well, it's
just
good you're putting it out there publicly, though. That's good. That makes,
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Nobody. It's okay. Dave doesn't watch the show. No, nobody else.
Yeah, no, we're fine, dude. Don't
Yeah.
worry about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Dave watches the show
should.
when he's on it. Oh yeah, what
Hilarious.
rank do you think Zion Logue was on the PFF board, by the way?
Was he ranked at all?
Yes. He was in the
Oh.
200s.
It was?
Oh wow.
He was in the 280s actually.
Ooh.
He was
280.
He was rank 283.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that number doesn't look like anything to me. Yeah.
No.
No,
Yeah,
that
well,
doesn't
listen,
ring any
well,
bells.
listen.
Yeah.
like Adnan said, probably practice squad. You know, that type of
Yep.
You never
Yep.
know.
No, it's
I
fine.
love how.
Mhm.
So I mean, he was only a starter for one full year. I guess they really like the size and the length. But this feels like exactly what Kevin and I did in every single mock that we had, where we're like, all right, last pick, we're just gonna grab a Georgia Bulldog, and yeah, I didn't expect the team to actually do that in real life. So,
Did y'all take Zion in any of the mocks?
No.
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 We
Never.
considered it. Yeah, we considered it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's yeah, if you guys want to get in on this NFL shop giveaway, I'll reopen it for a couple minutes here before we finalize the giveaway. So I'll reopen it for a second. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking up Logue right now. The NFL site is having a real one. Probably because there's like a million people refreshing it. That would be. There's like random picks missing from their draft record. It's kind of funny, actually.
I'm contractually obligated to not dislike this pick because
Yep.
that's what I've been bitching for days. It's like, all right, give me a
true.
Bulldog. I wasn't being serious. No, we're
Yeah.
never serious about the dog quota, but I guess the team actually watched it.
I'm so serious about the dog quota, actually. Yeah. No, it's
I said we'd have to redo the whole draft if the Falcons don't get a dog. Now I'm like,
that's right.
damn it.
Yeah.
I kind of
Yep.
do want to redo this whole draft.
Got to get that dog in here, okay? We know. Yeah.
I'm assuming you guys didn't do any mocks with the quarterback going 8, right?
No.
Hell no.
I did
Yeah.
in November. I mocked Jaden Daniels to the Falcons at 9, but that technically is not
Yeah,
8.
well.
So yeah.
Yeah.
People said I was crazy for having Jaden Daniels in the top 10. I was like, yeah, well, just wait.
Well, there you go.
Just wait. Look at this quarterback and tell me he's not going to be a top 10 pick.
No, he was a top
Yeah.
3. He was a top 2.
He was top 2 pick. So hey, I was actually too low apparently. So
Yeah, we talk about quarterbacks all the time, man. It's just crazy how it sometimes just doesn't translate. Sometimes I mean they can look amazing in college and they get to the pro game and it's just night and day.
yeah, it's
And
true.
it's wild.
Yeah. No, Zion Logue is massive. He is 6'6", 314 with 33-inch arms, 10-inch hands.
Holy
so
smokes!
He's a big man. Big boy.
There's that nose tackle.
There's a big boy right there. He is just a 1-year starter. 5-year player at Georgia, just a 1-year starter. Good size and length, just average overall body composition. Basically saying that he needs a lot of development. Good pad level. This is from Zero Line, by the way. Size and length to improve as a full-time 2-gapper. That's probably what they're looking at him for. Does have an arm over move and a swim to beat blockers. Punches and drives pretty well and sets effective screens. But yeah, basically they're saying just 52 career tackles and 1.5 sacks. Needs to learn how to feel out blocks and show better responsiveness. If he doesn't chop his way to the backfield, he will not be getting any pressure. And technique is unusually lacking for a Georgia defensive lineman. So, I think he is interesting. Certainly, they're probably looking at him as a nose tackle prospect. That seems to be the likely one here.
Maybe if Eddie Goldman flames out, he's got a shot to be
In the
that.
very likely event that
be
Eddie
that one
Goldman is
tech.
not on the roster yet.
Eddie Goldman, if you don't retire, you're costing one of these young men a job in the NFL.
The dog, you're costing a dog a spot on the roster, Eddie Goldman. But yeah, well, there you have it, folks. We have all the picks of the Falcons in this draft, assuming they don't trade into this draft from the future but I kind of are thinking they're probably content to be done here. Yeah, Adnan, final thoughts on this class. As we give, if you guys want to join the giveaway, you've got just a few minutes here to type !enter, subscribe to the channel, and join the Falcoholic Discord server. The links to all those are in the show description. We're going to give it about 5 more minutes, then we're going to give that away and start wrapping up the show. But yeah, Adnan, thoughts on the overall draft class now that we know?
Yeah, it was a draft class.
It was a draft. Yep.
It was a draft. It was absolutely there were players selected over the past 3 days that are now Falcons that weren't Falcons before. So I don't want to give a grade, because if I give a grade, then people are gonna say I'm a hater. But
are you a hater though? Yeah.
I mean, possibly. Maybe I am.
Maybe I am. I don't know.
I don't want to be like, I definitely want the team to do very well, and I want every single pick to be very good. But this was overall one of my least favorite drafts that I can ever remember covering. It's like the Penix pick was, the shock. I'm satisfied that they addressed the defensive line, but there was some opportunity cost in not really addressing wide receiver. I'm Casey Washington. I don't know if he makes this roster or not. Maybe he does, but purely just because there's not like any bodies right now.
Right.
I like the McClellan pick. I like the Trice pick.
You like the dog quota?
Yeah, I love the dog quota. The dog quota makes this draft an A+ for me, actually.
That's all I really wanted. That's all I was looking for. Yeah.
That's all I actually cared about. But yeah, it's they failed to address anything in the secondary, which is what I was really looking for at the very least going into day 2 and on. Didn't really do much with the wide receiver. Defensive line, okay. I thought maybe if they weren't going to address the other stuff, maybe they find someone on the interior of offensive line. Didn't do that. But there were a couple of good individual players in there. But outside of like overall, it wasn't like I don't want to like just sit here and be like, hey, the Falcons had an amazing draft just because they're my favorite team, and I'm just gonna say that every single draft pick is always brilliant, because I do know that there's some people out there like that who are like, oh no, the team made this pick, so it's automatically a wonderful pick. I mean, me personally, I would love to look back on this draft and be like, yeah, I was dead wrong. I'm beating Mike Pro. But as of right now, rapid reaction sitting on day 3 of the draft, I'd probably say it was not one of my favorite drafts, other than maybe Dorless and Trice, and I mean I like McClellan as well.
Yeah, no, I mean I think it's a mediocre draft. It's not overly exciting. Brandon Brass wants to know our thoughts on taking Casey over Brendan Rice. Brendan Rice still hasn't been drafted, so I don't know what's going on with that. So it seems like he's not viewed well by the NFL, which is kind of surprising. But I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if it's medicals. I don't know what is happening, but that one is bizarre to me, certainly. Michael Pratt also hasn't gone. Christian Mahogany hasn't gone. So it's definitely interesting to see, but there's a lot of, I mean, we'll see what happens in the 7th round, but I'm curious to see what kind of, is this team going to be more aggressive in undrafted free agency than they have been? I mean, I know under Fontenot and Smith, they occasionally got some guys in undrafted free agency, but they really didn't go after any of the top undrafted free agents. I think Nate Landman was kind of an exception. But I'm wondering if they're gonna go more in that direction under Raheem Morris, who's more of that developmental focus. So curious to see what happens there. But yeah, John, I know you're gonna need to sign off here pretty soon. But first of all, thank you for coming on. It was nice to meet you. He's
Absolutely,
of course, Out of Your
Sure.
Falcon Mind podcast. What are your thoughts on sort of this class as a whole now that we got the whole thing here?
Yeah, I mean, definitely feeling better about it on day 3. The Penix picks, they're either going to look like geniuses or the complete dumbasses. I mean, there's gonna be one or two.
Yeah.
I mean, it's I can't be super upset because we all wanted them to draft Ryan's successor, and when they didn't, and we ended up with the last few years. So, I can't hate that they're trying to address that now. With an older quarterback that we could talk about the salary they chose to give him and everything, and I don't know if I buy the whole "we hope he plays 4 to 5 years" thing.
No, I don't
for
buy that
Kirk
at all.
Cousins at all.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, I like the player. Again, nothing against him. I wasn't expecting it 8, but with the picks that they made after that, same with Adnan. You gave up a third to move up for a guy who might have been there. Again, it's hard to say. I like the player, but I mean, I thought Newton was probably a better player, but that's neither here nor there. I like Trice. I like Brandon Dorless. I didn't mind JD Berlin there at that pick either. I think we need to build depth there. Nothing was just like, I don't know. Last year definitely seemed more like just everybody's, even the people that didn't want Bijan, like it was an exciting, like, oh, holy shit type of pick. Like we got freaking Bijan Robinson. This year it's just been more of like, and I'm fine. Like, you're filling needs on the defensive line, which I said you can't never have too many of them. Clearly, since we filled it with the last pick,
Right,
right. But with this draft as deep as it was at corner, that was a shock that we didn't go after like one of those guys kind of early on. And maybe that would have been a 3rd round pick that we could have got that we had to give away.
Exactly.
Maybe that would have been there. Same thing with wide receiver, like I said. I mean, similar thoughts. Like I don't hate it, but I don't love it. Time will tell, man. We can't judge this one until Penix takes the field. So we don't.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the thing. I mean, 2026, 27, we'll let you know. So
yeah, we're not going to be able to know until a long ass time. That's just kind of the way it is. But yeah, no, it's a very interesting draft. I think it's definitely a future focused draft, and I think we can confirm that this team is now building in a small rebuild. That doesn't mean that they're like, they're completely out of trying to compete right now, but I think it's pretty clear that this is not a 2024, 2025 focused draft. This is a 2026 focused draft, and that's fine. But you better be damn good in 2026 if you're gonna play this game. And it's like that's 2 years away. That's an eternity in the NFL. So it's bold. I mean, I certainly like all the defensive line picks. We'll see if any of these guys pan out. History tells us that at least one of these 3 is going to be a bust. Now, I think, the one you took basically in the 7th round, probably more likely to be that one. So maybe we're not too worried about that. But I do think like Brandon Dorless was a great value. I like Rook a lot. I hate giving up 79, but look, I like the player, so I'm not mad about that. JD Bertrand fills that role in the linebacking core that you needed, that 4th linebacker. My honest guess, and we'll see what happens, right after the draft, but was that the Falcons were like, if we're either going to get an impact secondary player, we're going to get guys on day 2, or we're just going to sign veterans, and we're not going to worry about it, because basically it seems like they were like, okay, we're past the guys that we think are like needle movers, so now we're just going to go sign veterans, and we'll see if they do sign veterans or not. But, I think like the fact that Ahkello Witherspoon and John Johnson are still on the market, despite definitely being like very rosterable players, gives me hope that they're probably in contact with Atlanta, and we'll see if they can pull it off. Because I think if it's like you add Witherspoon and Johnson and this draft, then I think people are like, okay, well, we're fine then. We're all set in the secondary. It's not amazing, but it's fine for now. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think when they signed Kirk early, I think it just kind of told everybody like, oh, we're winning now mode. Okay. So that kind of like got everybody in the thought process of, okay, we're taking guys for this year, like to step in this year, impact players. So I think that also contributed to why everybody was kind of like blown away by Penix at 8, because and look, there's no guarantee that any of those edge rushers are going to be to fit either. Their edge rushers are just like quarterbacks. I mean, when they get to the league, it's like they're either going to be super successful or they're going to flame out too, and depending on the system and how much they can be coached up. So I think that was kind of the thought process too that had everybody kind of confused. But like you said, I mean, we've got plenty to talk about between now and the season, guys.
We do. They at least gave us that. It will not be a boring period here over the next several months, as I'm sure people debate whether or not this team sucks and whether we're all doomed and we're all just energy really at the end of the day. So what can we really do about that? But guys, final call for the giveaway. Give it about 60 more seconds. John, I know you're on the way out, so we appreciate you all your time today. Thanks for coming in. We'll definitely have to reconnect here soon. He is John at Out of Your Falcon Mind on Twitter. That is the Out of Your Falcon Mind podcast as well. Anything else you want to let the people know about before you sign off today?
I mean, yeah, thank y'all so much for having me. Like I said, I'm glad we could connect. We tried last season. It was just hit or miss. I mean,
Hectic,
dude, I mean, to me, even today, I mean, my kid had a baseball game at 7:30.
Right.
To be an hour away, and it's like we trying to get back so I can get on here. So yeah, thanks so much for having us, man. And hopefully Mike get on the next one, and we'll reach out, have you guys on our show. Because we during the season we're previewing and recapping the games, and of course having shows all throughout the off season too. So, but yeah, y'all just let everybody let the players take the field before y'all freak out. Let's see what we got. I know it's crazy to ask, but just
be nice to the players.
Yeah,
the players are not responsible. Okay, like they're not responsible for the draft.
Then that limits our content for the next few months.
Yeah, no, we have to rage bait here over the next few months.
Right.
But John, thank you so much, man. Appreciate your time today.
Yeah, you'll have a good one later.
Yeah, Adnan. All right. Well, we filled the dog quota, so A+, right?
That's all I cared about coming in secretly. all I wanted was a bulldog. They could have traded take every pick for tampering except for our 7th next year, and let's roll with the bulldog.
Yep. Oh man.
We need winners. We need champions on this team.
We need champions only. We've got to bring that champion. Zion Logue is here to bring that championship mindset to Atlanta. That's the real truth.
He didn't play during those championship years, but he was around greatness. That means something.
Yes, he was there. He absorbed the culture. He absorbed the championship energy, and that's going to be brought to Atlanta. So, yeah, all right, guys. I'm closing the giveaway right now, and we're gonna give this out. We're gonna be doing one, of course, for our patrons and channel members as well. So, all right, I'm gonna see if this works. See if it'll pick us one. All right, here we go. All right, we got Inspector Deck. You have won. Please let us know your Discord username in the chat here so we can contact you on the Discord server and get in contact with you for your prize. Let us make sure you let us know that you're here so that we can actually get in touch with you. And you do have to be present to win. So, last night, it did take a while for us to actually find a winner. So,
All right, Inspector.
Yeah. Don't leave yet. If there's still a chance that if there's still a chance that someone could not be here.
300 people still in the chat. 5 hours.
There he is. He's here. So this much faster this time. Yeah, Inspector, just let me know in the chat here what your Discord name is, and I will send you a message there.
Reichard, a kicker, goes to the
Oh man, Tylen Grable, UCF legend, going to the Bills here.
Hey, who would have thought? Like, what happened to the game that I love? An Alabama kicker going in the draft? Come on now.
Oh,
Alabama kickers are supposed to cost them their games because Nick Saban doesn't want to give any of them scholarships.
That's right. Yeah, he thinks it's they don't bother with that. So, all right, yeah. After this draft, Adnan, how do you feel? How do you feel about this team? Like, do you feel like? I mean, obviously the first round pick was a big nut buster. There's no doubt about that. But other than the first round pick, let's just pretend that the first round pick didn't happen. Okay. Let's just say like they drafted the rest of this draft, and the roster. Let's say about how do you feel about the roster going into 2024? Are you still thinking that this is a potential NFC South championship level roster?
Oh yeah, of course I'm, because I thought the same going into the draft, right? Like I thought. I think that this team was a quarterback away from winning at least 3 to 4 more games last year, and possibly even making some noise in the playoffs. And I think I was maybe the first person to mention Kirk Cousins last year. I think it was like week 5. Not that we're going to trade for Cousins, but I think I said, because of course I was the resident Desmond Ridder hater. But I think I was saying something along the lines of, if we could just like pluck Kirk Cousins onto this roster last year, we could probably even get to the NFC title game, which I don't looking back in hindsight, the way Cousins played last year, I don't think that would have been too far-fetched to say. But I do think that this team is going to win the title, the NFC South title this year. Even though I really like what the Bucs did in the draft, the schedule is very weak. The division is very weak. Like, you're not exactly playing in the AFC West out here. And with this roster, the only thing where I'm disappointed is, there was, some opportunity costs that came with this draft, and I think that's where my disappointment stems from. Because coming into the draft, coming out of this draft, you expect it to be, better regarding being more geared up, for this season and next, and maybe even beyond. But we'll see. Like, we'll see what happens. There's all we can do right now is talk. It's the draft, and I mean, we're not going to shut up about anything, because that's what the stream is for. Like,
That's right.
Yeah, if you guys want us to just like shut up and just like not say anything until 3 years from now,
you're in the wrong place. Yeah, you're in the wrong place if you don't want takes.
Why is there like 270 of you guys still here? Like, we're still going to talk about the draft, but the thing is, in truth, we will not be able to fully and accurately judge this pick fully until a few years from now when we see Michael Penix on the field. But my only fear is that my only fear is that not getting, some of those other options early on will possibly hurt this year's team, and will possibly, maybe even cost them a playoff game or something like that. And then in which case, we'll be looking back like, damn, I don't want to be in that position where we're looking back and being like, damn, maybe if we had a Dunze, we could have won this game, or, something like that. But, we'll see. But in regards to the roster, I do think that this team, and this is just me being an optimistic Falcons fan as well, it'll be hard taking down the Bucs. But I do think Baker Mayfield will regress from what we saw last year. And if he does, I think this team, either way will win the NFC South. I am on record with that.
Yeah, no, I agree. All right, Inspector Dick has confirmed his Discord, and I'm in touch with him, so that is perfect. Great job there by all. That was much faster than last night. Thank you guys for that. All right, last thing we're gonna do on this show before we sign off, and I'll have to go record the draft recap show. So I'm still not done. We're gonna give away our patron and channel member specific card here. So let me get this one fired up. This one I'll have to do manually. So this person does not have to be present, because I can contact them, privately. So they don't have to actually be present to win this one. All right. So, gonna do a random number generator for this one. Okay. All right, we got Paul Dudley, I believe, is the... Make sure I counted that right. Yes. Congrats to Paul Dudley, who actually sent me a very in-depth message on Patreon the other day talking about the draft. I appreciated that, Paul. That was a good... Thank you for sending that. So congrats, Paul. Paul Dudley, long-time patron member. Appreciate your support. Thank you so much. I'll be sending that your way. I'll be contacting you on the Patreon to let you know about that one. But yeah, fun draft show, guys. Thank you all so much for hanging out with Adnan and I, and all of our guests. Thanks to those guys as well for coming on here and shooting the shit as we came through this difficult draft. This was definitely, I think this was the most difficult draft show we've had to do, Adnan, with that first round pick. They really kicked us right in the nuts with that one. I mean, there's no other way around that.
It's like there was so much optimism going into it, and it's like you just have this glimmer in your eyes. And it's like, it's like, what the fuck was that? But yeah, it's shout out to all the viewers who have been with us all 3 days. Shout out to all the viewers who have been with us at any point, but especially those of you who have been here for all. God, how many hours has it been total? Like among the 3 days, it's been at least like 13 hours of streaming, something like that, 13, 14 hours. But yeah,
something like that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Now, shout out to you guys watching us talk about the Atlanta Falcons for that long. Like we really should be making better choices with our lives. That includes me and you as well. Like it was such a nice day outside. Like we could have gone for a walk, or like
could have done a number of things, really.
Done literally anything. We could have read a book. Like
yep.
Done something much healthier than
many possibilities, really. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the other opportunity cost right there.
The opportunity cost of our Saturday afternoon. Yeah, that's a good one. But guys, thank you so much for all your support throughout this draft season, throughout the season. This was definitely our biggest draft party ever. In part thanks to the Falcons just pissing everyone off and making everyone come here for their group therapy. But definitely have enjoyed having all of you here. Enjoyed all of our guests. Again, if you haven't done so already, please subscribe, give the podcast a 5-star rating on your podcast platform of choice. I will, of course, be having a draft recap show that will publish probably in a couple hours, and then we will be having some guests on next week to go over this draft class and break this stuff down in greater detail. This was an interesting one, no doubt, and then we're going to be breaking this down, talking about I'll be having Thor Nystrom on over the next week or so to talk about the Falcons UDFA class, because Thor is a big sicko for the UDFAs, and I know some of you are too, so we'll break that down. We'll get into that stuff. We'll talk about the state of the roster, and then it'll be on to the training camp previews. Looking forward to that once again. We'll be looking forward to the patron fantasy leagues, to the training camp coverage, and a little bit of the break that we get in sort of late May through June until we get geared up for training camp in July. Thank you guys so much. Love doing this stuff. This is one of my favorite shows to do every single year. It's only getting better every single year, and the viewers are a big reason for that. You guys keep coming back year after year. It keeps getting bigger and bigger. Keep doing it. Keep liking, subscribing, commenting, all that stuff. Keep telling your buddies to come. It's going to keep going. Shout out to the Falcoholic for giving us this opportunity to begin with. Shout out to Believe for picking up the show after it was unceremoniously let go. And appreciate everyone for making this a reality as we close our 8th straight draft party here. It's been 8 years, kind of incredible to think about it through that lens. But before we sign off officially, I want to thank, of course, Adnan Ikic for sticking with me through all 3 days this year. Once again, he's at Say Which Way. Adnan, anything else you'd like to get off your chest before we close this chapter of Falcons history?
I feel like I'm taked out. Well,
I'm taked out after 3 straight days.
I'm taked out after 3 straight days it takes. But yeah, no, it was so fun. We wouldn't be doing this if not for the viewers. Because it's insane to me that there's still 214 of you guys in here, and it got up to what 600-700 on night one, and I thoroughly enjoyed the discussion. I enjoyed watching the discussion happen in real time in the chat. It's just without you guys, none of this would happen. And to stick with us for 3 days, it's wild seeing the growth of it, because I wasn't here at the very beginning, but I was still here early enough to be part of the Facebook Live days.
Yep.
So to go from having the 15 viewers watching us talk about the Falcons
on a good day. On a good day.
Yeah, it was 15 on the team has really done something exciting, to now it's we're in hour 6 of the NFL draft of day 3, and there's hundreds of people in here, and it's wow, this is really grown, and I can't wait. I can't wait to continue it. I can't wait to continue, seeing the growth of this show, hitting training camp. Are we doing another like a live?
Yeah, I think
meetup
we will.
here?
I think we're gonna try to do another. I have to get in touch with Sweetwater again and see if they want to host, but I believe they're still down. And yeah, I think we will try to do another live show at Sweetwater Brewery or somewhere else in Atlanta. You know, if you've got a brewery or another place you'd like us to come, let me know, and I'll put your name in the hat for contention on that. You know, of course, I'm planning to get down to training camp again this year. I know Adnan was able to cover it several days last year, so no matter what, we're going to be giving you guys coverage of everything this year as we get towards another Falcons season, and hope for the best. That
was
maybe...
so fun last year. I really loved that meetup last year, and just like I think it would be similar where we just like do a show and then just like hang out with all of the people who came to like to talk in person and to meet in person. So I do hope that can become like an annual thing year after year, because it was absolutely a blast last year, and I would really look forward to that being a thing again this year. But yeah, big shout out to all of you guys, to the viewers, and we're it's full steam ahead. Yeah, Nico, minus the thunderstorm where that was we had to deal with the threat of inclement weather last year. But hey, it
that's a little interesting. Yeah, it was okay. Yeah,
it's full steam ahead. Like we're not slowing down, we're not stopping. It's let's see, hopefully this stays a thing for many years to come.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it as well, and looking forward to yet another Falcon season here. Hope to God that it's better than the last few that we've had, because they started with so much hope and once again ended in catastrophe. So if this one could not end in catastrophe, I mean, I'm sure it will end in catastrophe because we'll probably lose a playoff game, but if we could just make the playoffs, maybe win a playoff game even, I don't want to get too greedy, but like, if we could just like sniff the playoffs, get a playoff win, I'll be satisfied, with at least being relevant. So if we could be relevant, that would be a nice step.
We've still never like done anything relevant since I've joined the Falcoholic.
No, it's
like,
all your fault. Yeah.
Like I literally joined 2 weeks after our last playoff game, and it's like, man, who would have thought, like, going back in time to be like, oh yeah, if someone like told me that was 2018, early 2018, if someone would have told me, yeah, it'll be 2024 and the Falcons will, have never won more than 7 games over the next 6 years, I'd be like, all right, like, fuck this shit. Like, why
I'm done. Yes. Yep. Yeah. It's an interesting, I think it's easy. It's really nice and easy to just blame Adnan for all of our misfortunes. That's the easiest way to do this. So
Occam's razor, right? It's
there you go.
The simplest solution.
Yeah. Adnan's here. The Falcons are bad. So there you go. Easy peasy. No other things to worry about there, but no, really appreciate Adnan all these years for his help. Shout out to Eric for getting this started with me all those years ago, and we'll hopefully be here for many years more. Thank you guys so much for joining us for our Falcons NFL Draft Party 2024. Like I said, we'll be back with a draft recap show very soon, and then of course we will have more draft coverage coming out next week, recapping this and recapping the UDFAs and everything else as they come in. Hopefully recapping the signings of Ahkello Witherspoon and John Johnson here in a little bit, right? Yeah. We will see what happens. We got a ways to go, even until training camp, and OTAs and all that stuff. So thank you guys very much for joining us. We will see you guys very soon back here on the Falcoholic Live and the Dirty Birds and Brews podcast. Have a great night, folks. See ya.